Futures back to the upside here this morning ahead of another key inflation print coming up at 8:30 this morning. We got CPI yesterday. We'll get the producer side of things coming up this morning, expected to potentially have a 6 handle on it. So strap in. We could get a little bit of inflation pushback from the market after that. We'll see how the number actually comes out. Remember yesterday, for the most part, that CPI print better than expected across the board. All of this, however, bringing that rate hike conversation, conversation back into play. Both the ECB and the Bank of England talking about 2 before the end of the year. 63% chance we get at least 1 from Kevin Warsh and crew before December. We'll see how that plays out as well. Remember, the Fed coming up next week. Individual movers all over the place this morning as well, ahead of the big IPO coming up on Friday. Space stocks moving around. We'll touch on that coming up this morning. There's Oracle, downside, rolling over right now. I mean, the report itself actually not bad. Am I wrong to say that? Sharif back in the seat this morning. Good to have him here. The spend, however, and the rate at which they are igniting cash in flames seems to be a problem.
Absolutely, Brendo. A lot of money being spent here by Oracle. The market, none too plus about it, despite beating on the top and bottom line. It is a tough look for the company after they recovered somewhat on the technical side, right back down into area lows. Hey, you can't really dog some of the stuff they're doing. It's not the only company that's trying to raise money. We see a lot of the AI companies going into the secondary market as well to pick up more money for funding. We've seen this from the chip makers, the tool makers. Nobody's really spared here, Brendo. The AI CapEx race continues to chug along.
This has been kind of in the back burner for a little while now and lingering in the shadows, if you will. That conversation about, when are they going to have to raise? When they do start raising, how's the market going to react to that? Maybe we're finally starting to see a little bit of negative pushback here from the stock market, at least.
Yeah, it feels like some of these risk-on assets that we've been keeping an eye on, and that really have been chugging along since middle of March, early April. It's time to take some profits. I mean, the S&P is up about 35% off the area low there. Stands to reason that we have a little bit of a correction.
Yeah, we'll see how this inflation print, again, affects things this morning. All of the narrative coming out of Europe, all of the narrative coming out of the UK this morning, talking on the hike side of the spectrum once again. Kevin O'Leary coming up this morning as well. We'll ask him about where things are, in his opinion, as far as the economy is concerned, as this inflation battle continues. Again, this PPI print potentially going to have a 6 handle on it after we got the first 4 handle on CPI since 2023. Yesterday, we'll talk to him about SpaceX as well on Friday. Good morning, guys.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
We were just talking about how Kevin has been saying to buy every single IPO out there, so I'll ask him why he thinks that. And, obviously...
Eat him up.
A guy of, early venture funding and things like that, so he knows about getting into companies early on. Some show called Shark Tank and Dragon's Den and all that, so we'll ask him about how that's going with him there. But welcome New York Knicks fans. I mean, I was on my way back from baseball with Gia there yesterday, and we were listening to it on the radio, and they were up by 20 something points in the first quarter.
Oh yeah.
And I said to her, because she's more baseball, I said, that's like, like the Jays being down like 7-0 in the second inning, like down 25 points in the first quarter. I was like, it's comebackable, I told her, but and I was like, it's highly unlikely. And then when she went to bed, it was even more. And then, as you said, the 29 points, the largest comeback in NBA Finals history. So
it's one of those. If you're a Spurs fan, that is gonna be a day in infamy. The good news is anybody that's interested in the markets is gonna forget about that tomorrow for when SpaceX comes around. But my goodness, Fox.
I know. I don't know what he was doing there, but I think he just thought he could get a quick basket, and there were only 6 or 7 seconds left. I don't know what he was doing there.
It happens.
That's the whole game.
All the kids in practice, Aaron's team are just like, they're all Spurs, and every single parent's been like cheering for the Knicks. It's like the weirdest thing.
Oh, okay.
But let me disappoint. You're not disappointed if you own a space stock today. Rocket Lab is up. NASA is up. UFO, ASTS, Lunar, they're all, and everything, these have all been selling off the last couple of days. So like the day before, I guess they get a little bit of hype. Oracle, Schmoracle. You can't raise money and expect to get away with it in this market. No one's gonna care about your report if you say that you're raising money. That's exactly what happened. SMCI day 2, after, well, the bloodbath yesterday is going to be back into play. There's no other way to put it. These guys getting absolutely destroyed, down over 25%. Of course it will be SSR. And guess what? So SpaceX is launching tomorrow. There are going to be at least and already 3 instantaneous 2x levered ETFs have been announced.
Yeah, and they already got someone, was Oppenheimer, somebody
even
came out with an upgrade today to market perform on SpaceX. So it's going to be exciting. Marvell up 5% as well. I mean, there's some names pushing around. Intel's up today.
Intel's up, AMAT, so
yeah,
that group's all up like 5.
Yeah, and Bitcoin 63,000. That's nice to see. There's Marvell trying to get higher there, trying just to bounce off this level of 250. We saw that actually yesterday. And then IBIT just day over day. I mean, we see where Bitcoin is 63. I think it's up 3%, 2% right now. So there goes Bitcoin trying to battle back. And then, of course, as they set up on the desk, you know, you try to raise some money out in today's market, and yeah, not the greatest look there for Oracle. But as Sharif and Brendan's been highlighting, not a horrible quarter. I mean, they beat, and we can wait to see now what happens with Oracle back to the 50-period moving average. Do you believe in this build out or not? Remaining performance obligations grew by 360% to $638 billion. So they have a lot to look forward to here as far as Oracle is concerned. And yeah, just a little bit of a fall from grace. We've seen that before in this name, and we've seen a good little bottom down there. Are we heading back to that level? We shall soon see. But I just put here in the chat, and I'll put it again, like if there's any trading ideas that anybody has, you know, let me know, because we want to start going over them into the chat. Put whatever you guys can. If you're on TikTok, wherever you're at right now, let's go. And this is what we talked about yesterday. Late night watching the Knicks. Let's find some levels there today. Oh, Mike Peter Ryder likes Marvell and NVIDIA today. Okay. Oh, you're playing in my world today. Okay. You've been shorting them off the past couple days. 4 a.m. pop, good. Mo B says Micron and Fly. And this guy says he was rooting for the Spurs, but they deserve to lose now. I would think that most of that is true. I mean, they just did not have, like Wemby missed an open jumper in game 2, and then yesterday they screwed up the last couple seconds, which is frantic. Yeah. So I'm sure Fox would want that time back. But.
That team is young.
Oh yeah, like Harper back there.
We're gonna get used to them, but this is not their year.
They will be.
You got to take the L first before you're ready.
I think they'll be in the finals next year. You know,
I can't like that team looks
maybe the next
so
10 years actually.
And I'd rather them. I love Shea. He's a Canadian, and that's fantastic. But I was a huge fan of like when that team came together as a young team the same way like Denver did. But I just can't stand the flopping, and now I want this first win in the Western Conference every single year after all this. So yeah, Knicks, good for them. But I think the Spurs gonna be doing well. I like this Fly. I'm glad that got brought up. Yeah, there's a few space names that look really good. You'll probably guess why I like Fly, because it held an obvious range. Like there's your like, what the?
Hey-o.
What was that?
We are in the Matrix
Okay,
now.
that was, did you guys see that? Oh, that's an animation.
What was it?
Oh. Was it? Okay, we're broken animation. Sorry about that, everybody.
See it again.
That was kind of cool. We'll just pretend we actually meant to do that.
There it is.
There we go.
Oh, wow. Okay. Whoa.
The Fly is just messing up our screen.
that is a...
Oh, I see
That's right. We had the
happening.
Fly on the screen. Okay.
Get that Fly.
I get what that is.
No, the yesterday's high
been hacked.
Support level here. That 34.75, 35. Look for a continuation. This one's up more than the others. Like if you look, like ASTS is 4, but it hasn't broken this top at 93. And then you go like RKLB, which is Rocket Lab. Let's say RKLB, make sure I don't type it wrong. That's not broken the resistance from yesterday over 111. Like those could both break out. But when you look at Fly Aerospace in particular, it's actually out and about and above yesterday's highs. Gives it a little more juice. The only downside is its volume isn't as good as some of the others. But yeah, they're definitely going to be in play. Let's be real. Tomorrow, I'm sure other people will be looking at these other space names tomorrow. I probably won't be, because we'll only be looking at SpaceX. But sympathy plays do make sense. It's just that tomorrow it's going to be all about SpaceX. for sure. So that's what I'll be watching. And some small cappers moving around for Sharif. I don't know how many of them are holding, but there's I'm already chuckling because that CCHH. This one is like it's like a restaurant company in Malaysia, up 190%.
It's like yesterday I was like, oh,
it doesn't even matter what they do.
No, it's like yesterday I was like, oh, just find you know, some AI plays or some cloud plays or some space plays that are related in China. And then today it almost goes the complete opposite. It's like, you know, some sort of a restaurant play there in China. We had some auto parts name AZI the other day, and now you have CCHH going off there. And so, yeah, man, I mean, it's these pumpers and these dumpers keep this world alive for us here. But yeah, no, it's going to be another good day here. We saw a big sell-off yesterday in gold. I mean, that's probably going to be bouncing back. I actually didn't even look at it yet today, but I do want to have a look at gold, trying to bounce back. I mean, everybody's selling. I was saying, man, selling some of these marginal assets to get probably ready for tomorrow. And I don't know if that's going to be true or not. We did have USO, you know, the Iran. Unfortunately, the situation doesn't seem to be getting better for anybody, but oil is downside here, so that's trying to help the market get sparked upside a little bit. But yeah, we had some more bombing over there last night, and you know, hopefully some kind of resolution to what's been happening. But oil right now today down 1.28%, definitely helping out the broader markets. ES up 0.7, NASDAQ up 1, and you do have J&J. That was another name that people are looking to get into different names. AMAT's been really strong during all of this as well, and Johnson & Johnson's just had quite a nice little week right there from 220 and change up to 240. So, you know, that alone has almost been 8-9% right there just in a couple of days. So that one's definitely working out on the high side there for us. And then I was looking at Intel today too as a possible trade. So we'll have to see if that can bounce off that 110. We had a bad day yesterday in a lot of the chip names, right? But Intel's still holding out okay and actually looking right now like it wants to break back above. So Intel's a pretty interesting play here today, up 4%. We'll have to wait, 5%, sorry. I'll have to wait to see if there's some tradable action there on Intel. It's all on our watch list today. So, you know, have a look. Guys, keep it going on the chat, right? Put some names in there if there's any sort of high flyers like that CCHH. You know, put it in. We're going to be talking about that. Yesterday we had DSY starting to go off early, and we can almost, what's the votes? Okay, good. So it's new. Okay, Marvell. So all you got to do is push $sign and then whatever symbol you want, and you'll get into that chat. Put it into the chat, and it will reflect it into that visualizer there, and we'll be able to see which names exactly you guys are wanting to look for.
EDHL, 192%.
There we go. We got another one. It's another one.
It's another one here, and obviously 190%, and you can actually see it holding some of its gains better than some of the other ones this morning. As usual, there's no, I can't remember, do any of these even have stories? I feel like we've been like very light on the news, but how big's our float here? This common theme has been the smaller the float, the better, because why not? 500,000 shares for this bad boy. 500,000 shares float. It's done 23 million, so they've turned that over just a few times. You know they're gonna run, you know they're gonna have fun, but don't get caught holding the bag. What's happened to some of these DSY? Hit $20 yesterday. That was what everyone was screaming for in the chat. They wanted 20 bucks. They got $19.99. It's a $5 stock again. So like this is what can happen. You know, enjoy it while you can, but they don't last for long. And I know Sharif knows all about that. So you got a new one here, EDHL. Make sure you have fun and take some profit while you can. This one, sometimes it lasts only a day.
All right.
One I'm looking at, Neil, up 200%. It's the only one trading above the volume-weighted average price right now. Everything else is breaking down. We also had this PMAX try to make a big breakthrough, but it failed almost immediately. Everything trading below VWAP here, Brendo.
It's been quite the week already for these absolutely insane little Chinese stocks indeed. Another test potentially to come after the close tonight for this whole AI is going to kill software narrative. Adobe coming up. That's a weekly chart for Adobe. So we go into this Q2 preview at a 7-year low or near a 7-year low. I was reading an interesting article this morning that was making the case that the cost of tokens still, like if you wanted to perform a one-to-one task, essentially, let's just use Adobe as a good example here. Video editing, for example, if you wanted to perform that same task using AI specifically via tokens, it's still going to cost you more than it would if a human did it. So the narrative is simply becoming, are we actually there yet where AI can take these very specific skilled jobs, for example, with an Adobe? But this could be a really good indication of how this report comes tonight.
And you're bang on with that. It's the cost per token here is just increasing so aggressively. And you're seeing this both from the enterprise level and you're seeing it from the consumer level. Anecdotally, Chamath Palihapitiya on the All In podcast last week or 2 weeks ago, basically saying he was using Claude so much on a personal level, he exhausted the amount of tokens that was available. So how did he end up getting around that? Well, he had to schlep out with his credit card, right? And that's exactly what they're doing. They're putting cap limits on there in order for you to kind of have that buy more program from them. Now think about the Uber example as well, Breno. We talked about the Uber CFO basically allocating about $1.5 billion or $2 billion, something like that, for their full year AI budget, exhausted that in 1 quarter. So they are very much using your addiction to these LLMs to fuel their top line, and then they're taking that top line, they're buying more computers.
Some of these, though, like some of these companies have tried to make the argument that, you know, maybe we get to a point where, if you remember back in we're all old here, so we can have this conversation. If you remember back in the early days of wireless, there was limits to some of the things you could do with your wireless plan. Like texting had limits to it. You know, you could pay for more, obviously, but the base plans for a wireless phone came with, let's say, 50 texts per month. Yep. Are we in that same time right now with AI where, you know, eventually it just gets to a point where the competition eats up the need for this token system and we get just an open playing field?
I think that's a great example. I think that's a fantastic example there, and that's one that I sort of glossed over. I think that that's exactly it. And as we saw with the telecom industry, as the cost of expansion started growing lower and lower, and the cost of capital goods to build out all this continued to drop, we saw a drop in the pricing of plans as well. You started getting more unlimiteds. You started getting, you know, higher speeds at lower prices. So I think that's a great example. It's just, you know, how we scale and how this ends up coming about. Is there some sort of technological change that we get that reduces the cost, or are we going to, you know, look at a different format, putting data centers in space to lower the cost? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, and is it the case where, you know, the investment or the token dollars, if you will, are better spent on the not so skilled jobs right now versus the very niche, very highly trained skilled jobs? So from a cost basis, you know, it still remains to be seen. But Adobe, guys, that's not a great looking weekly chart going into earnings.
No, it's not a good looking chart. But I mean,
all these names.
It hasn't been for a while. Like we're in a situation where like there's a lot of obvious good and bad and in favor, out of favor for a long time. And just to the point of what you guys were, the discussion before about like, are you already replacing it with the humans? The problem is they're doing both. It's like you're still paying somebody, and then those employees are like racking up tokens as well. Like that's what happened to Uber. Like yuckity yuck. Well, like, what are you gonna do? I think when you find something like this that's broken, and I suppose we could look. I mean, you said a weekly chart. Like this is the weird thing is like the daily chart doesn't even do it justice. As I have my weekly up on GE Vernova, something we were talking about yesterday. Like these higher time frames really show you like just how long this pullback has been. Like it's one thing when the market is like when 2021 happened for Adobe, like the market pulled back significantly. So when you get chopped more than in half and lose 65, 70% from the highs, it's like, okay, well the market's bleeding pretty badly and it's the biggest drop we've had in a while. But when you do it in the midst of the market effectively holding the highs, I know we're back off of it a little bit, that tells you a much different story. CEOs can say all they want. They can say all the right things in earnings call. Salesforce, perfect example of this. I think they're down like 7 days in a row or something like this. You had a recent rally in the IGV, and some people didn't participate. So even when there was a relief rally in the space, the names here in software that did not catch any part of that bid, those are the dead ones. And so right now, it's a dead one. It's got another flat bottom break coming out in here, and 2018 lows are at about 200 bucks. So maybe that's a little something for them. But to the point, like when you guys are looking at, okay, well, what software name has been beaten up a little bit too much, or which ones are faring better than others? Like, try to remember, like, the IGV went a good, 40% off of the bottom, and recently has pulled back. So show me the names that didn't participate in that off the bottom by a significant amount. Like, if IGV went 40% and some went 10 to 15, or went 5%, or didn't do anything, like, those are in the ish list, if you know what I mean. So, Adobe kind of fits that bill a little bit. We got Adam James abroad. Morning all, QH, little Chinese friend, plus EDHL. So we were just talking about EDHL, but what do we got here? Kuho Limited Spawn Ads, SPON Ads. Like, that's just reading the name of the company from the drop down, because obviously no one knows any of these until you pull it up.
Right.
I'm just keeping it real. Like, I don't think any of these small cappers that are over 100%. Every now and then it used to be like they would come up and it's like, oh, we've heard of this one because it moved before.
Yeah.
Like last year.
Yesterday there was that CPOP.
CPOP was the only one that I think we'd actually even heard of before. This one, it's all the same thing at this point. No, no story, small float. Is it strong enough? But this one was at these prices yesterday. So I guess to do new territory, this one has to break 10 bucks. Like, it already showed you where it needs to get to. So maybe a $10 breakout on QH, and then it goes halting or something. Habitual line stepper, but that goes without saying. They seem to all be.
Yeah, market's coming back in here. And, yesterday's inflation number was something. We had the president tweeting about it. We do have today core PPI coming out. So at 8:30, we have an initial jobless claim. So there's more and more numbers coming out here today. I just wrote down on the sticky note today, for the first time, NASA. So let's wait to see if we get some space interesting plays coming out here. We're writing it down right here at, right now I'm just writing down the levels that I see, and this is the 200 period moving average at 31.80. So that's where I'm gonna watch that. And remember, this is a 200 period moving average that it ends at 4:30 and starts at 7. So it's not like an exactly 200 period moving average overnight or anything like that. So this is just what I look at early, and then we wait to see after we get 200 periods of data. So starting at 7 o'clock, this is each 1 minute. Okay, whoa. All right, there must be news, something. The market just went for it.
US spiked.
The market is getting tanked right now. I don't know, I don't hear anything in my ear, but we'll go over to Brendan. What's going on over there?
That's the ECB hike coming through, I think. The European Central Bank officially has hiked their interest rates a quarter basis point, setting renewed inflation. So just we're discussing. Iran also coming through with some comments as well, saying U.S. strikes void ceasefire with Washington. We knew that already, but the hike narrative in full effect here, guys.
No, I think that's probably right as well, but it's oil. You're probably closer with the Iran thing, because there goes oil right there to the upside. So probably, here we go. Oh, Trump's saying they're going to take down cargo and infrastructure points and all the, here we go. So President Trump is tweeting right now. So once we get that, maybe if Brendan finds that on X there, but he says they're taking out oil now, oil infrastructure plays in Iran. They're taking them out, says President Trump. So right now, True Social Post sending this market one way and the other way there. So this is why it's dangerous to write down some of these sticky note levels before it even happens, right? Like right there, NVIDIA down $1, which is right to a level that I like to buy it right now, but we got to just hold on because...
I can read it off if you want.
Okay, oh, you have it? Okay, let's go.
United States will be hitting Iran, whose Navy, Air Force, radar, anti-aircraft, and all other forms of defense together with most of its offensive capability are gone very hard tonight. At some point in the not-too-distant future, we'll be taking Karg Island and other oil infrastructure points and assume total control of the oil and gas markets, much like we have in Venezuela, which is working out brilliantly for both Venezuela and the United States of America. Thank you for your attention on this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Obviously, you guys can see the spike that we just got. So yeah, it's as you said, like some of the levels. I had a breakout get up on Intel. That's probably not going to happen now. Silver and oil.
Yeah,
silver,
I think this market can bounce back. I mean, I think
it's
a temporary thing.
It might. And we have PPI in 5 minutes too.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was saying. It's a dangerous thing to start thinking about some levels, but there we go, man. It's sort of the dog that wags the tail has tweeted or truthed one more time. So, yeah, you know, we're just going to wait. I mean, we'll see. The market does have reaction. And if he's live right now tweeting, you're going to get probably something about this PPI number as well. So get ready to rock and roll here. It's going to be a good one. I guess he wasn't up too late watching the Knicks last night if he's up right now worried about all of this. But it's funny because the market was, you know, the market was doing good there. And then he came in. Normally, it's like he comes in to try to save the day with something, but the market was already doing good, man. Now you're throwing cold water on it, Donald. DraftKings has been a real successful story. I mean, the more that I think about, you know, this gambling story, like how much money they might have made yesterday, you know, just because of that comeback. It looked almost improbable right there, and now it's straight to the upside with such a great response to the NBA Finals, and then with what's happening in the NHL. I know that's not a big one, and then the World Cup coming through, and then also some shade being thrown on some of the prediction markets, right, and where that's going to go and where that's going to land legally, and if they're going to be continue to operate in the way that they are. You know, it's now not going to be as anonymous. You have to, there's different know your customer things and everything like that, KYC for a lot of this space. And there goes DraftKings, so smooth right now, up to the 200 period moving average. What a good couple weeks for DraftKings now, as well as that's starting to go back to the upside. But here we go, man. If volatility is your thing, it just picked up real quick right there with Donald.
Truth.
And normally we get a coffee by now. Now this guy, look, give me your plate.
Okay, you
give me
show
your
the plate, man.
Give me this plate. This is what Randy comes with right now. This is like Denny's over here, man. Save some bacon for the rest of us, my guy.
It's all gone.
Oh, we'll take the healthy stuff. Thank you. Here, this one looks a little more done. You prefer those, unless you want this one.
No, I'm good. This is.
All right. Wow. Randy, man.
What?
That did look pretty good, though. Those eggs look half decent. So there he goes, man. Randy, half a pig for Randy there to start the morning. So.
And how about some options plays with your bacon and eggs?
All right, guys, let's get into some of the activity before we get the economic data print here momentarily. We're going to kick things off with Robinhood, a couple tailwinds for this name, some insider buying, guys, and then also we have the PDT rule. We're seeing this run into some key levels. We're going to be talking about that $90 strike price here this morning. First and foremost, we have a $6 spread, relatively wide for this name, but what I really want us to focus on is this open interest over here, guys, sitting around 19,000 contracts, and then also for the volume, 12,700. Now, as for our delta metric, guys, we're sitting around $38. It's quite a bit, right? We're a couple points away from where this is going to be turning at the money and then into the money. We are south of the specific zone, but $38 for a slightly OTM contract is relatively high, and then we're sitting on a $3 gamma. Also an 80% implied volatility. I think that's really important to note, a couple upticks. Let's see if we can break through this $90 supply zone. Now moving forward, let's take a look at the actual contract in itself. I believe we finished about 1% up on the day at that 4 p.m. close. But this contract, 54% to the top side, guys, so not too bad of a look. And then more than double, so 138% from the lows all the way to the high of around over $5, $5.25 you got on that specific contract. Moving forward, guys, we are south of this $200 marker here on ORCL, but what I want us to focus on is this $200 strike price. Now this is an OTM contract, and you're going to see this drastically change after the open, but this is documented after the close on yesterday's session. So the impact on what happened during the earnings report isn't going to be reflected in the options contract until 9:30, post 9:30. So now as for our open interest, guys, 34,700 contracts still open at that specific $200 marker, and then volume around 5,500 there. It's really important to note, you can see that that's correlating with a key resistance zone in ORCL. Now, spread relatively wide, guys. That's quite a bit, $150 there. Expensive, and you're going to have an at-the-money IV increase within the specific contracting. Now, as for the delta metric, $55. That's actually going to cool after the open, and your gamma is going to do the exact same thing. But what will remain throughout the session and probably until next week, until it slowly starts to decay, is the at-the-money IV sitting around 120%. Now, as for this, you can see we went on a big-time run. I mean, this contract went from $16 roughly, all the way up to $5,400, but then proceeded to lose 70% of its value in the latter half of the session. So a little bit tougher of a look there on ORCL. Let's send it back to the desk, talk some PPI.
All right, a few seconds to go here. We'll get this economic data coming through. Just tee up what we are expecting here. Again, initial jobless claims and PPI for May to come. The headline number on the month over month expected to be, or forecast anyways, 0.7% to the upside, 0.3 for core. Last time around, it was 6 even. 6.4 is the consensus, 6.8 for the headline number down there as well. Continuing claims, nice downtick on a week over week basis. Last time around, 1.77, comes out 1.79, 229,000 on the weekly number. Higher than expected month over month PPI, guys, 1.1%. Core PPI, 0.4% to the upside. Again, higher than expected, 0.3 was the number everyone was looking for on that. We're still waiting for the index there. 157.6, 157.5 was expected. So 6.5 on PPI. That's where we are.
Can't say it wasn't expected. We knew that there was going to be a 6 print likely today. I mean, it is a leading indicator for CPI, right? Because you got to assume that these input costs are going to find their way to the consumer. They're not likely to be absorbed by the people at point of sale or the producers themselves. So it's just, I feel like this is just a matter of time. Like, if we cannot get the straight open, we are going to see likely rate hikes from the Fed. Now, the Bank of Canada, they really wanted to rate hike. They wanted to increase rates a couple of days ago, or was yesterday, and he really basically, the only reason he didn't, Tiff Macklem was the governor of the Central Bank of Canada, was because the economy is very weak. That is not the case in the United States. The economy is not weak, so you're likely going to have some sort of rate hike talks, Brendo, if we can't get this rate open.
This puts back the focus and the spotlight, at least, on Warsh coming up next week for the first time. What a way to start a new job for Kevin Warsh, coming into this environment where, you know, he's getting all this pressure and all this narrative from the White House to cut, and, you know, very, very conservative from that stance, but the numbers are saying something else.
And I don't know. I think I heard President Trump say he liked inflation yesterday.
Yeah, I saw that.
Did somebody say that? Like, I mean, I can't understand how in the current environment that could be said, but President Trump, of course, very well known to speak off the cuff. I think this makes Kevin Warsh's job a lot harder, you know, a lot of pressure on him, you know, not to be, you know, the executor for the president, to exercise independence. I think he's going to really have to put it down here, Brendo, because we're not seeing the direction of inflation going the right way.
But then in that interview on the weekend where he walked out, he also reiterated the simple fact that he thinks rates should be lower and that we should be cutting interest rates just to continue to, you know, fuel the economy and get things moving back to the upside. So a little bit of follow through. Just keep my eye on the overall market here. A little bit of follow through to the downside, guys, for the futures at this point on the back of that number. Again, higher than expected, 6.5. The headline number there for PPI year over year for May, full 1.1% uptick.
I mean, it's not been a good last 10 minutes, right? Like, we get the president basically saying what you didn't want to hear, and USO spiking higher, which, by the way, it's still holding some of those highs. And now we get, you know, we expected a bit of a hot print, and yeah, you kind of got what you expected and a little bit worse. So yeah, not looking the best. The only, if there's a I don't know if it's much of a silver lining. If there's any kind of a silver lining, if you saw the spike that we had after 8:30, well, like yesterday was higher, it ended up reverting that move. But the problem with thinking that you're not overreacting to this, so that whatever low gets made post this number could be some kind of support, is, well, there was a bearish tone into yesterday when it was driving back into those 8:30 highs. This is a little bit different. This would be a little bit different. If you're continuing the bearish sentiment, you wouldn't be looking for that bounce. But let's see where it settles down. Usually we make some kind of a bid or an offer after we get an 8:30 number before we get to the open, and I think that'll give us a little something to work with. But I mean, at least for now, you look at where you're at in the SPY. Like, I keep hitting that key, like this is going to do the highlight. I keep forgetting to turn that back on. But you look at, like, in the SPY here, the 702 area that was resistance all afternoon. Like, now that becomes a barrier to look at in the SPY and the Qs, which we're on right now. I'll go to the SPY. And you look at the SPY, it'll be the same thing. Like we're losing the afternoon levels, unfortunately, and that's gonna be, even if we catch a bounce, you gotta figure there's gonna be some fades in there. Like silver, which was already, I was already looking short here, already down 1%. This had not gapped up, so it was already relatively weak. That's why I think that none of the plan will change here. Silver and gold lost the 200 period moving average. They're trend down, want to be shorting pops in SLV again today. So yeah, we've already got two pieces of bad news. And then we're not even talking about the fact that Oracle's down 10% because they're raising. So you could throw that into the bucket as well. And really, you have three things going on this morning.
Yeah, and you also have maybe a fourth one right here as the dollar continues to go higher. So there you go. We'll wait to see. Hopefully that does not continue right here, the US dollar, for a long in the market. I mean, we'd like to see, obviously, the dollar be a little more stabilized. And as people go for a flight to safety, US dollar starting to go back upside right there, so we can have a quick look at that. And then I wanted to see what gold was doing here. Here's the NASDAQ going a little lower, and I think the numbers basically came as expected. It's just they're rate hike-ish, right? I mean, and when you are going to get that rate hike, now that pretty much solidifies that we are going to get some kind of a rate hike now. I mean, the odds are still the same moving forward. This is not going to be any adjusted here for June, and we only have 6 days left until that rate decision, and it's going to be a hold, and then we'll wait to see. And he talks about dot plot or anything like that. But you go out to December. Yesterday it was 41%. I mean, I think it's still, yeah. So it's too early. This will get adjusted very, very soon. But that's where we are now. And you're looking at one rate hike and then possibly two. But I feel like that will change over the next little while. So let's keep on watching that as it continues to go. Yesterday we were at, we went and, let's see this. I want to show you guys. We have, all right, let me go back to the beginning here and see. We went to the batting cage yesterday, and I was just like, I was late to see, but here we go. Starting to mash some of these balls. This is just the, I forget what they call this, the iron hand or something like that. These are just like little lobs coming in there, and some good hits here. She's ready
a
to
southpaw,
go. And rock and roll. No, well, she hits lefts like I do too. But she hits, golfs, shoots, everything left-handed, but is a righty. So that's the same as me. I'm right-handed, but I do everything left.
But hockey as well?
Yeah, shoot left, tennis, golf, everything left, but right-handed.
What's weird is I knew somebody that never made sense to me. They hit left, they golf left, but in hockey they shot right.
Well,
and I'm like, huh? How, like that's?
No, it's like something like, it's like 60% of the NHL shoots left, but 95% of people golf right.
April was actually revised.
I think it's weird.
Those things.
I guess those two aren't always the same.
It's really, it's really weird. But anyways.
Nice context.
Yeah. Good hitting there. All right, man. NASDAQ trying to bounce off just a little bit right now. We'll have to see what's going on. Yes, I do own BBAI. What is it still doing right here? $4. I mean, the plan is to get out around $8 something. I mean, it did. We were long at $4.20. That's our price. We've been long this average price basically forever. And last time we got out was in this melee here. And we were just waiting for that to happen again. But it does bounce, just like many of these stocks have, right there off the 200 period moving average. And I think it's probably worth getting another piece of, right? I mean, I like Big Bear AI. I think there's some good stories to be told there, the security aspect of it. Walking through all of these heat sensor machines and like X-ray machines for customs, for cross-border transactions. Also the sensors going into stadiums, metal detectors, heat sensors, detectors, things like that. With FIFA coming up, I like Big Bear AI, and I just, you gotta wait for it. I mean, it's not the right, we just talked about rate hikes. Like these little companies, man, are not going to be overly successful. Oh, yes.
On the rail.
Coffee has arrived.
I hope so.
The war will be over by July 4th. I hope so. Okay, declared over or? Thank you, Randy.
That's the thing. You could say the war's over. Appreciate it.
How was how was the breakfast? Okay, good. So it was good then. Sometimes the eggs are a little bit.
What do you mean? Oh, you ate it all already? Okay.
Ate it all and got us coffees and is on round 2. But we
get it done.
Anyway, what was that? Oh yeah, so the war being over.
2028.
Yeah, we'll talk about EDHL there very, very soon, as that one's starting to go with that CCHH as well. But yeah, whether or not the war is over by July 4th, I don't know if it's ever going to be over. This is one where it's just going to hopefully continue to Hopefully.
We just look, man. If you get tankers going through
Here's
it straight,
EDHL, by the way.
the rate, that's all that matters. Trump has tweeted about hitting. Every time the president has tweeted about hitting Iran, there has been good news at the close, like a ceasefire.
Has there?
That has always been okay. So 4-7. That has always been close to OPEX.
So maybe there's.
Well, I don't. Again, I don't know that to be true. Anecdotally, I think I can think of a time that happened, but. It's something to look out for. Like if you've done, if you've done that research, and that tends to, and you see that tending to be true, then, you know, if things are looking pretty disastrous, and in the afternoon we're making some kind, like maybe it's the kind of thing where if you have like a day like yesterday, you catch any kind of a reversion late. And again, if you've done this work, I don't know that to be true. And you try like reversions. If it happens in the last hour, then maybe you try that. But you got to catch a bit of a trend break for sure. I don't know if you just want to be sitting around at any old level. If we do get a similar day, it's going to provide you opportunities to catch some bids in the afternoon. And I say similar day to yesterday, obviously. And we did have that. It's mixed in there. We had the super chat about the EDHL. Thank you, Adam James. Broad, for the record, I'm sure anyone watching saw what is this thing called again? Hold on, let me double check. Everbright Digital Holding Limited. It hit 15 and is still putting in higher lows. This seems like it's the strongest one out of all of them, but most of the highs get made early. I don't know how many, these are not falling through as like they have been before, right? Like that DSY, I think it made its top before we were even done the morning show, if memory serves. And that was the best you got. So, you know, take your run when you get the chance to.
Yeah, most of the names are coming back as people wake up looking for these early opportunities, and there's no follow through, right? So EDHL right there. I'm not even sure. It's not on our watch list. I got to find out the story there with EDHL, but a nice little move higher. And just quickly, let's see if there isn't. Well, there has to be something, right? EDHL. Let's just see if there's anything going on here. We have a float of. That can't be right, is it? 500,000 shares.
Well, it says, man.
So yeah, that's a problem there. And yeah, you're right. There's really nothing going on right here as far as Benzing is concerned. But yeah, short float 5%, but it's the overall float of 540,000 shares. Funny that it can still do 32 million when there's not even close to that around. But yeah, EDHL, there she goes. Watch out, $15. I mean, those have been the levels, man. We've already seen a test. If I'm long, I'd be looking to get something out in and around there just in case we do suffer that fate. And there's your DSY from yesterday. It was just, if you rewind 24 hours and we go back and start talking about this yesterday, look what's, just to Neil's point here. There it is. So a bunch of halts yesterday. And no, so it did actually make a move. The best move was 10 o'clock. So the high was 10 o'clock, but not too bad. In the pre-market, it did get to where Neil was talking about there, 11 or so. But then there's a spike up to 20, and then it didn't see that ever since and closes basically where we started yesterday, and now today a little lower. So we'll figure this all out. But yeah, that's DSY yesterday, EDHL today, CCHH today. There's going to be a couple different names to look at. This one's more interesting to me just because it's at $1, and you have your easy outs if you break it. So I would look for maybe a break and then a take again. We saw that with CPOP yesterday. So, okay, it's Joe. It's upgrades, it's downgrades. We're going to figure out if there's any other names that we can look at here this AM.
All right, guys, welcome back. Let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. We're going to kick things off with some downgrades. At the top of our list, the name reporting after the bell yesterday, Chewy, CHWY, slightly positive here this morning, but RBC Capital reducing its price target to $34. That's coming down from $47. Now, we also have Cracker Barrel here, guys, down 1 1/10% with a sell rating, but a price target increase to $34. That's up from $28 from Citigroup. Now, moving forward, Lee Auto down about 0.6% with a sell rating, but we're reducing our price target at HSBC to $15.60. That's coming down from $17.20. Now, Netflix holding that buy rating, but we're getting a price target reduction here, guys, at Jefferies to $118. That's coming down from $128. We're up about a tenth of a percent. Moving forward here, guys, Oracle reporting after the bell. We're down about 8.4% here. Overweight rating at Piper Sandler, but we're increasing our price target to $225. That is up from $210. Intel also getting the nod once again here, guys, going from an underweight to a buy, a double upgrade here. You're up 5% this morning, and we're also increasing our price target to $135. That's up from $96. B of A giving them that nod. Now, Applied Materials up 4.6% here this morning. Overweight rating here as well too, guys. $650 price target. That's up substantially from $575. Cantor Fitzgerald giving Applied Materials the nod. Now, Cloudflare and ET, you're up 1% this morning. Outperform, but we're also increasing our price target to $260. That's up from $235 from Mizuho. A lot of positivity across the board. Seems a bit of it has been wiped out after the Donald Trump truth. I wouldn't be surprised if the market can find its way and recover here, guys. Let's send it back to the desk.
I mean, AMAT is an interesting one for me here too, because AMAT is one of those names where, you know, Applied Materials, it's in that stack. Oh, President Trump's on Fox News right here talking to Iran about a deal now, apparently, so we could see a other way around here. But look at AMAT just continuing to go higher. I mean, this is one of those names where we saw some Lamb Research, we've seen AMAT here, we've seen many different names continue to try to make new highs, and obviously 510 there with that. Was that an upgrade or downgrade for AMAT? Upgrade, yeah, I was gonna say, because it's up 4% right there. So there's the move back in yesterday. Another name reaching 52-week highs. And that's just, you know, you don't see it too often in this market. They're 52-week highs. So there it is, AMAT right now, trying to get a little bit higher as we continue to look what's going on. And then Oracle on the list as well. Okay, yeah, Trump's still going. Let me just see what's going on. Doesn't know what's, all right, so oil right now still doing nothing. I just thought maybe here, he's on Fox News right now or speaking with a reporter there and talking all about the war right now. So USO is gonna be watched out. But yeah, just a couple different upgrades and downgrades. You know, the one that we got a couple days ago was DraftKings. And that one was really interesting because it spiked it through this 26 area. And so we always look at breakouts. So that was a good one. And I think DraftKings can actually continue and extend further there. So DKNG on a good little watch there, a name that you may not be very familiar with, DraftKings. And then we've also recently had some nice news, and I think this gets going a little bit more here, as the GLP-3 business is gonna be talked about very soon, and we've now had 2 or 3, 4 straight down days for Eli Lilly after making all-time highs. So the reason why I bring this up is the same reason as DraftKings, is that was, and then, look, it's a breakout at all-time highs, but at the same time, we touched out at 120, 11, 120, a bunch of times, fell back in, right, every single time. Even that the fourth time right there, we fell back in. But then we took it. Looking here, if the market does lose a little bit of a bid today, I'm gonna look for 1120 on Eli Lilly to see if we can hold, or somewhere around there, 1125. We'll just wait to see if there's gonna be some sort of a push there, but there's no volume on this, so we're gonna keep an eye on it. And then another name that I do like, that's getting a lot weaker here, we've sold out our position at 4, we bought it at 200, we sold it at 400, you know, it wasn't the greatest fill, but you know, it did go to 430, and now it's coming all the way back in. ARM is also coming into an area now where if 200 showed a little bit of support and resistance down there, maybe we're gonna get something at 300. It didn't get enough time right here at 300 to make a decision. It just took off from there. So let's wait to see what ARM does if we get back into the $300 level for ARM. I mean, the market slipped up a little bit there, but as you've seen with yesterday's CPI number and today's PPI number, those numbers are nice in the moment, but they do have a tend to get going again. And yesterday, obviously, we did see an epic collapse in the market and then a little bit of a battle back. But, you know, for right now, we're almost right back to that number. So I like ARM there if it falls back into 300, Eli Lilly and DraftKings. So that's kind of like all over the place there. You get a little bit of consumer and some sort of, you know, feel on the economy with a DraftKings play, and then ARM is back into the stack again, and then Eli Lilly gives us some love back into you know, some healthcare or some biotech names, and then obviously to talk about this one of the strongest banks that's around right now, Citigroup, getting a lot of love. They're going out at a nice level as well, right at all-time highs, Citigroup. So we're just going to wait to see if these can sort of build out. I think if there's a bank that I'd be interested in right now, probably would be this Citigroup. I just keep on hearing positive things about it, and starting to go back a little higher there. Symbol C,
They were the
Citigroup.
best. They remember when the last round of earnings, outside of obviously Morgan and Goldman, but like the non-trading banks, like they were the ones that definitely did the best.
Yeah, exactly.
No question about it.
Lots of upgrades for Citigroup.
It was Wells that was Wells was the one that was struggling. That's the easy one to sort of stay away from. But before we head back up to the desk, I just really think we've seen this so many times. This 830 pullback, where you make the low or you make the high, and then you could be back to regular scheduled programming. And on the upgrade, the double upgrade for Intel there, that 114 that 2 days ago looked like it was going to be a breakout with room to the mid to high teens, it's still in play. Like, we're so close enough. It's a higher consolidation. Like, you've made some lows. So I'm going to leave that one as in there. The only difference is when it didn't break out at the open, it just didn't even trigger. I didn't look short after that topping tail. So I would it's the only thing I will change today. Is I'll still look for that break, but I'm going to change if I see a topping tail on this opening candle, then I'm willing to at least jump into the short. This is on a 15-minute chart. So the Nasdaq's kind of clawing back a little bit here. And then remember, we're actually up. Like, when you look at all these chip names that are up and all the upgrades that we just saw, Marvell, AMAT, Intel, that group, it's led the NASDAQ a little bit higher here, and it is recovering decently from double barrel bad news, or triple barrel if we're including Oracle for sure. So yeah, I don't think we want to overreact just yet. Like, at least there's some long plays that are still looking okay despite this last little drop. So I'm going to be on Intel. The Qs aren't really coming back all that much. I guess you could say that's still weak, but 9.9% up after yesterday. I think most people would have taken that. To the desk.
Yeah.
All right, Citigroup, guys are mentioning there, I was reading a note this morning, kind of interesting. They're going to launch tokenized securities for private companies. Something that, I mean, Robinhood's been talking about that for quite some time, but I think, you know, the market continues to be huge, and the demand for that continuing to be huge. I was also just reading 70 billion in retail flow, specifically for SpaceX coming up tomorrow.
That's fantastic, Brendo. A lot of excitement from retail for SpaceX, and a record allocation from Elon Musk. 30%, of course, of the $75 billion that's going to be raised are going to be dedicated strictly for retail. Now, we did get a little bit of that on this side of the border. Pardon me. We had Wealthsimple late. It wasn't as early as some of the banks in the States late offer shares. Also, we had another company called CoinSquare switch into Robinhood, so they were offering it as well. But this is a really good look, Brendo, and the reason is because we've seen a lot of these companies not go to public markets. They are staying private for longer. And the reason is there's more money in the private markets that they can tap into. They needn't go into the public markets immediately. We're talking about private credit. We're talking about private equity. And a lot of the funding comes from them. And so they're not as gung-ho in order to go to the private market.
I mean, it's a good start, I think. We'll see if anyone follows through. Do you want to grab that graphic you were showing? We had a good look at PPI. I pulled up a weekly chart of Micron. If you look at any of the memory names, kind of mirroring that graphic you were just seeing there on the screen. But first red week last week for the first time in a few weeks. But that tells a really good story.
Yeah, and this is a really underreported story. Everyone's focusing on oil, right? All the corollary effects that are going to have on the plastics and the other input costs that originate with oil. Very few, or very little, I should say, is being said about the memory component increasing the cost of electronic components and accessories, which factors heavily into PPI. This is not a small move, guys. I mean, yes, we were making higher lows and higher highs, chugging along from 2020 where this chart starts, but this is a rocket ship move here. Basically, December of last year, early this year, Brendo, we really had to take off above that 75 print, now trading at an 87 handle.
Not directly related, but there was a couple of interesting stories that were floating around over the past couple of days about Mac Minis and how the days of an affordable Mac computer have come and gone, and how a Mac Mini was at one point a great option, as an entry level into the world of Mac, but no longer. I mean, I was looking the other day, starting now, in this country anyway, starting now at $12.99. As soon as you start packing in a little bit of usable RAM into that, it can quickly creep up towards 2,000.
Absolutely, and that's exactly the reason. Component costs, right? You have RAM, you have storage, a lot of other corollary inputs as well. But let's not overlook the fact that this was a very much in-demand computer because people wanted to run their own OpenClaw at home or their own small language model. Even certain large language models can run on the Mac Mini. So there was sort of a run on that. Now we've seen, Anthropic bring in their own Claude computer. We've seen it Claude Cowork, Perplexity computer. We're likely to get something from Google. I think that would be the most needle moving, Brendo, because of the ecosystem tie-in. You've got your docs, you've got your calendars, you've got your slides. Goodness, you've got Gemini, you've got everything all in one cohesive whole. And so to be able to reference that, pull information off from that, I think that makes it the most competitive. But we're still yet to see that kind of deployed en masse.
The demand story continues to be the real underlying issue here. And I mean, this goes back to what we were saying about tokens as well. I mean, until we get to a point where the compute is available to actually meet the demand, the costs are just going to be incredible. Apple, obviously, with a pretty ugly red week right now on a higher time frame. But thoughts are, guys, for memory stocks in general. I mean, we're working on a red week for Micron. Last week, of course, was for the first time in a while.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's probably just easier to look. I actually had Micron up too, but you can just look at DRAM. I think that's pretty reasonable in here. And you can see it's in the midst of a hefty pullback that, at least for now, has found prior highs. Its support at 56. As you said, at this point, like, demand is still the demand is still there. So it's a matter of where the bid comes in, not an if thing. Like, the numbers have been absolutely tremendous. And I think every single quarter you're like, okay, well, is somebody gonna miss here? And it doesn't really happen with Micron. It doesn't happen with SanDisk. Like, there hasn't been that moment yet. Could it be next quarter? Could it be 2 quarters from now? I think that shoe eventually does drop. We're like, oh, things aren't as fast. Things aren't growing the way we've expected. But that hasn't happened yet. So I think you're looking at, for DRAM specifically, it's just basically been here at 55, 56, where you've already, like, you've made the base for this week, if we're being real about it. And as long as that can hold temporarily, like, you got a bit of a jump zone. And this isn't, like, we're up 4 points today, Micron's up 5. It's looking pretty solid for the chips. Like, actually, the NASDAQ is getting ever so close to the back where we were to start with. And I'm not looking at DRAM specifically. I'm looking at Intel today off the upgrade if we're looking at the chip names. But I think you've got yourself a temporary bottom. Oh boy. There is an elephant in the room tomorrow. All bottoms that we've been making recently on this pullback are temporary, because I know SpaceX isn't the most related thing in the world, but if it does cause a market-moving event, then these levels aren't going to matter that much. So yeah, I think you want to see this hold the week down here at 55, 56, and then you can start doing some victory laps that this is where the support's going to start to come in, because the demand is still there for now. And when it isn't, we'll know, because it'll be another 20, 25 points, but probably not till next quarter when you'll be able to see some of the newer reports, some updated information from Micron.
Yeah, I still just gonna follow Jensen, I think. And,
Excuse me.
we've been talking about Marvell for a minute. We obviously, it was one of our picks, but this is up 5% again here today. And it's been violent, right? Marvell's been a pretty crazy name up here. It's had huge moves back in, but now we're looking to see, after a couple disastrous days, and as Neil said, we're gonna get through the SpaceX, we're gonna get through all the supply issues there, and then people can stop using, like myself, the excuse that the market's coming down because people are raising capital. Hopefully SpaceX will go off fine, and it can go back up to the upside. People can take their profits and then revert back to buying things that have been working, right? So I like Marvell. I still think that's a workable trade. right? We did see a good trade, a lot of people trading it. We just saw, even last night, Neil and I were talking about some blue ocean trades on SOXL, and it's just, you know, this is, again, it's been very, very choppy up into here. If it's some days up 12, down 12, you know, it's nuts. So I think that once, again, you know, once we get through SpaceX, and it still has to happen, so we'll just wait for tomorrow. And then I think next week, I think we just really retrace back up to the upside here as money will just float back in, you know, and we got to see. If SpaceX comes out at 150, it tanks down to 120, 110, people might not get a good feel, you know, about the market in general. But if it's well supported, then that money can, you know, hopefully come back into work and start to work back into SOXL, SMH, things like that. Trump's like, I mean, I'm not repeating everything we're hearing, but like there's still some talk here about more bombings and more this and more that. So, you know, there's stories on the platform here. So, you know, just be careful what's been going on right now in the Middle East and what Trump is saying. Lagarde is now speaking as well, so there's lots of stuff happening on that side of things there, and then it's the Oracle trade, and we're gonna go over that. But I have the top two names on here today for me, and you can go check it on X, is NVIDIA long and Intel long. So I have the two longs ready to go, and I don't know if Oracle's ready yet, but you might get a 10% bounce when we go SSR. So we're gonna watch out for that, and it's pretty key there, it's at 180. So 180 back down in, Trump is now gone from Fox. So we'll watch out for 180 possible bounce back for Oracle. But hey man, it's 8:59 right now. You gotta get that link in description to get the watch list. Oracle's the #1 story on there. And we're gonna be going through everything right now. I mean, it's an earnings play. Watch out for VWAP, we're gonna talk about it right now. It's Oracle. Let's go back over to the desk and talk about some of these names in our rundown. But before we do that, what time is it? Almost that time there. We'll just take it for a couple more seconds here before we go. But the thing about the PDT rule too is it's created a lot of opportunities for names like EDHL coming out today. Again, 350, 360, 367,
oh my
366. Like this is just going. And there it goes again, just trying to break through $17. Oh wow, there it goes, 17. What? Like this was not doing any, this was just at $15 and I just called it up randomly and here's the energy right back in. The good thing about this name and what we're gonna talk about right now is Centerpoint right here. This hour is brought to you by Centerpoint Securities. Centerpoint gives you access, and here we go, this is the key part, to an extensive, easy to borrow list from multiple locate sources, alongside a trading platform designed specifically for active day traders. So if you're not happy with your platform, go check these guys out at Centerpoint Securities right now. If you visit centerpointsecurities.ca, use /TraderTV and get that today, you will also get your 90 days of commission-free trading. So, you know, back and forth, it's set up for active day traders. There's many active names right now. We want to thank them for hooking us up with, and all of you up with, those 90 free days, because there goes EDHL to 17 again and right back into 15. So if you're active on this name, man, you could have scalped it now 3 times up there at $17, and now we get a little bit of a downside play here on EDHL. So yeah, we want to thank them. Make sure you do scan that QR code right there. Experience a new platform. Let us know what you think about it. It's Centerpoint right there. Scan that QR code. Get your 90 free days of commission-free trading. So I think that's, you can't lose if you're doing that.
I mean, with no PDT and with commission-free to be able to take advantage of these, I can only imagine, you know, if you're a small cap trader, this is your Super Bowl right now. Like you're probably not even the small cap trade. Like you're probably thinking, who cares about SpaceX tomorrow with every single day, because you're just not. It's not often that you'll see things like this, like multiple names every single day, 40, 50. You know, I almost said 40, 50% moves. I'm like 200, 300% moves, 500% moves. We've seen 2 with 1,000% to the upside. And they're doing tremendous volume. That's the crazy part. 37 million shares, and it's 9 o'clock. So we're gonna get into the watch list. There's always things to talk about in terms of news stories, but sometimes it's just about momentum in the market, and that's all these are. It's just pure, unadulterated momentum. And you gotta have fun with it while it lasts. Because it won't last forever. I think this does slow down at some point, but it hasn't yet. Not even a bit.
It's hot, it's hot.
Get him, Sharif.
725.5, guys, is where we closed out yesterday on the SPY. That puts us 4.5% off all-time highs. As you saw, we did defend that 725 area. We barely did because we actually lost it during the midday yesterday. We dropped all the way down to 721.25. We're above 725 right now, but below 730. We're up about half a point. So first R1 level, resistance level 1, Brendo, we're looking at that 730 area. If we catch a bid, perhaps maybe a deal gets struck between President Trump and the Iranian regime, we're looking at 735 as support. If we continue to sell off, area number 1 for support is going to be 725.5. That is yesterday's closing print. And then if that fails, we're looking at 720 as support level 2.
Time to dip some toes in the water, I think, once again, around these areas, maybe for the overall market. If you haven't done so yet, jump down to the description below. A second link down there will get you to the sign-up page for the watch list. As always, if you haven't done so, grab that. It's free. Comes right to your inbox every single day, has everything you need to know on it. Every single morning before you come join us at 8 o'clock. Let's go. Oracle on a bounce right now with the overall market here. We held 180. That was 180 down there initially this morning. Trying, at least right now, to hold higher, but all comes down to the spend.
It is, yes, exactly. $40 billion is how much they're going to spend next year. The market didn't like that at all. But listen to this, guys. I mean, they're raising, they're spending, and yet they still have some of their own customers paying for the GPUs. Just let me make this point for a second. $75 billion of their RPO, and which we'll get to in a second, consists of customers either prepaying for hardware or buying and supplying NVIDIA's GPUs themselves, essentially forcing some of their clients to kind of be, you know, their upfront supply chain link. I've never seen it structured like that. So a lot of money's being spent here in CapEx. Let's get to some of the revenue numbers, though. This is a record top-line number, $19.2 billion, accounting for a 21% bump year over year, and their non-GAAP, underline that, a beat of 211. But when we look things a little bit more in a detailed fashion here, we see that, okay, yeah, they have record operating cash flow, $32 billion, but they have negative free cash flow, and that's because of the CapEx, again, $23.7 billion. They have a good amount of RPOs, but they've always really had a good amount of RPOs, $638 billion of RPOs, and a 93% surge in the revenue for OCI, that's Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. Let's also talk about the what's it called, the 500 basis point gross margin squeeze. So their non-GAAP operating income rose 22%. But when you look at the GAAP metrics, and that's what matters to me, we are down about 500 basis points, or about 5%, Brendo, year over year.
Yeah, interesting level here if you zoom out as well for Oracle. We haven't been down here for, I mean, a month and a half kind of thing. We're all the way down here again, 180 coming into play, which is that high essentially on a weekly chart. So still constructive overall, guys, but needs to hold here, I would say.
Well, yeah, I'd say it needs to hold. I think the market doesn't like the spend. The market doesn't like the concentration with OpenAI as a primary customer, a future obligation. It's just until there's some more clear sense that, you know, we're going to be reacting positively, or not, that's the wrong way to think about it, not reacting negatively to seeing that spend, to seeing sort of the cluster within the space and circular spending, or entire reliance on one or two companies for your future revenues. Like that's the kind of risk that the market is not happy with at this point. And so you're at you're at 180 and you're at the 50-period moving average. If it doesn't hold here, I think you could see like the 60s and the 70s, and the timing, we said last night, like, yeah, the timing of this one might be bad because we had this pullback and the SpaceX thing. It's just, yeah, it was probably not going to be the best moment for Oracle. So all that said, down 9% doesn't seem that bad to me. Like I kind of thought it could have been worse here, especially with that 40 billion number out there, and it didn't do it. So it hasn't broken that 179, 180 low. That's still in place here, which gives it an outside shot for one of those old SSR bounces. Like if it's down, and it's 9% right now. Obviously, if it were to break 180 and try to snap back, it would be SSR at the open. For now, it's not. I don't think I'm really looking for this one as a short to pop. I think there's a couple of things out there that will be a little bit more interesting. But if we do a false break of 79 or 80 and get that bottoming tail through one of those two levels, kind of like with SMCI in the afternoon yesterday, just look for like a quick little bounce play. But we're not at those levels yet. Yeah, I think it actually could have been a little bit worse.
This might, I don't know, man. I was pretty risk on today, but I don't know, all this talk and this move down in the NASDAQ and my dreary voice. I was same ways, man. We talked about this a couple minutes ago, and that was that Oracle down here at the 50-period moving average. That's generally been a decent spot to look for some support. It also kind of matches with past support levels. You know, like when that was being supported right there, the 50-period was, you know, 15 bucks lower, and even here we almost got into it and still didn't. So right now we're into it on earnings. I mean, that's what's going to happen, right? Stocks are going to move around, and you always want to give it a couple days. And I think that's the same truth here for Oracle, because if the market comes for it, like yesterday at this time, SMCI they needed 7 billion. These guys are going to need 40 billion. So SMCI was down like 11 or 12% in the pre-market, wound up being down 24, 25%. So there is pressure on Oracle. And I don't know if the bag holders that have bought up here, I'm not sure that there was too many of them. But definitely, you know, breaking through 200, 210, you know, probably got some people pretty excited that we were on the way back to the upside. And they were right. You know, they were right for 20%, but now it's come right back in. And I just want to see if there's going to be buyers at this level. So I think that the best thing is sort of what Neil was indicating there, and we talked about it earlier, was wait to see if that 10% winds up hitting, and then maybe you get a little bit of a relief rally off that 180 in a SSR situation where you can no longer, and what SSR means, if you're just joining us for the first time or uncertain of it, you cannot go short off the bid. So you have to the only way to get shortable shares is to sit on the offer, meaning that the stock has to go up in order for people to short the stock. And that forces people to be unable to hit the bid. However, for a stock like Oracle, there's so many shares out there, and there's a lot of traders that own Oracle. Hitting the bid is probably not an issue because there's a lot of longs out there. So we could get some people dumping their shares today, which would execute on the bid anyways. So yeah, we'll wait to see what happens around 180, that marker there for ORCL. All right, let's go back over to the desk. Are we buying space? I have, for the first time ever on here, NASA written on the sheet here today. So we'll wait to see if that comes into 32 bucks, 31.75 area. Let's go grab the story. But first of all, we do have this.
Dave.
Fable 5 is impressive. Benchmark published. Get that stupid sticky note thing out of there. Take with grain of salt. Okay, what Fable 5? What, I don't even know. That's a Gemini thing? Or is that Claude? That said that doubt ChatGPT will pull rabbit out of its hat, but Gemini will do the same thing to ChatGPT. Leapfrog its 3D chess and poker. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to reread that because right now, I guess every day there's new benchmarks. Fable 5 is related to what? Did we cover that already? No, we don't know. All right, let's go back over the desk. You guys know anything about Fable 5?
Is that Claude's newest? Is that what it is?
I haven't heard of you. No, I haven't heard of it. Let us know. This was kind of interesting. Shout out to Bespoken Fest on X. I mean, obviously a very small sample size, but this is every first day of a new Fed chair, first meeting of a new Fed chair for the S&P 500. There's never been a positive one since they started actually announcing the rate on the day of the meeting and then having the press conference after. It's 4, actually 3 with the average itself, but it's never been positive. Ahead of.
And I don't think that's going to change, quite frankly, Brendan, because I don't think he's going to be able to change it.
Yeah. Total other side note, were you a fan of Bryan Adams when you were a kid?
I was. I liked his long hair, and when he cut it, I was upset.
I just read he played a concert in the Bentway last night underneath the Gardner for the FIFA free concert.
Well, actually, I did know that. There was him and another artist.
I think it was Wyclef Jean.
Yes, that's it.
Yeah.
Yes, I did hear about that.
I would have gone to that. Anyway, yeah, let's talk about space.
Let's talk about it, guys, because NASA, I've got the chart up of NASA here, but there's many ETFs now, and there's going to be more. As Neil was speaking about this morning, there's going to be a lot of ETFs that come to market that not only track the space index, of course, but track SpaceX specifically, and they're not going to take long to come to market. But, you know, I did want to speak about SpaceX here just momentarily before we all get pumped up for tomorrow's IPO, and I'm sure I'll repeat a lot of this tomorrow. There's a lot of debt on this company now, and it's not because the company's not profitable, it's because of the private market merger between XAI and SpaceX. That is something that you need to really be okay with when you're taking this on, and it's not going to stop, okay? Because XAI continues to bleed about $2.5 billion per quarter. You need to think about that if you're going to punch into this name. Also, yes, record allocation, 30% for retail. It's a good look, you know, especially with this anti-billionaire narrative that we've been seeing and hearing a lot more of. It's good for him to allocate 30%. However, analysts are worried that that 30% is going to be the exit liquidity for about $7.2 billion is gauged here to be possible sell orders coming on day one. The question is, are there going to be more buy orders, obviously? And then last but not least, Brando, let's be real about this. This is Elon Musk's company through and through. He has 85% voting control, despite only holding about 42% of the equity of this company. So it's not going to be like Tesla, where you can fight him in the board and, you know, have a proxy fight. It's not going to be that way. He structured it so that you wouldn't have to go through that again.
One of the things I want to get Mr. O'Leary's opinion on today, is this Elon Corp, or is it an entity we can value in some way itself? UFO, Michael Noss' favorite here, if you want just an ETF, UFO. One to look at anyways, guys.
Yeah, and if we want to get to these memberships here from David Zed, my good friend of the show, and thank you for the super chat earlier, but get your memberships. You have to, if you want the free gifted memberships, you've got to be in the chat. So when these get sent, and I see Dylan gets one, and Brooks Trades, and we have Wenyan as well. I see Micro Millionaire in the chat as well. No, if you want to get those, you have to be in the chat. Hit the subscribe button so that you can be in the chat, you can ask questions, you can engage in the community, and possibly get those free memberships, in which you will also get Sharif's note. It's got Oracle in there, you've got Microsoft been getting his butt kicked, Meta. It's typically, I mean, you're getting double-digit pages of information and technical information as well. So shout out to Sharif, and thank you for the memberships there, Dave. We appreciate you and all of you. I'd mentioned that Phi, while not doing the best volume, was the one that was the most interesting to me, but its volume is low enough. It was holding the prior highs. I wanted to make sure this was holding the prior resistance, which it's not. If it's not breaking and holding above 35.5 after the open, it's probably a pass for me. I would venture to say on the UFO NASA thing, for anyone trading out there, NASA just tends to do more volume, which makes it probably the better vehicle if you're a day trader.
Well, that's what I was going to show everybody right now. The volume on this already, 500,000 shares for NASA, and the volume for UFO, although obviously Brendan just mentioned it right there, 34,000. So more than 10x on NASA. So for day traders, yeah, look at that. But they're both in the same space. There's also ARKX, which is a space for ARK. So there's lots of opportunities there. There's ARKX to the downside. They're all starting to go a little lower right now, obviously, as the hype is potentially real. But I just want to show you guys one little thing here about what's in the NASA ETF, and just in case, you know, we were all sort of wondering right there, it's Rocket Labs, #1 right there with 7.5, Planet Lab, Viasat, AST, so these are all names that we know, IRDM. I really like our IRDM, actually. I think that can work out. GSAT, Sirius Satellite Holdings is in there as well. Why? Because it says Satellite Holdings, I guess. Sirius Satellite Radio. Garmin, Global Stars. So this is what's involved in the NASA ETF right there, so something to look out for. And I wrote down 31.75. I mean, obviously during that little, I wrote it down earlier, but in that Trump tweet, and we talked about this right at 8 o'clock when we went on air, and that was looking at the 200 period moving average. Well, it's held, and it actually held here. So when Trump was sort of going off there about you know, Iran and so on and so forth, and then plus we got PPI, that came in right to our level there. We had written it down on the note, 31.75 for NASA, so let's just keep our eye on that, and I think the long should be good today ahead of tomorrow, right? I mean, it's an easy way to get involved in the names instead of just having to worry about picking one. This way you sort of get them all. Like, I mean, Rocket Lab should be able to work. They all should be, you know, catch a little bit of a bid tomorrow. The only reason why I think it's hot today is because we don't know anything yet, so this is almost like a news versus rumor situation, right? Right now, if you're buying this today, you're buying the rumor, and then tomorrow, when SpaceX comes out, then you're more trading the news. The news is the IPO itself. So get excited today, and then tomorrow could be, obviously will be, a monumental day in the space. Right there. Okay, when compute does, yeah, so by the way, we did find out that obviously Fable 5 was the new Anthropic and Claude version there, and as we had mentioned last time, or as the Super Chat had mentioned, benchmarking, beating all the other ones, so yeah, there's gonna be a lot to talk there. So this just comes when compute does finally meet demand, does this tank memory? I mean, or more of it because we bought. When compute finally meets demand, I mean, yeah, whenever there's a supply and demand push, I mean, I think that's why Micron sort of started to go hard, was that they were really the only provider of that type of memory. And then we heard Intel, we heard AMD, this CPU game starting to get picked up there. And then we have all these data centers that need to be built out, so there's more involved in that. The GPUs, everything has a piece of RAM in it, whether or not it's a computer,
and you're just charging more for it.
a car, whatever, right? And so I think as demand meets supply and vice versa, yeah, prices do naturally come down. But I still think we're in relatively early.
Well, I'd agree with the relatively early thing, but I tend to think that at some point when that does change, yeah, and if prices do come down, that could be not the best moment for the stocks. But we're not there yet, so I don't think we have to worry about it. Oddly enough, we're talking about memory next anyway, so this kind of blends right in. I don't think we're at that moment yet, but I would tend to believe that would be true. And thank you again for the super chat. Let's go talk about the next thing, which is memory. Although, are we really sliding?
Man, I can't wait until we are at that point. When
Yeah,
we finally, can you imagine unlimited tokens?
Oh. Unlimited.
You know what? I don't know if we get there, but I think it'll be a lot cheaper. I think that example that you used at the top about data is so apt because remember like what 5 gigabytes was like? That I mean, you're using 5 gigabytes in a day sometimes if you stream a video now. So your point is really well taken.
It's funny though, I had on some phones you can put a warning. So it can warn you when you get to a certain point in a month cycle of where you are at data. And I had a 2 gig warning at one point I saw in my settings file that I turned it off obviously a long time ago. But as you said, I mean, you can use 2 gigs in a day now if you want to watch a movie or something. But anyways, DRAM, yeah, I mean, memory holding up a little bit better than the market at this point, but everything a little bit leaky, let's call it, after that print at 8:30. Some of these headlines we've seen.
Yeah, there's definitely general market weakness. That's something, that's part or separate from the RAM names. But I was buoyed a little bit by this headline here, guys. SK Hynix chairman says company will triple wafer capacity by 2034. It's not the year that interests me. It's the statement and the approach. We talk a lot about RAM being a cyclical business, as a glut, and then there's not enough of it. And that's what kept a lot of people on the sidelines despite the rising memory names. But the narrative started changing. The narrative started changing to this may not be cyclical, that the RAM may be a core component in the AI build-out for the years to come. If that's going to be the case, then we're not going to have the peaks and troughs of demand. And that's kind of what this article at least signals to me, right? That you're looking about 8 years down the road and you're looking to expand capacity that far down. Perhaps, they know something that we don't. So we'll have to wait and see. And by the way, SK Hynix kind of sniffing around a North American listing. That
would be exciting. Your ASML, by the way, I was reading an interesting note on that yesterday. I think it was around 700 billion. Maybe the market cap around that 700 billion mark. The most valuable company in Europe at that mark, and SpaceX is set to come public at nearly 2 trillion. Unreal. Memory, guys, thoughts?
Oh man, no, I'm getting a little chuckle out of that last statistic that you just said between ASML and what SpaceX is going to be. No, I think we were talking about, we've talked in depth about memory, but if you're looking specifically for today, again, the market's holding up pretty decently, but we're under VWAP. The news wasn't good so far this morning. USO's kind of hanging out in the green. I think if you get any kind of a dip, it's been showing you 55, 56 on DRAM on this pullback. So I think you get down in there, and then that's where you look for the buy zone, the prior high, the May highs, and then back into that mid 50s makes a little bit of sense. If you're looking individually, you could make the argument that corresponds with about 850 in Micron, and like somewhere, 850, 860 in Micron, they're all going to be relatively similar. So they've put in a hard bottom, and it's been more of a bounce zone than it's actually been support. Like it's falling heavily when it gets there, and it just happens to turn around a couple times. So I think you got to look for a little something like that. As right now, I know we're gapped up and things are looking pretty. Like if you just look at all the percentages, things are up. Like if you look at your quote board this morning, I think it's a little deceiving. Just given what the futures have done, like unable to sort of bust the last 2 days resistance. And then, of course, with both the PPI and the president's comments kind of sending us the other way. I'd love to see us challenging some of yesterday's highs, because I think we could really fly, at least for one session, but it's just not happening yet. So I think you got to wait for that support on DRAM. And again, on Micron, that'd be about 850, I think I said.
We talked about Clover the other day. Yesterday, they got a different rating on their CMS star rating. Got upgraded there yesterday. And Clover here, just I know it's not a memory stock, but this name has like really been on something. I saw you guys were talking about this a little bit in the chat, but there's that break of $4, and now we're up to 5 and change. And I just want to bring this to your attention because there's way back here to January of 25. So you're back a while into this $5 mark, and we just broke through it right now. Not easily, but we're through it. So that's $4.90 top, now up to $5. Watch out for Clover starting to get going here. For lots of float, right? 400 million shares, 7% short on CLOV and Clover. A good name, man. These guys are a healthcare technology company. And we've seen a name like Oscar, also some of these newer names in this space. I mean, UNH has really been working, so forget about it. That's probably the winner out of everything. But you know, this has almost tripled here since the April lows. Clover from 11 up to $28. So it's just, there's a lot of hot names here, especially some of these lower cap names here in the space. So there goes Clover Healthcare, you know, again, proactively managing cloud-based solutions in the Medicare division. So Clover nicely moving now upside, well traded. If anybody's had this, man, a break of the 200 period and then a break of that $5. Watch out for Clover. Maybe a pullback into that 480 today gets us long on CLOV. But there's just another name to look at, only doing 600,000 shares right now. This name could really start to pop through. Good report yesterday on that CMS star rating, and then upside here for Clover. So good look out there. The luck of the Irish in this stock. All right, oil volatility just a little bit, but the thing is, even when you look at oil, and we'll talk about it, it's still kind of in that same range. It's just been bouncing around that for USO anyways, 130 to 135 or so area. But yeah, I think crude does have probably a 150 handle on it later on this summer. I mean, summer driving going to kick in. Forget about all the stuff that's happening. You can't forget about it.
But if the war's not over,
oil
too,
generally,
right?
You know, in the summer can inch up as summer gas prices start to hit the pumps a little bit there. So, all right, let's go talk about oil with only 5 minutes left.
I cut off almost 3 people yesterday when I saw 164 at the gas station and pulled in as quickly as possible to get gas. That's as cheap as I've seen in a long time around here. So
especially downtown.
Yeah, it's coming down, which is good, ahead of what Sean was talking about. But I mean, a couple of red weeks in a row here for USO helping.
It's not helping, and I think President Trump's comments, however honest that they were this morning, don't help either, Brendo. Iran bombing tonight will be more powerful. At least, you know, he says, I don't want boots on the ground. I mean, there were a lot of statements he made. Iran is finished, as well as, you know, will be more bombing tonight. Bombing will be larger, etc. I think, obviously, this creates a bit of an issue. But we saw yesterday something novel. The passage through the Strait of Hormuz through a new route, which apparently was being protected by the U.S. Navy. Now, you know, smaller it is, obviously, so you can't get as many boats through, but does that raise the ire of the Iranians, and does that affect negotiations? We know the blockade is severely hurt. They're running out of places to put the oil. They don't have any money coming in. Yeah. They're really having to rely on other people extending them credit so they can continue to kind of build out some of the military industrial complex, whether it's drones or those short range missiles. So it's a tough look here, Brendo. I don't really know how to square to circle.
Yeah, let's see how prices play out here. Maybe a temporary reprieve, which everyone, you know, can benefit for or with at the pumps. Scott Bessent this morning, kind of interesting, saying that any damage to neighboring Gulf country is going to come out of Iran funds.
That's exactly it. The United States has seized a lot of Iranian funds, as well as the Europeans, and it will form part of the negotiations as well. You know, Kuwait shut down the airport today because of that same issue. They've all been hit before, and they're going to look for reparations.
Let's see what happens in the next 24 hours. Could be key here, guys.
Yeah, I'll say so. But, you know, at least for today, the spike when the president made that truth was at 136. Yesterday's highs, you know, 36 and a 36.5. And then you look back, anytime we've traded in the open market to about 136 on USO, we've had a top or a turnaround, one or the other. We either basically stop dead there or we turn around off of that level. So unless we break out and start holding above 136, that gives you a level to work off of for reversions, for when we pop up there, maybe look for some longs in the market to calm down a little bit. So I think that's what I would be playing that level for. It's Thursday, so that means another chance for Boyle at 10:30 to go. Last Thursday, it did a bit of, it was here on the 4th, and then if you go to 10:30, it did a dip and rip when Nat Gas futures came out, when Nat Gas numbers came out, and then the week before that, it was a gap up, and it just went straight up. But it's typically been, if it's in a downward trend or a consolidation, it'll do a dip and rip, I think the last 4 weeks in a row, or it just does a breakout. But you're looking essentially for like a bottoming tail candle at 10:30 on Boyle, or wait for that 136, 137 on USO. If we get another truth and we're busting out through 137, then I think you start looking at some of those squeeze names again, like Battle was a mover. Watch out for that if USO gets through 137.
Yeah, we got just only 2 minutes to go. Here's a super chat. Oh, I'm pushing it, but it's not sending. That's okay. I'll try to refresh it. But here it is right here. We have Meals here. What's up? $10 for EDHL. Yeah, man, it's starting to go one more time. So I just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention. Say yes, sir. We will be looking. Oh yeah, that's right. I just refreshed that site.
It's not.
By the way, it's not. It's offline. Okay, good. All good, Andre. No worries. And then thank you, David, as well, man. Look, these are $5 each, so 10 memberships. We want to say a big thank you for that, Dave. And this gets you that morning node, gets you some of these cool emojis and whatnot. So thank you, Dave, for all the support there. All right, Brandon, give us a story on Intel, and then we'll start trading that one.
I was taking out the highs right now real quick, but double upgrade here. Nice.
Yep, from underperform to buy at $96 to $135. Bank of America was previously one of the biggest institutional bears for Intel, so this capitulation is big, and it's driven by that $3 million TPU deal between Google and Intel.
Key levels above here, guys. 115 coming into play here in a hurry.
I wrote down 114, but.
Yeah, 114 is a potential breakout level there. It's small imbalances on Oracle, sell side, SMCI, buy side. They're nothing too big or to write home about. But Intel, it's on a collision course with this resistance at $114. So like multiple days in the last week, it looks like you could break it right away. And then you have prior highs at 110. Right, so prior highs 110. If it fails a break, I think you head back down into that 110 for a test. Otherwise, this probably breaks it right away at the open. 10 seconds to go. The opening bell brought to you by VinFast, VFS. Scan the QR code in front of you. I want to thank them for sponsoring the opening bell, which is nowish. Or right now.
Bang, there we go. The NASDAQ opens up 0.6% right now. S&P 500, 0.4%. There it goes. I mean, Brendan just talked about 115. It literally just touched 115. And there it goes through 115 on the double upgrade by Intel, on Intel by Bank of America. Waiting for a pullback would be pretty sweet here. So let's do that and see if the market does have a little oopsie moment and we can get longer or get long period on Intel. There goes 115.
Well, that went right to 15.
Yeah, that's it. 115 is going to break. You could just see that it's very violent right now. There's some size there, but it's going to just rip right through it in a matter of moments. I would think so on Intel. All right, so NVIDIA, we wrote down 102. 202 long, and here it's going, trying to break through a little bit right now. Let me try a little bit now. I know we're buying it late here on NVIDIA because it did have that move down into 105. 101.50, and now we'll wait to 201.50. Now we'll wait to see if that is some sort of a bottom. I'm gonna take another bid if it comes back. I missed that 202.50, Phil, so if it comes, oh, there we go, we're long now. So now we have a decent start of a position. Let's just see if it takes out that early low of 201. If we wind up breaking that right there, then I'm gonna stop out because that was a real trade down there. So we'll get a little longer at 201.50. Watch out for 201 break. We're into NVIDIA right now.
Yeah, and off of the pre-market highs on a pullback, it's working now. Whoa, and here comes a real pullback on INTC. It looks like it wants to lose that volume-weighted average price. Might be the early L on the dip buy on this bad boy. One note, I am looking to short silver again. It has not gotten to any of the highs at 58 even. Yeah. And also SMCI is really flying. It's at 20, it's at almost at $30. If it does a pop and fade at 30, then I want to jump into a reversion short on SMCI. So Intel get to hit 115. I see 115 exactly. So 115 actually didn't break.
No, it was right away off the open.
Yeah, it didn't actually break 115. But if it takes out 115, 117 to 118, if you go out to a 15-minute chart, is going to look pretty spicy.
All right, so we were into this name pretty early, and that was NVIDIA. And man, I hate that it's 932, and we're sort of already thinking about, putting on a little bit of a bigger position. But it just came in there. I am going to wait for 201.50. So we'll take, an average in here at 201.50, and then if after that drops out, then we're out of the stock, right? I mean, there's no point in sitting around here. We have no idea what this day is going to bring to us, but we'll wait and try to play a strong name today. Stronger is Intel, so if that dips in, we'll try to take that just a little bit. Let's go check out what so I'm long. I'm trying to get long right now. There we go. Now we're long. We just took another fill there. So the NASA ETF, not coming with too much hurrah here yet. 32 bucks, I guess, open up to 32.40. That was nice. And that's okay. Here we go. So now it whoa. Okay, that was okay. Well,
that?
I don't know. I guess talking about it is doing something to it. But there goes NASA with a nice little pump up there. So we'll
UFO has zero liquidity,
pump
by the way.
Jam, pump it.
That is
all right.
UFO. The market opened up and it still doesn't even print.
Right, yeah, that's what I was saying. When Brendan brought that up, it was more of a Michael Noss, like he was talking, like Michael had talked about it.
Oh, because he swing trades.
Yeah, so there was just something there on that. And I just think that Michael maybe didn't, NASA might have not had enough data points to it, so.
That's fine.
Yeah, anyways, there goes NVIDIA. So we're back to flat on it, right? This was the whole idea. We're long right now at 201.80s. So let's see if there we go. We get some out now as it's starting to go back up to the upside. We'll take out, I just took out 20% there at 200, 202. Why do I keep saying the wrong prices?
200?
Yeah, 2000 right now. Yeah, we both just retired. Hopefully, tomorrow is one of those days for SpaceX. We'll see. Hopefully people can make a little bit of money on that one. But the position board is also not working.
Oh, shoot.
Andre, so
quick update. Long Intel, 113.70.
Oh, that's
maybe the next
price.
fill. Oh, I did get SMCI here on that 30. SMCI, the bid's coming in. I did that 30 level over under here. It got up to about 30.15 or so. So the stop is through the high. Despite the market coming back in, the buyers are liking this. I'm going to get another leg out here if I can, in the mid 29 range. SMCI catching a really big bid. Intel did get through the 115 again. I meant to show you guys a 15-minute chart. See this wick up here, 117? I think that provides you with a bit of a target. First things first, hold the 115 that you just blasted through, but try to get up to that 17 from about, I think it's like the third or the fourth a couple of days ago. So SMCI, hey, I guess some people are trying to buy it temporarily for now. Position board is off. So yeah, just long Intel, short SMCI.
We'll get that
right now, looking for the 117 target here on Intel.
And by the way, there goes J&J again through 241. So, another name that's sort of been talking about for a minute there. Try to get, and I'm in this in the low 220s. We just bought it last week, and we were talking about this name. So J&J, a nice little move higher there, so we like that one. NVIDIA, you're already on Intel, so that's a good one. And then the other one I wanted to look at here, if we did fall into 35 bucks again, was going to be iBit. Just, thought if this market does continue this move lower, probably Bitcoin follows it, and we're gonna wait out to see this 35 level. That's where we closed yesterday on BTC, so was thinking about dip buy opportunities right there. Unlike that Intel, I don't think NVIDIA, I mean, is it not good anymore? We're not really getting the run that I had sort of hoped that we would here on this name. So I'm gonna put another out in and around the 80s because it looks like we're getting lower here. We're gonna stop out at a 201 break, sorry. So don't wanna be in this if it's not working.
The market's coming back in.
I know the market, yeah, but the market still seems to be okay a little bit. It's just this name. I think there's a lot of fire on Intel right now, and that's where all the look is. So we wrote down both of these. I'm glad Intel was in there, but for right now, that's the name that's starting to pump up on the double upgrade, not NVIDIA. So if we drop out on NVIDIA, fine by me. Wrong one right there, right now. Yo, what's up in the chat there? What's up, Bearded Warrior Trades? You're saying Google. We're working on the position board, so I'm long right now on it here. Maybe I can take take a little bit on NVIDIA. Does that load up now? No.
No, it's still, even if you get a fill, it's not really
okay.
Showing.
Yeah.
But we just had, so 16 just went. It went to, I'm talking about Intel, as you guys can kind of look at here. 16 just went. It went through the half. I put a trail in and got triggered out, so I'm now out, but it looks like it wants that 17 level. And for what it's worth, the NASDAQ is seemingly catching a bit of a bid. So there's Intel getting to those teens, but the NASDAQ now pressuring to get back through the Qs through 700, but get back through VWAP. So that also means for myself, this SMCI, like it gets to VWAP, but it's putting in a higher low. There's a good part of me that if the market is catching a bit of a bid, do I take this? Yeah, I think Yeah, I'm gonna take VWAP on SMCI here. It's still SSR, it just went green. Scalp trade has worked, but this bounced off of the low yesterday on an SSR day 2 play. So we just take the scalp trade in there. It'll be about 60, 70 pennies, and maybe that's all. If it goes further, it goes further. But yeah, the other thing that I wanted to be looking at today was silver. Thank goodness I am not in that one yet, because I feel like I might have been trapped under VWAP if I had traded that instead. We'll let this one get to the even dollar if the market can get us there. That'll be 58 on SLV. Man, Intel's even stronger than I thought. Still.
Yeah, Intel's a beast, man. Intel's a beast. Right now, let's see if Nvidia
Didn't
can
get any
can
dip buys in
beast
that
it
stock,
as well.
for sure.
We did buy a little bit more down there as we saw it kept on, thinking about what it wanted to do. So we'll wait to see right now what what Nvidia is exactly up to right now, because it is trying to go. I don't know if there's much love in this market right now for Nvidia, and I'm not really even sure why, to be honest with you. I thought Nvidia should continue to work out, but it doesn't really look like it wants to go. Considering the market just bumped, we didn't really get the same kind of reaction to Nvidia. So we're ready to get out of this one. We're not gonna average back into it, but we still wanna give it a shot just in case. It is underneath the levels that I did like, so not a great start there for NVDA to start the day. Someone said they really like this hoodie. The best part about it's not for sale, but the best part is on the back, it says, "I'd rather be trading." Hey, see, how's it going? There, so we used to, there, can you guys see that? Yeah, it says, "I'd rather be trading." It's kind of a little fun thing as I drop the mic everywhere. Right now, Randy's not in tomorrow, so that's can't motivate us for those SpaceX trades, but he'll be thinking about it.
Yes, he can.
Yeah, he can.
He can send a
He
message
always
if he
can.
wants to.
Over there, Randy was mentioning dipping his toes into Rivian yesterday. So,
Well, Rivian, for what it's worth, and
interesting.
you know what, before we get to Rivian or anything else, the market is now it's really starting to head back in a little bit. But LASC, so there was actual news on LASC, unlike some of those other small cappers. Shoot, I had put it in the chat earlier, and now I just accidentally closed the news thing. Let me get it back up here and fire it up. Boom, they completed final assembly of its laser shield anti-drone prototype. So there you go, but it just goes to show, this is a weird thing to say, you're actually better off in small caps that are like random, like Hong Kong, China, that don't have news and ridiculously small floats than an actual company which is doing something. Because it'll go 20%, 30, 40%. The ones going 100 or 200% are the completely irrational, nonsensical ones where it's all volume. This is something real, bouncing off the 200. It's just watch out. Again, it couldn't get through 3 to 340. You can see it plain as day on the daily chart. So it basically closed the gap, and then that was it. But I guess we're in this weird circumstance where being a real thing is not to your benefit.
Not real enough.
Well, that's the market we're in, and you just gotta be able to live with it. Like it would be frustrating if you're long lays on an actual story and you get a small capper running, and then you gotta watch EDHL go up a bajillion%. But that's just how it is. By the way, just a quick update, because I did cover SMCI at VWAP. Like I'm out of that short. And it might be the wrong decision, but I did cover it. So I just wanted to let you know we're
The short seems right. I mean,
no, but we're having issues with the position board. I'm out of the short. I'm not still in this one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my prices have been changing on that because we've been averaging in. So yeah, it is a little wrong, the position board. The position is right for me, but yeah, not working.
Is that another super chat for Lays, or is that the same one?
Maybe. I'm not sure if that's working yet or not. Okay, yeah, there's some glitches right now. So we're gonna work on all that. Maybe we need to reset at some point, but the team is on it. So we want to say shout out to everybody working over there. All right, yo, what's up, Randy? Yeah, you good? Yeah, he's okay. Okay, that was all right. All right, so right there, NVIDIA's finally starting to try to go upside. We are long. My average price is 50, so we'll see if it's going on. Yeah, I'll take off. Maybe an espresso, Randy, if
oh, yeah.
that fancies your...
oh, you didn't hear that.
Yeah, I think you'll get us both one. I think he heard. All right, so I have another offer right now at 78s, just because that's where that 200 period is. That's like sort of the best that we've been able to get right now on NVIDIA. I am long at 201.50. It's not like it's a huge trade here or anything, but just trying to wait to see what's going on. Right now, just hearing in our ear, we just heard Google was downside. Look what's happening to Amazon right now. Man, this is not great. Amazon getting killed down 1%. And yeah, I don't, killed is not the right word for that, but downside. Look at Google. Google has, what is, I don't know, see if you can find anything on Google right now. That is straight downside fire right now for Google, breaking through the 50-period moving average. That was a couple days ago. And right now, down 2%. So, hey, man, yeah, maybe I don't feel so bad being in this NVIDIA right now, but it is not moving. NVIDIA and Google moving a lot lower right now today. So Intel's upside, Google, check out what Apple's doing.
Only for now. Intel's
Apple 291, that looks like that's going lower as well. It's still zeros. And then, as Neil just mentioned a couple seconds ago, EDHL, something that we're looking at. They're halted now, $14 downside. Yeah, go ahead.
No, my issue with those things is if they trade reasonably well, these halts are getting a little bit ridiculous. Like it trades fine in the pre-market. You're not saving anybody and you're not helping anybody sometimes by not widening the spreads even a little bit when you have all this volume. It's on 44 million shares. There's liquidity on the stock, but it is another halt here. We're going to go to SIA. The market is absolutely bleeding, and unfortunately for an already weak name, I know you showed a couple of others, Microsoft is at 388.
Yeah, yes.
Let's go to SIA.
Google just seems to be carrying the momentum from 20 minutes ago when the news came in that it's turning to Samsung for AI chips. Now their capacity is tightening. Just seems to be bleeding on that. There's nothing else I'm seeing in the market at the moment.
It's working now. Okay. So this is now correct because I'm no longer in the, thank you very much, Randy. I'm no longer in the SMCI trade, but under VWAP on SLV. This is not 58. So it didn't get up to the high. So this is just a shot under VWAP. I'm going to try to get 40 shares and then just barely give it over the 50 level for the next opportunity over there. But since PDT left, there have been more halts. Yeah, you're right about that. But it's because, oh man, so okay, well, 1 for 3 because I got into silver at VWAP and it promptly broke. So it was under VWAP and it just broke the prior candle. So I'm gonna wait at 58. You're right, but it's not because of the PDT rule. It's because the PDT rule is maybe contributing to more of these low float names running. And if low float names run, they don't have as much liquidity, even though there's tons of volume on them, and they make a 10% move, and then you get halts all over the place because the float's 500,000 on EDHL. By the way, the tap is $13. That's down here. It's indicating, it's halted down, indicating an open lower, which doesn't have to be true. It should open in 5 minutes or so. Just because it's tapping 13 doesn't mean it actually opens 13.
All right, so we're finally starting to go now. So let's, celebrate it. So far, so good. Thanks, Randy, for the espresso. Good. He wound up getting you one as well. That's good. Yeah. I didn't know if he heard you. All right, so yeah, man, there it is. We're now almost $1 in, and we only have one trade on today. It's only been NVIDIA. We've been talking about it. I like the stock. It's the #1 trade idea on here. I'm trying to stick with kind of the plan here one more time today, so we'll watch out to see what happens. We just got some out at 202.25s there for 75 cents. And it doesn't, the amount of money that, $1 on a trade, that's just for fun. I mean, you have to pick and choose the levels that you get in and out at. So I have another one here at 202.50. That was sort of that stop area and where we started the little trade. We're much longer down here. Obviously, you can see where the average price is. So let's now wait to see what winds up happening. Hopefully, we can retake 50s. That's where I'm sitting to get out of 20% of what we have left. Basically, on this position, I still have about 70%. So we're still trying. There, go. Oh, we just got missed again, but we're going to wait for 50. We're at 50 even. Hopefully, that hits. There it is. Yes, sir. There's $1 right NVIDIA to start the day, man. We're doing this all the time. And we just got another huge fill. We just got 202.80s right there. So yeah, nice fill on NVIDIA. And yeah, man, we are now cruising here on this trade. So far, so good. Let's just see what winds up happening now as it's NVIDIA's world, hopefully, and I'm just living in it. Let's wait to see where we go. But NVIDIA upside, 203 would be real nice if we can get that top of the day. EDHL, has it opened back up yet? Good question, Sean, as I talk to myself. No, it has not. No. Double halts right there off the open.
1 minute.
We'll wait, yeah, one more minute left for EDHL. S. Looks like that's another halting name that just happened. Right at the open, 9:45. Sorry, S. halted. Now it's starting to go back up there to the upside.
All of them just went ham. Sidu,
oh damn
Fly.
It. Yeah, well we don't have that.
All just broke the highs.
Oh my God.
The volume on Fly sucks. NASA's up 7%. that great in the pre-market.
Boom.
It was one that I liked, but you know, whatever. It doesn't really even hold 35.5 until like 2 minutes ago. And then look at the candles. It's like a $1 candle with not much liquidity. 15-cent spread at times on Fly.
Oh boy.
That might not be the one. Intel's now at $118.
Yeah, good.
That stock is insane. Intel, AMD, Nvidia, they're all blasting higher.
The thing is, you had the one trade, right? That one trade can make your day, and that's
exactly
what it's about, right? So,
I'm still considering shorting SPCE though.
That's why I honestly, this is why when we talk about it in the morning time, I'm trying to put on, you know, basically an amount of shares that I'm comfortable with in order to make our days. So we've just made our day right there on Nvidia. So, you know, it was sitting up here. I was like, come on, Nvidia, gotta do something. And then here, I have a button for that. And then it did something. So I always say it just joking roundly, but you know, traders got to trade and put on positions. You don't have to cash as a position if there's nothing setting up, but for me, I liked Nvidia down there. It looked like there's some decent support. So yeah, man, we will, Barry Horowitz, pat ourselves on the back for this trade because there it is, man. Daily goal met. If this was tomorrow, I may, you know, stop and then wait for SpaceX, but for here today, we'll keep on going because we don't have any IPOs to worry about. All right, NASA, you know, this was a name that made the sticky note for the very first time today. I had the long there at 32 bucks. Obviously, 31.75 comes into play right there. We wrote that one down between 31.75 to $32. The thing is, I didn't want to take it right off the open, but should have. So there it goes. Huge move up there for NASA. Nicely played there to the upside for anybody that did wind up taking that. And then as the NASDAQ, as we've just sort of been talking, is now breaking through pre-market highs right there, we get right back into sort of where the pre-market's up here, but I just meant sort of what we were dealing with after PPI. You get right back, and how many times do we have to talk about it, especially on this show, where it's just gonna come right back to where it was pre-number, and then we can decide. So right now, maybe it's a short in the NASDAQ. We come right back, right up into this level. So we still have a little bit less than half now on this Nvidia trade. So let's lighten up a little bit there on Nvidia as it is pulling back down. We don't want to lose everything you made on the trade. Like, you can't say, oh, I'm done my day and then give it all back. So we're going to make sure that we get out in a bunch of outs up here. Again, right at that pre-market top. So that's kind of stuff you want to look at as Intel's even pulling back now. And then I'll throw over to you. I just want to see if this did wind up opening back up. Not yet for EDHL.
Yeah. There've been also, in addition to more halts, there've been more 10-minute halts.
Right.
I guess. And remember, if it's not 5 minutes and you end up in a 10-minute volatility halt, that has to do with liquidity. They hold it because they don't have enough liquidity for an orderly open. At least that's the reason they're supposed to hold it. And if it's longer than 10 minutes, it's the same reason again, unfortunately. So you're just going to see more and more of this. We've been seeing more and more of this. I don't know how long it's going to persist, but yeah, 10-minute halt. If it's longer than that, it becomes a bit indefinite. It should be 15 or 20, but we've seen 30. I think there was something that was halted for almost an hour this week. You could see that. All right, so NASDAQ is pressing higher, but I'm looking to get back into the short SMCI. Probably gave it up too early at VWAP, but it's back at the volume-weighted average price. Trying to confirm this lower high with a nice little red candle. So if this one can do what I want it to, which would be confirm some weakness, I want to jump short, give it to the candle wick. Right now the buying is a little bit too intense, so I might not jump into that one. This Firefly, man, Fly is gone. All these space stocks are gone.
Yeah, they sure are.
Yeah, this one still has way too big of a spread. Yeah, I just don't think this one's a lot tradable. The spread's way too big. Relative to, like, it's got a bigger spread than a $94 ASTS, which is crazy. So even if these dip back in, I'd probably pivot to something else to try to join. But I'm looking at SMCI short. It's just a matter of when I'm getting in. It's either here at VWAP or I'm going to wait for resistance at the $30 level. So we'll let it do, we're going to let it decide. It'll decide what the next trade is. If it's weak here, I pop in short VWAP, or not, I'm waiting till 30. I think patience is the name of the game. When it comes to trying to short into the market, which is now 1.3% up. So we had double barrel somewhat bad news, and once again, you either make the high or the low on the 830 number. It was the low today.
Okay, I was still waiting for this EDHL to open up. It doesn't look like that's going to be happening. We did get some Nvidia out again at 75 there. So now I have less than a third left. So about 30% left on this trade, and we'll wait to see what's going on. We talked about what was, getting hit today early, and it looks like it's trying to bounce now. We got Google bouncing off 350, so that low was 348. A trend change level right here, 351.50. We'll see. Okay, here it goes now. We'll see if it can try to break through there as we'll look at it on a longer time frame for the 5-minute chart on Google. Yeah, it's looking looking pretty good, trying to take out VWAP. Sorry, the 25 period moving average. There it is, 351 and change. Trying to get back upside right there for Google. Lots of dropout zones there at 355. Pre-market levels does not hold, and you get a crank of $7 right there down to the downside. The other name that was questionable was Amazon early, as we looked at that one, and we didn't see, you know, too much action in that other than downside, and now you're getting the bounce right back. So I'm not sure why a lot of these names flushed. We even looked at Microsoft early as well. That had flushed down. You had mentioned 388 for Microsoft. That's back to 392. So there is some strength definitely back in the space overall right now as we continue to look for opportunities to get long, and things have to hit levels for me like VWAPs or something. Palantir again went down to 127, and now that one's all the way back upside as well into 130.50, right into pre-market levels. A lot of these names, NVIDIA's, are all sort of at these pre-market levels right now that we need to have some interest in possibly, see if we break, because if we don't, then watch out for the short, because there goes the NASDAQ easily now taking out some of those levels, right? And there goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA's now at $1.80 in the money.
Days.
Yeah, we start to go higher and higher and higher now. Would love to see a 2% day back in the market. It feels like that, right? So let's just hold on to NVIDIA now. It's a big, big trade right here on NVDA, but I can see where we are. So I'm gonna take out one more piece, and now, if we get this fill at 11s, which we just got, we can wait. That's the pre-market high. So far, so good. It's the only name like that I'm in on that we wrote down here. It's NVIDIA. We wrote down Intel. Neil had that. We have NASA and IBIT, but IBIT's not really doing a whole heck of a lot. This is the big one, man. $1.70 now in the money here for NVIDIA, and I'm glad we sort of stuck with it. Let's just wait to see what that next trade is. EDHL just opened up, I guess. EDHL, I just saw it there, and it halted again.
Well, that one's not going to stay open. There's another one that's actually
45
trading.
million shares, though. Yeah, what is
GLXG, okay. Which there's never a need to spam the chat. Galaxy something, whatever. It doesn't really matter the name of these companies. If we're being honest, does it really make a difference? Just hit 420. This is actually trading without halts. Probably gives you much more opportunity for those that don't want to be trapped from a halt to halt, but it goes right into pre-market highs and then does a reverse. The way this NASDAQ is going, SMCI is the dog. There's no question about it. Like, look at the NASDAQ. 29, up 1.5%, and you're putting in a lower high here on SMCI. So I know this is the right spot. If it doesn't give me what I want at 30, then I'll just wait for it to break. I could go that uptrend, or I could, not gonna take it at VWAP. I don't wanna take it at the volume weighted average price. I'll give it a shot breaking this trend in here and just give it to the local high. But if it breaks 29, I'll jump in it that way. I think it's at least for now relatively, I know it's putting in higher lows, but let's be real, it's not making a fresh high when the market's making a fresh high, which at least gives it another chance. Oh no, I might stop at the wrong penny, so I just got in and out flat. There we go, we'll jump back in. And instead of throwing the stop at 28.80, it needs to be at 29. Do that at least once a day. So yeah, short back again in SMCI. This just, for whatever, I shouldn't say for whatever reason, we know why SMCI is weak. It's the same reason Oracle was down. You can't say that you're raising money and not get punked. Speaking of which, Oracle back into 180. So good look for Oracle off of the lows, but I think it's the market dragging it up more than anything else. The only new position is short in SMCI. We'll take VWAP. There is still this trend to contend with, so we'll get another out here in the 20s if I can. And if it breaks the trend, then I want to hold to the LOD. Intel's still at 118 and doing a very good job of holding up. Oh, and we should have been looking at DRAM as well.
Yeah, we talked about
DRAM, you can probably forget about the dip buy at 55 to 56. Obviously, it just broke out along with everything else. So good day for the market, good day for memory. Close to yesterday's highs if you're interested in taking some profit on a Micron or something if you're long.
All right, we did take a little bit more out there on NVIDIA as it broke through 203, but I'm at 203.50, I'm at 203.75, and then we'll just wait to see, and we want to try to hold. Like I said, we still got a decent amount, well, not a decent, we got about a third left of this trade, just a little bit under it now, trying to get into like about a quarter left to see if this one wants to keep on going right now. Taiwan Semi, we just hear, is now at, well, not we hear it, but I saw it there in the chat. TSM now at the high of the days as well. Look at that name starting to go. We did hear something about Samsung. We We talked, and Google with their capacity. So Taiwan Semi, I mean, if some of these names are at capacity right now, no surprise that this is trying to work itself out as well here. Taiwan Semi upside there as the fabs are going. I mean, we saw Intel going today beautifully actually to the upside, and you know, there joins Taiwan Semi. ARM, probably another one of those
ARM's
names.
having a good day.
Yeah, ARM up 8%, so good for that one. Oh, did I get that on? Yes, I did. Look at that, man. 203.50 right there. Yeah, we're happy.
For some reason,
Happy, joy.
Marvell's holding at 5.
That's what I was going to look at, Marvell.
It's holding at 5%, basically. It's like the
Okay.
like it's going.
So it needs to break still. That
Yeah, but that still needs. Yeah, it
266.
still needs to break out. Like I look at ARM. These are not related. There's been a weird thing every now and then when they're strong. ARM and Marvell have been going together. Maybe it's because SoftBank likes buying them both. I don't know. You don't really know. But ARM. This 8% on ARM, I saw someone say this in the chat, this is now closed in a bit of a gap as well at 335. So it's at a pretty key level as the NASDAQ turns off this 29,000 for sure. I want to thank you for the super chat. Howard the Usher. Actual Usher? We knew an Usher.
We did.
No, like not an Usher, like a dude whose name was Usher on the trading floor. Snagged BBAI at 397. Thanks, Sean. I think I'll keep it.
Don't thank me
I haven't
yet.
looked to see where BBAI is, but I'm gonna guess
yet.
it's in the 4s. Otherwise, we wouldn't be saying that.
I don't
It just,
know. I mean,
well, it just broke. It's over. Yeah, it broke 4.
Wherever it goes, man. I mean, I think that is a longer term play. So good luck on that one, and I obviously hope that everyone prints on BBAI.
HOD right now.
Stock. Okay, that I own, but I don't own it that heavy, guys. That's just a shot play, and we've talked about that over and over again. So yeah, good luck on that one, and I do think there are some good reasons to be a BBAI fan. If we've talked about that a couple times, Big Bear AI. Also, not necessarily a bio candidate. We haven't seen too many buyouts happening in the tech space. A lot of them right now, you know, health and biofarms and all that kind of stuff. So if that starts picking up a little bit of steam, we could see something happening with BBAI. An approved LLM that's working with the government, United States government. So check that one out as well if you're interested in Big Bear AI. Yeah, thank you. Again, another super chat coming through right there. We want to say thank you to that one as well. And yeah, and congratulations to you, J-I-N, Jin there. You know, yeah, nice one. Thanks. You know,
Jin, Hall of Fame in the 106 in Park.
Yes.
It was a Rhapsody.
It wasn't called Rhapsody, though. It was called something else. Yeah, but anyways, yeah, good look on that, right? And I mean, look, all we can do is give the ideas. You guys have to, you know, use the shares and actually put your money to work as we sit here on a prop floor. And all I can tell you is it is the #1 idea here on the sticky note. So instead of everybody just, you know, every day giving these super chats, just go over here. Not instead, keep giving them, but just give it a like. And there it is right there. NVIDIA long, Intel long, NASA long, IBIT long. The only one that's not really moving right here is IBIT yet. And I'm giving the price targets and everything. I mean, this was 202. So the fact that it dropped down a little bit, I didn't mind that trade back in for NVIDIA, so we did support it. And our out was always 201. Right, and so that's factual. We talked about that. My stop order is still in at that price. So, you know, giving it 50 cents to make $1.50 sounds like 3-1 to me. So we'll take that pretty much every single day on these names. But it is struggling a little bit up here, and I don't want to necessarily dump it at these levels, but I will take another piece right there at 80. It's just got to take the profit where it lies. We've seen this market go just be very, very volatile. So my next offer is not until 203.75, but you never know like what that next sort of arm to drop is, and I don't mean that for arm or leg, but you never know what's going to happen with USO, what Donald Trump's going to say. Any of these major players are now in the building, and you never know what's coming through. So let's go over to Sia and with an update from 10 o'clock.
Thank you. Let's take a look at the 3 major averages before we dive in. The market is looking pretty green today. Looks like it's made good reversals from yesterday's red on the market. The SPY currently up 0.61%. The triple Q is up by a little over 1%, and the Dow is currently up almost 1%. We had these numbers come in today. We had the PPI month over month come in, same as the previous, standing at 1.1%, where the forecast was at 0.7. Core producer prices, excluding food and energy, coming in at 0.4. Previous was at 0.7, forecasted at 0.3. Initial jobless claims currently standing at 229,000. a little bit over the previous number of 225,000. Well, let's dive into our headlines for today. We're going to talk about Google, that little downtick, not a little, the downtick that we saw on Google currently has turned to Samsung for its future AI chip as the capacity is tightening at the moment. It's considering Samsung for a key component for its Icefish AI chip. Samsung may also boost its advanced chip making standing with this Google deal, and Google is also in talks with Samsung to manufacture certain parts of next generation Tensor processing unit with Samsung's 2 nanometer tech. Next ticker, let's go to Dash. Also keep a lookout for this. DoorDash has launched a new chatbot that's going to let users order food and groceries to make reservations with photos and certain prompts instead of just typing in the name. It's in the middle of the massive investment cycle that includes revamping its tech platform after a certain string of acquisitions. Their financial chief, Ravi Inukonda, has also said to investors during the last quarter's earnings call, which I was sitting on, that DoorDash is making progress on the tech stack overhaul and also plans out to carry most of its spending by this year. Last but not least, I'm missing a data for this, but Oracle, yes, has beat earnings. It's kept its fiscal year revenue guidance intact while raising its profit forecast. Company has also beat earnings on revenue for the fiscal fourth quarter. Oracle has said it plans to raise an additional $20 billion in equity and debt on top of what's already been announced. And as a reaction to this, Oracle did slide 10% in extended trading after the plans to raise more money to finance its AI build-out. The earnings per share currently stand at $2.03 adjusted versus $1.96 expected, and revenue coming in at $19.18 billion versus $19.10 billion. And that's all for you. Sending it to Neil.
You'll fail again.
So what up, everybody? Thank you, Steve. We got an opportunity for everyone that's never been done before. Your broker's not giving it to you. It's from June 8th to the 25th. Trade the Pool, giving first-time users a second chance opportunity. If this is your first time joining Trade the Pool and you don't pass the evaluation, they will give you another account completely free. That's right, a real second chance to come back stronger and prove yourself. This is a one-time exclusive promotion available only during the Trading World Championship event. Ooh. Once it is gone, it's gone, gone, gone. Scan the QR code you see out in front of you on the screen and join Trade the Pool today. Take advantage of this exclusive second chance offer before it disappears. And you might notice when they have trader battles in this World Cup, which starts today. Mexico,
Yep.
3 versus, I don't remember who they play. Mexico's playing at 3, I don't remember who they're playing. Canada plays tomorrow. Maybe the wrong decision to again get out under VWAP, but I did say on SMCI, it's still putting lower highs, but it put in this higher low, and then that trend didn't break down. It actually broke up. So I will re-enter under VWAP if I get a chance. The market is back to the highs, man. And if the market's back at the highs and I got something which is looking still weak and I like it short, then I'm going to continue to look for that short trade. Quickly, I just saw this on one of my charts. Looks like Fly, I don't know what NASA's doing, but Fly just put in a topping tail candle at 38 and is starting to pull back in to 36. 36.5 is where VWAP is, but SMCI, I think we stick with this one. It's looking relatively weak. I just need it closing under the trend line. If it does, I jump back into the south side of the day. But the buying opportunity on the dip could at least be coming in on those space stocks. If Fly is any indication, I'm just making the assumption out loud that the others are pulling back when Fly is. Maybe not. NASA's only a small pullback. Fly's less liquid, so I figure when they pull back, Fly probably is a little bit more violent.
I did sell a little bit more of NVIDIA up there at 203.50. Just doesn't look like it wants to go. Unfortunately, we're still waiting. But now we've got 20% left. So we've just been getting out more and more up near those levels, and we'll take another shot there if it does come back up into that. And look, man, I mean, yeah, the space stocks are starting to go ahead of tomorrow's big day. We'll see. NASA's supposed to they want to put about 10% of SpaceX into their portfolio. So tomorrow, this name could, depending on how that winds up going, nice upside as well. Jeff Bezos apparently raising more money for, obviously it's not Anthropic, it was something else there. Where was it there? I'll get that story. Something else went out at a $40 billion valuation for Bezos. All right, NASA upside, we just talked a little bit about that. EDHL, Oops, EDHL has halted again. Let's see which way this time. Another down halt, it looks like here for EDHL. It's just been a halter all morning long. You know, was a good stock there. We've seen, you know, that move go from $3 all the way to $17 today. We did talk about that earlier on in the pre-market. Yesterday's runner was DSY. So this one down today 50%. Why it hasn't halted yet, I guess, no real violent moves. The move happened there in the pre-market, so that's another look at DSY today. And then another halt name that we've talked about over the last couple of days is SDOT, and that, again, you know, and Neil and I indicated this yesterday, man. It's like a lot of these names want to go early, and then it's late has been a trouble spot for many of these names. So there goes SDOT to the downside. Look, man, the NASDAQ's on fire, and people were like, man, calm down, NASDAQ. Well, here's a general look at the overall market right now. You are getting, I mean, there's Intel up 10% right now. So, wow, like, okay. Broadcom's up, Micron's up, Marvell's up 6% as well. It's this side right here, man. It's the Google, the Microsofts, and the Metas that are getting hit on data center worries because of the big guy, man. Oracle today down 10% and going SSR. So definitely putting some worries into the space today is Oracle. So Google, you know, just had to raise money. We know Microsoft's in that same space with ChatGPT. We'll see if they can get OpenAI once they IPO. And then again, the data center plays, the cloud plays, a little downside. Amazon was down earlier. I'm not sure what it's doing right now. I don't even see. Oh, Amazon's over here. Amazon's flat. Walmart had a nice little run recently. It's pulling back, or was pulling back yesterday to 118. Today, flat on the day. Nice level for Walmart, back to 120. Home Depot, we got a great housing number a couple days ago. Home Depot's actually been performing quite well, and I think that's another space. I mean, I'm into HD. I'm into J&J as that kind of recovery play and money going into different names. But there's Home Depot. It was 2 days ago, I guess. Had that nice bump up, but right into the 50 period again. Home Depot, dividend play, and you know, American company that people like. And yesterday we were joking about SMR. We're 20 minutes away from having Kevin O'Leary, by the way.
Yes.
So he'll come on. And I actually want to ask him to see if he has any love for any of the nuclear plays. So we'll have to wait to see about uranium coming into play. We joked yesterday about SMR getting to $8, and I wasn't joking. I thought today... No,
$7 was what was said.
Yeah, so it almost got... Oh, $7, yeah. So it almost got to $8 today. Right there in the pre-market, got down to 9 and a nice little bump up higher. I still want to get some more long. I haven't bought any SMR in a long time. I think that this is a longer, oops, where's my daily chart? I think this is a longer term play for SMR. So.
Yeah, treat it as it is.
Yeah, we'll just wait for it and not worry about that one. And then, you know, we did talk to Randy a little bit earlier today. Rivian, nice bounce level there. He called 1470 yesterday. It did go down to 1470 here. Went down there again today, but now it's right back up to $15. RIVN, trying to see if that wants to do anything. And then tomorrow's a big day for someone called Elon Musk, and
don't own.
You know, 42% or whatever of the equity he'll own there on SpaceX, 85% of the voting rights. So that's all good. So SpaceX isn't going anywhere anytime soon. And Tesla, you know, again, when you have all that voting power, and we know what Tesla shareholders, who they'll vote for and who they'll vote with Elon. So if Tesla ever has a chance of getting wrapped up with SpaceX, with XAI, and making one big symbol named X, then I think that happens sooner rather than later. So Tesla does have some get up to it over the last couple of days.
X or X?
Yeah, not DX yet. Not DX yet.
What? I'm just saying.
DX might be tomorrow.
If they do that to the market,
we'll see what happens tomorrow. But
I hate to be the bearer of bad news.
Yeah, then B.
Market at the highs. Everything you're looking at is at the highs. Oh, I meant to also hit this one. No, fail. Meta's down 1.5% and at the lows. Why do you have to stink, Meta? It doesn't have to be this way. It just is. Unfortunately, someone asked this more, I forget which, maybe it was yesterday. I just simply said, I don't care what it does at this point until it sees the March low if it can't retake the $600 level. Flat bottom broke. They just don't like it. Why does this keep changing? My keyboard thing just keeps changing to like some Canadian thing on Windows. I gotta be able to turn that off. No, but Meta, they just can't figure it out, and ultimately they're getting punished heavily. You saw Microsoft and the IGV name, but Meta, they're just under pressure. Again, the only thing I'm in, remember on SMCI through the low of the day. So sometimes you get out too early, but the opportunity to get back in, it's still putting in lower highs. Stop is at the break of, I guess, this trend. So you got like a wedge that broke down. If the wedge breaks up, I'm out, and we're going to the desk with Sia. Because it's everything.
A look at that uptick in USO. Keep an eye out. Head of National Security Committee in Iran's parliament, in response to U.S. President Donald Trump's threats against Iran, has said that he will receive a stronger and a more painful response. Again, head of National Security Committee in Iran's parliament in response to U.S. President Donald Trump's threats, saying that he will receive a stronger and a more painful response. USO still on the uptick.
Yeah, USO, and thank you, Sia. USO absolutely is catching a bit of a bid. And once again, like we've seen this so many times where you have like USO just gets to 136, 137 area and then dumps, but it's catching the bid again. So if we do get through VWAP and maybe charge back into the highs, keep that in mind. If you're trading oil futures, or maybe you're just trading something very sensitive to oil futures, you're gonna wanna look at that level. It could be a turnaround spot for longs if it's not talking about oil, or you could just be short oil in that moment. 18 minutes until we get nat gas inventories. Boyle will move on that if that's what you're trading. And I would be thinking about, look, if USO breaks out, I'd be thinking about Battle here. Battle did this yesterday. 170 to 290. I know Sharif, I'm pretty sure Sharif was on it. Some people in the midday show were talking about this. If we see another USO breakout, this one can get going. It's gonna need oil to go, but it absolutely can get going for sure. So if you're looking at some of the market-related names, this NASDAQ is putting a bit of a pullback. I'm getting close to that LOD here on SMCI. But the other thing I want to consider, because they're in a short, is if the Qs bounce off VWAP at 01s, that's resistance to support. So if that happens, I want to be ready that if I haven't gotten filled at the low of the day, I'm chuckling because if you include yesterday, SMCI pulling back $1.50 from the highs today looks like nothing because it dropped $7 yesterday. You have to zoom in to make it look like a normal stock. So if we bounce off VWAP here, I want to make sure I'm getting out on that VWAP bounce. Otherwise, we look for that LOD here on SMCI, down another 1.5%. But man, Meta is just $560. Yeah.
Is that what it's at?
Yes.
Jeez, okay.
It really does want this March low, right? You've just got to understand what's in favor and what's out of favor. Sometimes that's all it is. I also just realized my backgrounds in Windows it's like rotating. I got to turn that feature off because it's kind of annoying.
Oh, mine's just white background, because just in case like I go like this. You see white background. So it looks pretty good there. I'm smart like that. All right, how smart are we? Smart enough to get out of 20% or only have 20% left of NVIDIA. So that was probably a good idea. We're gonna reload this and just give this one right now to 25 cents lower, 201.75. If we break below 201.75, we're now, look what we're doing. We're now below everything. You know, so we don't need to be holding on to this bid. We'll take the long because it fell back into the 200, it fell back into VWAP. So this is part of the plan. We got to test, we got to trust sometimes the process. So we'll wait to see if there is a process that makes any sense. Let's get back out on the upside here. We'll get some out at 50s if it happens, and just try to go 2-to-1 on this one. Our out is 201.75s. So right there, well, you know what? Let's go 1-to-1 on a little bit of this anyways, on 15%. If we can get 202.25, we'll take some of that. But for right now, yeah, a little bit of trouble here for NVDA as it's been really pulling back in, as has the market, as Neil just mentioned there, into VWAP. So if you I'm gonna let NVIDIA settle here, because if the TQs hold, so should NVIDIA. So I think that's fine. But this is also right now, almost looks identical, pretty much, actually. Now they look at the symbols, they look almost exactly the same. We touched near the highs and we came right back in, right into some key levels again. So the futures and NVIDIA kind of mocking each other back and forth right now. So we're gonna just wait to see if one reacts a little bit better than the other, and then trade it accordingly on that one as we wait to get a print there on NVIDIA. All right, so that's that. Coinbase is another one that's, I know it's, hitting some of my scanners here. Why is that right now for Coin? Oh, just broke through VWAP. So, okay. So Coinbase on the pullback. I mean, a lot of these names are going to look similar as we just mentioned there. Again, we do get a little bit of a trade there. So we'll just blow up a little bit there on NVIDIA as we get a little bit out at the 1-to-1 marker. But that's been an averaged in price. So we're hoping for a little bit higher than where we are right now in order for this to be worth talking about. We are now 15 minutes away. We will have Kevin O'Leary on. We're going to talk to him about, you know, various investments that he's made into the data space as well, data centers. He was talking last time about some properties here in Canada that he was looking at. IREN up 3% there today. You're talking about some power supplies here. Nice move to the upside as we look for gigawatts and whatnot. IREN making that move. Okay,
one of them specifically.
Yeah, and here comes, there it is. So right now, not a great look here as NVIDIA is dipping down. And there it is. There's a stop out for NVIDIA. So we will, look, we still got it. We still got our goal there on NVIDIA. We did pull back some and gave some back there on NVIDIA, but worth the try for me anyways at that level. And I thought it was good down into VWAP. We did have a chance, but look at this market. There's the bleed a little bit here. So we were pretty much cruising. Now we're going to the downside. This is why we talk every day about making sure to capture the profits when the profits are there, because we've seen dramatic moves, man. We've seen the NASDAQ be down 4% and retrace all the way back to almost even. You know, like those are the moves that you don't generally see in what I would call a healthy market. I don't think it's overly healthy right now, meaning that there's too much push and pull throughout the day to actually give you a pretty clean trend. And I think there's a lot of stocks that will show that. We can go over those when we get back from SIA at the big desk.
Let's take a look at the small cap sector. The IWM currently up by 1%. We're going to take a look at a couple individual tickers I've picked out for you today. PPCB. ProPank Biopharma has authorized a 5 million share repurchase program. They're currently up almost 17% on the day. NAVN, Navin, that's up almost 11%. They're using an artificial intelligence to grow 4 times faster than the rest of the corporate travel industry. It's a workplace travel software company that has a proprietary AI assistant, which is now handling almost 56% of all their customer inquiries. And finally, we have VRA, Vera Bradley, which is an American accessories brand, best known for its vibrant handbags and cotton travel bags. They're up almost 8% on the day. Their first quarter revenue has grown 7.8% year over year, with gross margin up 430 basis points to 51.8%. Operating losses also improved around 76%. That's all for your small cap.
Thanks, Sia. It's like we're not holding gains in this market. Like even just now, like I showed you guys, was looking at VWAP on the NQ. So like VWAP just got taken out to the downside. When it looked like it was holding, I just put a trailing stop in SMCI because the market was at VWAP. So I'm out of that one, and the market just continues to bleed. Are we not done raising money for SpaceX? Y'all didn't get... They canceled everything last night, right? Like you had to get your orders in already, so why are people still selling would be the real question. It could be, remember Oracle. Remember the news this morning? Remember Oracle still raising money and scaring them you-know-what out of everybody? Now they're down 13 or 12.5%. We remember the president sort of, literally taking aim at Iran and causing a big spike in USO, and then of course PPI. So I guess that's why we're not holding on to gains. It's as simple as that, but that's where we're at. So I'm going to look for something to the south side. Again, if it's a pop to VWAP on SMCI, then it'll be that. The losing trade for me was under VWAP here on silver. It gets to 58 and reverts. That's when I was trading SMCI, so I would have missed that opportunity, but I can only look at one thing at a time. If it holds under VWAP again, I might take a secondary shot here at SLV. We haven't even talked about crypto or Bitcoin. I just realized my Bitcoin chart is not, where's my Bitcoin thing? Usually I have like the number and I can tell you what it's trading at, but for some reason that's closed. But we're back down into the lows on IBIT as well. So crypto not looking very, very healthy at all. So I guess if you're looking for longs, you're back to looking at small cappers, everybody.
Yeah, that's for sure right now. All right, so we just, right now I want to thank Ramin for putting this together. I want to thank Sharif, and I want to thank Adara yesterday. We did just put this out. I just retweeted it. Go find it right now on Trader TV, Sean. If you're looking for information about the IPO tomorrow. It's right here, right now. Click on that link. It'll take you right over to YouTube, and you'll be able to view it. And this is what it looks like. There's a lot of editing that was put into this. So we want to say thank you. And yesterday was Sharif and Adara going back and forth, and some fun Elon Musk references early, some cool graphics and whatnot. So we want to thank Ramin for that one. Go find it over on Instagram, on X. It's there right now. It's your SpaceX. All you need to know about tomorrow's SpaceX launch into the market here with their IPO coming tomorrow. We have no idea. A lot of people asking us when it's going to be, where it's going to be. Well, it's going to be on the NASDAQ, so we know that one. So, and the symbol will be SPCX. This will be not the last time I call this up, because we'll call it up tomorrow, but SPCX tomorrow will have orders in here, and the order book will be flying around, and we're going to tell you where this is going to look at. We're going to talk about the tap, but that's tomorrow. SPCX, that's the symbol. Now y'all know, get that video into your library right now and go find out everything you need to know about SpaceX. Are you investing in the IPO? Are you going to be trading it off the open? There's some different talks about it right around here, man. I saw Obi before. He's, thinking about what if they rug pull? Do you actually want to put some, risk into that opening print? There's a very strong possibility. Neil and I talked about that. Like, what if you put all of your risk into that opening print? It does pull down a couple bucks early, then takes off once it finds some base or demand. Will you have enough buying power left? Will you have enough risk left to deal with those things? We shall find out tomorrow live here at Trader TV. And just before we go back over the desk, I'm waiting for 1350 here on Intel. So, yeah, we're obviously ready to rock and roll, man. Really chilled out here today. Great game last night at the Garden. Great game today tonight at High Park. Tonight, again, another 8 to 10 o'clock game there tonight, where it's your High Park Red Sox versus the High Park Athletics. So we'll see who winds up winning. We're off of a tie.
I'm going to be eating ice cream with strawberries on it because my daughter's school has their strawberry social. It's such a great event. Basically, they just show off their classrooms, you talk to some parents, and we chill eating ice cream while the kids play around like animals. And it's just a lot of fun, and all the parents love it. Thank you to their school for doing that. Let's go to the desk. We've got Sia at the desk.
Yeah, just a really quick update here. Keep an eye out for Amazon. Jeff Bezos saying that I think we're going to have labor scarcity because of AI. Amazon on lookout, just Jeff Bezos making comments here saying that he thinks they're going to have labor scarcity because of AI. Sending it back to you.
Thank you very much there, Sia. And as we mentioned, we're going to have Kevin O'Leary coming on very shortly. We'll talk. Well, I mean, heck, everyone's going to want to talk about SpaceX. We're going to talk a little bit about the IPO, certainly. And not just SpaceX. I mean, if we're being real, we're talking about SpaceX because it's tomorrow, but OpenAI is filed as well. We're going to get them, I think we're looking at September, and then by the end of the year, also Anthropic. OpenAI and that windfall can't come soon enough for Microsoft. Trying to bounce off lows, 2% down. I know I was harping on Meta, but Microsoft is also down. Meta... Actually, Microsoft is down basically the same as Meta, is what it is. The only reason I was focusing on Meta is because I haven't bought Microsoft shares in a very, very long, I can't remember the last time I bought Microsoft shares, but I have bought Meta shares this year. That's the only reason I harped on them. But both those names under pressure, while the NASDAQ flies higher, and the reason I said flies higher is these space stocks are continuing to go. So there was a bounce on Fly at VWAP. It still has too big of a spread, and that thing doesn't trade the way you would like. It could one nice 1 cent normal spread on the ETF. NASA, if you look at like an ASTS or a Rocket Lab, I think they look a little bit more reasonable. Like it's in terms of liquidity. So I'm going to wait for my chance on SMCI to rejoin the short, or if we can get a VWAP play on one of these space names, whichever one is closer to VWAP. Rocket Lab broke VWAP, it's only gaining it here. UFO doesn't trade enough shares either.
We missed out on that NVIDIA dip buy. It goes right into where we bought it last time. We should have done something about it. Wasn't sure. The NASDAQ had broken a little bit lower, but there's NVIDIA holding out support down there at 201.50. 5 minutes, we'll have Kevin O'Leary on. We'll talk to him about a bunch of different things, including SpaceX, so get ready to hear his opinion over there. Last couple of days has been a nice little wild ride for Robinhood as well. Robinhood's been going up and down.
Did it bounce off
flat today, Didn't really do too much off 85 today, but it did get to 86, so close enough to that level. 85, your 200, oops, that's a 200 period moving average right there. 82 is your 50 period moving average in around 81 bucks. So we'll have to watch out for that one for Robinhood, pulling back just a little bit. And why it's going upside, I thought, you know, you do have a little bit of a rebound and maybe a stabilization in crypto. We'll see if that's stable or not down there at 63. It hasn't really moved a whole heck of a lot. And then we've seen a lot of equity trading in names where, like, you know, if all of a sudden names that are doing, you know, 500,000 shares or less are now doing 50 million shares, and we can get a handful of these every day. We do know that a lot of the, and pardon me if I'm talking about you guys, but there's a lot of degenerates out there that will pick and choose which names to play every single day. It's called day trading. So welcome to the club if you're one of us. And yeah, these names have been pretty popular to look at. So all of a sudden now, if you're on a platform like Schwab or IBKR, anything like that, you are going to be feeding them more volume, and every time there's a trade executed, they're making a little bit of money on that, even if it's just a small little VIG. At the end of the day, this is what's happening. So EDHL, nice move there. That's what's halting. We do have another one here, UBXG. I'm just gonna keep calling them up because unfortunately our scanner doesn't show the volume, so I don't know how significant some of these moves are. This is just, that's back and forth. And then the other one that had been going sort of off a little bit here, SDOT, that's now open for a minute and not doing a whole heck of a lot of volume either right now is S.
Did you mention this QH?
No, but I see that that's been halting.
Yeah, QH was one that, it's up 120%, but if you look at yesterday, like right at the close, the stock did 250% in about an hour after the close. Look at what's going on with this at 750. This one could be interesting because if you see all these candles, see these topping tail candles on QH, the second you start holding above 750 or get a solid break over 8, I think it's just like the long is a go. So I'm gonna fire this one up on the side chart here. Let's actually, I know people don't care what these companies do, but I think the better ones have all been like Chinese ADRs. Yeah, so this one, Kuho Limited, there you go. It's a Chinese ADR with a 2.8 million float. So I hate to say it, but that's kind of been what you've been looking for. You almost want it to not be a thing. Like you don't want it to be lays with actual news today. So if you can break above $8 or just close any candles on a 3-minute for me above 750, I'm gonna fire this one up on a side chart. You're looking, I think you wanna, what's the Gretzky thing? You wanna skate where the puck is headed?
Yeah, yeah.
Like the one that hasn't gone yet, but is showing you some signs, if it can show a little breakout, jump into this and maybe it does that at a halt level and you can get to it. Like CPOP. CPOP is the perfect example yesterday. CPOP was just kind of cruising along, you know, it's okay, it's moving. And then all of a sudden you get this late breakout in the middle of the day and it went 2.5 times. So I think that's what's showing up here potentially on QH. So we have that one on the side chart, still looking for that SMCI re-entry short, which again, it comes back into VWAP. The last time it put in a lower high, but it was above the volume weighted average price. Another lower high this time would be at VWAP. So I've traded 3 times short. At some point, the market could decide this is a long. It just hasn't happened yet for me.
All right, I just want to say if NVIDIA does wind up coming back into some of those levels, we will take another long. A big shout out to my parents who are watching right now. So I hope you guys are doing well there. Stay out of the sun today. It's a pretty warm day out there.
True.
My mother always tells me that she's out there picking weeds all the time. And so I was like, okay, well, you know, just watch out for the back there. Make sure you're sitting down and don't, you know, drink lots of water during these kind of times.
Back still hurts, George.
Yeah.
Remember that old TV in your basement?
Still remembers moving that TV back on where we used to live there. Complaining about that.
So. No, I'm not complaining.
No, I'm just joking around there. Yo, what's up, Randy? Hope you're doing well.
We ate enough of your food.
Yeah, so we'll just keep on going. Yeah, so shout out to my parents there. Thanks for watching. We are moments away. We will have Kevin O'Leary coming on very, very soon, talking about a few different things, Bit Zero. And it's going to be exciting. We're going to talk about crypto game. We're going to talk about SpaceX tomorrow and some ideas that perhaps are floating around in that world. And, you know, I want to talk to him maybe even about his good friend Timothy Chalamet there yesterday at the Knicks game. I saw it was basically Celebrity Row there, and apparently they couldn't even clear the place out. It was like a half hour after the game, everybody was just on the court celebrating. It's great to see.
Wait till they win it.
That's going to be absolutely insane.
I can't even. I can't even imagine what that's going to be like.
All right,
City is going to go crazy.
From Marty Supreme to Sia Supreme, what you got for us?
Yeah, again, Jeff Bezos just speaking, Amazon on the uptake, saying he may buy parts of companies that can benefit from tech. Amazon on the uptake, keep an eye out.
We're just saying, like, what if you were a police officer that night? And what if they win in Game 6? I mean, Game 6 will be in New York.
I have genuine sympathy for any New York City police after they win.
And then plus they have the World Cup there as well. Like, it's going to be...
do your job and be safe, man. It's going to be stupid.
It's going to be wild there.
Because what do you do? Like, it's all good nature, but people are going to be vandalizing.
Of course, man. And people were beating up Spurs fans, you know.
I don't know.
So anyways, I just say there will be chaos in the streets there in New York. And a shout out to the Blue Jays. They lost yesterday, but they've been playing a little bit better. See if they get back up to 500 very, very soon. Okay, not too many names again today for me moving around. I mean, it's been a relatively flat day. I mean, sure, the market's up, the market's down, but we started right in here, right where we are. So the NASDAQ, like a roller coaster there, Canada's Wonderland, upside, down, and landing somewhere in the middle. You never want to get stuck on the top. You always want to make that move down and then get back on that roller coaster. So we'll see what winds up happening. And Tesla is a good example of that here as well. Just kind of hovering around, not doing a whole heck of a lot right now, is TSLA. My eyes keep looking up because I'm looking for different names to trade for you guys. Has anything, and that's what trading is all about. You don't need to be in and out of the market like super quick all the time, depends on your style. You need a setup to happen. And this morning we had NASA down here at 32 bucks. We wrote that down as a trade idea on the sticky note. Go find it on X, but we didn't take it. We should have took it. We were waiting for 31.75. That came in on the PPI number today. Hey, I mean, is inflation, yesterday Trump tweeted out that he likes inflation. I think he just meant he liked that number. I don't actually think he likes inflation as a hedge towards anything.
Inflation.
But we do have newly appointed Fed Chair Kevin Warsh with his first appearance in 5 days next week. Next week, Wednesday, they'll have that meeting, and we expect a hold and then a talk of hopefully, not hopefully, I don't really know what to hope for anymore in this market, but it does look like we'll have 1, if not 2 rate hikes.
I know what to hope for.
By the new year.
I think we're hoping for SpaceX knock the rug tomorrow. That's what I'm hoping for.
For sure.
Like, it is, that's where my brain is at.
SpaceX going down would be a problem.
SpaceX losing 135. I think if that, because keep in mind one thing that's going to happen tomorrow. If it sees 135, which is the issue price, if it sees that, that's a level that gets defended. And if that level cannot be successfully defended, it can get pretty nasty because that's where everyone wants to go long in front of. So if that happens, I think it could bode poorly for the market. I don't want to say terribly, but poorly for the market, possibly terribly for some of the other space stocks. Like if you're trading Rocket Lab, great taste, if you're trading NASA, Fly, Rocket Lab, ACS, those have all been fine today. But if SpaceX loses 135 and you're trading those, you want to be paying attention because that could get pretty nasty very quickly. I was going
to say, yeah, we're getting ready to have Kevin on, and I know I think he's watching right now, and I just wanted to say to Kevin, you taught us something very, very long time ago. There's one thing that's key, and it's king, and that's cash. So right here, we're hoping to get some investments in some businesses that have some, and he told us to say it this way, cash. Sean, say cash flow. He used to tell us to say. So, hey, he's the actor now.
But also make sure that you have cash he had to make sure you had cash for these IPOs.
This guy's on the big screen, he's on the small screen, he's about to be on YouTube right over here, doing everything. It's Kevin O'Leary, and we're really happy.
Give me a movie role, Kevin. I'll slide in there.
Neil, yeah, you'll slide in
I'll
there.
be like,
maybe you could be an extra or something.
Guy 3, I'm cool with that. You know when it's like guy number 3 just in the background, maybe clapping at something. I'm down. I'm pretty easy. Sure. You know, or I could just be like shaking my head. What kind of nonsense?
You could be like one of those fans in the background cheering on something, or you could be
just mucking up a scene by making a stupid face. That's
I think we're all good. Andre, let us know when we are ready to throw over, and we will do that. We've got Brendan locked and loaded here for that one. So
we do have one of these small cappers heading down.
Go ahead.
So the QH is the latest one halting. Look, I get it. They're all over the place. We're going to see more halts ever since PDT rule was gone. We've been seeing a lot of these flying around. So QH, once again, the sellers at $7.50 to $8 are winning. The current theoretical auction price, $6.50, which would be lower. You've also got EDHL. This was another one of these. This is halted probably a dozen times. Still over 50 million shares and up 190%. It's completely insane currently. But yeah, they're continuing to run absolutely fire. They're just not catching breakouts. When you're trading these small cappers, try to remember most of these are Chinese ADRs that the businesses, I don't want to, I'll just leave it at that. They're Chinese ADRs with sometimes questionable fundamentals. So have fun with them if you're trading it, but these are tending to rug almost every single day. And you've got to make sure that you bank your profits. We are now ready for our guest. You know who it is, Mr. Wonderful, Kevin O'Leary. Let's go up to the desk. Talk some cash flow.
Might as well.
All right, thanks, guys. Yeah, we'll get into the market talk. We'll get into the SpaceX talk. We'll get into the AI talk. But first off, we're going to get into one of Kevin's very own investments currently, and that is BitZero. We're also joined by CEO and founder of BitZero, Mohammed Bakishwan. Recently approved for and started trading on the NASDAQ, AIBZ for BitZero. You can also find it here in Toronto as well. First of all, I'll start with Mohammed. I mean, it's congratulations, first of all, Mohammed. It's an exciting time and a great event for the company itself. What does the NASDAQ listing change here for BitZero, if anything? Not sure if we can get that audio, guys. Let me know if we have. Let's just go to Kevin, get his opinion here. If we can bring him in, and you guys can work on the audio there. If you can, Andre, just give me a heads up. There's Kevin. I'll throw the same question at you, Mr. Wonderful. Great to have you back, as always. Always very kind to us. Give me your thoughts here as far as the NASDAQ listing for BitZero.
Well, it's obviously important to a much larger capital market. I mean, BitZero is in a very interesting place. It might be serendipitous, it might be calculated, or a combination of both, but when you think about what's occurred in the digital transformation, I don't care whether it's digital payment systems, AI, Bitcoin, tokenization, all of these elements, what's the common denominator of all of them? And certainly a contentious issue in North America, there's one thing: power. And BitZero, and maybe this was luck, but it doesn't matter because it's on their balance sheet now, has some of the lowest power contracts I've ever seen on Earth, because I have been everywhere looking for basically powered land, because it doesn't matter which hyperscaler you are, you're not building out compute capacity without power, and you're looking for power at sub 6 cents a kilowatt hour. But in the last 90 days, and again, BitZero couldn't have planned for this, geographic location is more important than everything now, because all those data centers built in the Middle East got hit with drones. And so there's no drones flying around where BitZero has its assets, and they are primarily in Norway and Finland, where they have sustainable energy in both hydroelectricity generation and nuclear power. But it's a very stable environment. And so the combination of very low-cost energy and long-term contracts and owned land is very attractive in the portfolio when you're building it out for whatever allocation you're doing for the digital. You want to call it AI, you want to call it digital payment systems, stable coins, tokenization. It doesn't matter. They all need power. And that's what BitZero has. And I think now that it's part of NASDAQ, has probably, and I'm speculating as an investor, a lower cost of capital, which is good.
You've mentioned many times, even on this show, the picks and shovels angle, the infrastructure, as you said. When you made this investment first on the BitZero as a company side of things, has AI now changed that thesis in, maybe just talk about the scale at which AI has changed that thesis?
Well, AI now, as you know from all the narrative going on regarding the debates of data centers in the US and the influence of foreign countries with propaganda, all this stuff has blown up in the last few weeks. But, it doesn't matter where you are. The demand for compute, I mean, people are confusing a little bit about AI data centers with just plain compute capacity, because if you're sending an email or saving a spreadsheet, that's going somewhere on some server somewhere. And we don't have enough capacity for it now. And you heard recently the CEO of Anthropic say the Chinese are going to catch up on compute capacity within 6 months if we don't build some more data centers. And so that's the work that I think BitZero is finding itself in such a fortunate position. You got to think of them, in my view, what I think about the company is it's like a diner. It's got a menu. And it's got land, it's got fiber, it's got power, it's got water, it's got permits. There you are, looking at the menu. Any one of the 5 hyperscalers is going to say, well, I want to eat that hot dog, I'll have that sandwich, I want that salad, because it all boils down to power. So they don't, the great thing about BitZero and the picks and shovels story, for me, at least that's my assumption, is you don't have to worry about which chips and all this stuff. The hyperscaler tenant deals with all that. They have what the hyperscaler must have, power. And so it does, in my portfolio, it's a big part of, the picks and shovels story. And I think you and I talked about this maybe even 18 months ago when BitZero was almost a startup. And that was the thesis then, it's the thesis now. And clearly, from a valuation perspective, it's worked out well and the company's executed, and that's on the executive. You got them there. I mean, I basically say, what do you got that I have to have and is the common denominator for everybody? Power. And
Let's bring in Mohammed here. We have audio resolved. Good to have you, Mohammed, once again. Give us your side of the story here. Congratulations, as I mentioned, first off on the NASDAQ listing. What does it mean for the company here?
Thank you. No, it means a lot. Exactly what Kevin mentioned. Gives us access to one of the largest capital markets in the world. Gives us a wider reach that enables us to grow. I believe like we're kind of getting there where we're supposed to be with our assets. As Kevin said, the commodity we have is the power that we have in our assets. The asset behind me is our Norway asset. It's at a more advanced stage than a lot of assets in Europe and can provide scale for HPC GPU clusters within 2027 as a turnkey solution, which not a lot of assets in Europe can provide, regardless of being also one of the lowest cost power regions in Europe, as well as being already online, and the power is there. It's not power that needs to be developed or anything that is yet in preparation or high voltage stages. Bottlenecks of supply chain have been overcome in terms of high voltage equipment, transformers that other developers are waiting years for. We already have our own installed and running, as well as the ones for the expansion of the 110 megawatts already on a ship on their way to the site. Once that's commissioned, that means we have plug ready 110 megawatts before the year is out this year, which means we can deliver to a hyperscaler 110 megawatts of gross capacity within 2027 as a turnkey solution. Puts us in a really strong position in the market, and also to capture the demand within 2027, which very few, if none, in Europe can meet. And I believe the market's starting to get notice of that. Besides our larger growth platform consisting of Finland and our North Dakota asset. In Finland, we're in a similar position as Norway, not quite as advanced in terms of installations, but we can deliver up to 80 megawatts of compute during 2027 as well. So those are two exciting short-term projects within the next 12 to 18 months that we're looking to deliver to a hyperscale tenant or an IG-backed neo-cloud, as we've been seeing in the market in a very short period of time.
It started trading on the NASDAQ on June 9th. If anybody's looking for it, AIBZ. Mohammed Bakashwan is the founder and CEO of BitZero. We appreciate your time, Mohammed, today. We'll talk a little bit of market. We'll talk a little bit about this IPO coming up with Kevin, specifically. SpaceX, Kevin, I want to jump right into this here. Tomorrow, I mean, this is a different landscape. This is a different market, it feels like, entirely. with, we can maybe group them together. We have two giant AI companies about to come public. We have SpaceX to deal with tomorrow. We've never seen a scenario like this going into an IPO like this. How are you approaching this mentally?
Well, there's some technical issues with it. Let's just talk about the baseline analysis before we get into the vision of this thing. If you actually read the prospectus, what you're buying is a telco. The only cash flow being generated is from Starlink, and the rest is the future. Now, if you're going to bet on the future of any operator, you can't beat Musk because he's delivered on every mandate. You just don't know the timing of it. When he says he's going to do something, it happens, but it's not always on the same time as the original vision. So you have to buy the rest of that valuation at the 137 on the future. But I think there's going to be a fundamental demand that's going to be pretty significant here on an index basis. I know it's not immediately going into the S&P 500, but one of the technical problems I dealt with on this is, I said to the guy that was offering me the allocation, I said, look, let me get this right. It's going into an account, it's a margin account. It's always been a margin account with certain names in it. What happens if the stock goes down? Because they're telling me you can't sell it for 30 days. And I said, well, hold on there. What law is there? Nothing in the prospectus about a hold period of 30 days. He said, no, that's just what we're asking you to do. And I said, well, how can you do that? Because it goes into a margin account. The stock drops for whatever reason. You're going to sell it out on the margin call. Are you telling me there's two rules, one for me where I can't sell it, but you can because you're holding the margin account? He said, let me get back to you on that. I said, yeah, maybe you should, because I don't think you thought this through. This makes no sense to me at all. And so, it's sort of that issue aside, which apparently by tomorrow morning will be resolved for everybody. If you're going to invest in this space, index. Take whatever you're going to allocate, in my view. Look, I'm not giving advice. I'm just saying here's how I do it, okay? If my allocation this falls into the whole digital, transformation of the economy. Certainly SpaceX is part of that. I'm going to take, let's say, 5% weighting, and I'm going to split it across all three because I have no idea who the winner is going to be. One of these guys is going to emerge as the big performer. Is it going to be Anthropic or it can be somebody else? You don't know. So get some diversification into what you're going to do here. This is a very lofty valuation. As you're well aware, some of the sovereign wealth have passed on their allocation. I'm not surprised. I mean, they have very long-term view. That may signal that they're willing to wait until the stock has a better entry-level point.
As we talked about this morning, early on, $70 billion in retail alone coming into this tomorrow. If you're not, let's say you're not in that to start things off, is there an opportunity in your mind, do we see lower prices 2 weeks, 3 weeks out versus just buying the open print? And I'm phrasing this around the simple fact that there's so much excitement around this. There's so much, as you were alluding to, anticipation around this. Is the opportunity maybe, next month or a month and a half away?
Well, I tell you the answer to that, and it's a very good question, is how do they resolve what I just talked about regarding not selling it for 30 days? Let's make the assumption that the retail houses, which are primarily going to be the Robinhood, the Fidelity, the Schwab, they're allocating. Get over this, and they don't put any covenant on it in terms of how long you got to hold it for. That would be healthier because then the flippers would flip, which is what you want. And then it would probably be a more stable price. But I think if you put the covenant on where you have to wait a month, you want to wait a month before you buy it because you're going to have a massive amount of stock coming into the market when it's finally free and clear to trade. So staying on the radar on that one is probably what you want to do. And then does it achieve the 137? Does it go above that? I mean, these are huge. I mean, I'm like everybody else. I've never seen a deal like this. So, but when you tie up stock and you don't let it be in the market, I don't like that at all. I just, what's the point of going public? That's the whole idea, is just let happen what's going to happen and let the market be the market and let price discovery work on total liquidity for whatever the float is. And I think if that's the case, and you'll know it before it starts trading, you know, maybe you take a third on then when it starts trading, and then you wait and see what happens. And if there is a covenant where it's not liquid, you wait.
There's a narrative, you know, kind of floating in the background as well around the Elon Corp angle to this as well. There's going to be, you know, a lot of people who are fans of Elon, who love, you know, the vision, who love, as you were mentioning, you know, what he's done as far as execution in the past goes. I mean, a lot of people have said at some point Tesla just gets rolled into this and it's just one giant Elon Corp. Is that more attractive?
Yeah, it is actually, because I think what Tesla becomes is a robotics company, whether it's a self-driving car or industrial robots or whatever. I know a lot of people work at it's, you know, not as many as SpaceX, but certainly at Tesla. They're world class. I mean, those guys are so on mandate and so efficient and so fast in terms of getting stuff to market that I think you're buying into that. I would never bet against this guy. I just have a lot of respect for what he does, but mostly his executional skills. You know, there's this theory, and I saw it. I used to work for Steve Jobs. I may have said this story to you before. He was very difficult to work with because I did all his educational software for him, but he had this one thesis that he imparted on me back in the 90s, which I've been using a lot lately. He said, you only have to get 3 things done a day, only 3. And not tomorrow. In the 18 hours that you're working, those 3 have to get done. They're called the signal, and everything that stops you from getting the 3 things done, that's the noise. And so he believed in an 80-20 ratio, and it made him very socially difficult. Because if you started talking about something that was not on one of the 3 things, he'd just blow you off. I mean, he was rude that way, and he upset a lot of people. However, I see that in Elon because I've had a chance to meet him a few times. He's 100% signal. He'll just walk away. I mean, the minute he thinks there's no valuable information in the narrative, gone. And I think that's why he achieves so much, but there's a cost to it. But that guy is extraordinary. You know, maybe he's from another planet, who knows?
I have to say, and I'm not just saying this because you're very kind with your time to us and a friend of the show, obviously, but if anyone has not watched your conversation with Stephen Bartlett on Diary of a CEO, you go into that fact in depth and talk about you know, a few other things as well. I won't spoil it. Everyone should go and watch that because it's one of the most authentic, real conversations I've seen. Not only him have, but you as well. So anyways, I really enjoyed that. Talk a little bit about OpenAI, the Anthropic angle as well. Are we seeing some of this pullback in the overall market due to some repositioning ahead of those?
Yeah, you know, I have some interesting observations over the last 30 days on this whole thing. So if you look at the market overall, with all of the issues, the headwinds, let's talk about rising interest rates, let's talk about tariffs, let's talk about war in Ukraine, unsettling in the Middle East, the price of oil from 70 up to 90 and change. Why is the market hitting new highs on all 11 sectors? What the hell is going on? And I'll tell you what I think it is. When I talk to the index companies, the S&P 500, the big guys, and I still do a little indexing out there from the days of O-shares, because we're still indexing. And I also look at my portfolio of over 50 private companies with employees 5 to 500. Every single one of them, the #1 fastest growing cost is their adoption of AI licenses. No matter what sector it is, it could be real estate, it could be consumer, it could be energy. They're adopting this tool to do 2 things, enhance margins and enhance productivity. And it's showing up in all the earnings. So it's offsetting all of this stuff that's going on with the list of litany of tariffs on, and it's making the economy more efficient. So I don't think that's going to stop. Now, within our own enterprise, when you start to see the cost of your tokens every week, I mean, for me, it's just going up geometrically because everybody's using the tool. We were using multiple tools. So we started shopping for enterprise license so that we could, give everybody a license at a discount, and we would use one stack. And so, I could have dictated which one it was going to be, but I said, let's be democratic. Let's take a vote. let's say majority wins. Who wants OpenAI, ChatGPT? Who wants Claude? Who wants Gronk? All this stuff. 99%. Only one dissenter was me because I don't know how to use Claude. And I'd already spent all that time on other stuff, but we went to Claude. And now I'm a Claudette. I mean, that product is such an incredible tool. It's beyond anything I even dreamt of. And so I can't live without it. I use it every single day for all kinds of things. I mean, just unbelievable productivity in my own time. That's happening millions of times over. So it's here to stay. Now, trying to guess the stock price of these things, it's like I said earlier, index, buy them all and just allocate that amount and wait and see what happens. I can't guess how long Claude's the king, but we won't be changing anytime soon. This stuff is crazy good. I mean, just crazy good. And the way it interacts back into enterprise, well, you can say to it, okay, develop it into a PowerPoint presentation, or I want a Word doc, or I want a spreadsheet, and I want you to send it to these 5 guys. Boom, right off your phone. I mean, look, I'm sounding like a commercial for these guys, but I am.
It's a fan. They're literally changing the world. I had this conversation with my wife. I was like, she's in insurance. I'm like, you've got to be using this every single day. Like it's like having an entire team working for you. You can get rid of your team if you need to. But thank you for coming on, Kevin. And I just have one question for you, because you spoke our language when we talked about letting the free market. We had a lot of our viewers who, like yesterday when we were talking, a lot of them don't want the issue, because they're being threatened, might be the right word, that if they sell, they can't participate. You have a voice to be able to talk to your broker. What do we suggest for people that are in this spot, being put in a difficult spot by their broker to take this allocation in SpaceX, who might want future ones as well? We're writing letters, we campaigning, what are we doing? It doesn't seem fair to me.
Ignore it. Sell it anyways if you want.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, just dump.
The market's the market. You know, having somebody, there's no deal covenant in that. You don't have to do anything. That you're going to be punished by a service provider? Move your money.
There it is.
For me, that's complete bullshit, absolute bullshit, and I would never tolerate that.
No, I'm glad you didn't pull any punches with that, because I think that's right. There are other brokers out there. Your broker works for you at the end of the day, and if they're not working for you, then pull your money and go somewhere else. To that point, you said you're not picking favorites. Just go even all of them. Not even a little bit? Not even a little bit? You don't favor SpaceX?
By the way, he came with that BS to me, and I said, stop right now. You know what I'm going to do. I'm going to do whatever I want. And so he said, okay, I just had to tell you that. I said, that's nice. Don't start again. And then we talked about the strategy of you know, what the allocation, because you really don't know the pricing yet on the Anthropic. You kind of have to say, well, I'm going to put in X, but what my point is, keep some powder dry, because they're coming fast and furious. And so you don't want to be offside, and I don't think you want to margin these too much. The vol's going to be crazy. And so, you know, vol on tech, on IPOs is crazy chicken. Don't do it.
No, I agree. We saw that with Cerebras. It was insane. And you're right. That's a very good point about not knowing the price. Like you can prefer SpaceX, but you don't know the valuation's going to come out in a few months on OpenAI. So unless you can predict that future, you could make a better and more informed decision. And thank you, Kevin. But I want to emphasize that point for all the viewers out there. You can move your money. The broker works for you. Great point.
Yeah, there's so many options out there these days as well. Kevin, I did some research on BitZero. I want to bring it back to that because, you know, being Canadian, and we shout out Canada, so I got to do this right now. We always talk about Wayne Gretzky, you know, skate where the puck is going, not where the puck currently is. So for an idea that I think a lot of people have right now is nuclear and uranium, and I was doing some research there. You guys are a little bit into nuclear in Finland there, and I know that you've been buying some property and looking at that with the U.S. recently there with a $2.7 billion grant from the Department of Energy into uranium. Where do you think that trade maybe potentially is going in the next year, 2 years, maybe 5 years? Is that where we're moving to when we talk about data centers and energy? I know wind is also something that you guys are looking into.
Yeah, I mean, what I've told all the hyperscalers now, because I'm trying to keep on my theme of picks and shovels in terms of where they're going. They all have different strategies, but you know, it's public that Google, for example, major player, when they build out a new data center, they want a combo of nat gas, battery, sodium ion, solar, and in some places where you can get it, wind. And so their strategy is to, and I said, well, that's kind of a green story, right? And he said, no, no, it isn't. When you actually, the reason we do that is a better economics on power, because it's very hard to get below, what Bit Zero has is sub 6 cents a kilowatt hour. That's unheard of. It's almost impossible to get anywhere stateside or in Canada. Alberta, maybe you can pull it off, maybe. It hasn't been proven yet, but I think it will be. There's a lot of interest. You know, for example, Canada, Manitoba's saying, well, you know, we're going to shut down all data centers, not understanding why would you do that, because they have a lot of hydro. But Alberta is trying to get people to come up and build there, and makes sense because Canada's under great stress to find new business. I mean, you know, our GDP is negative. Yeah, and I'm not blaming that on Carney. I'm blaming it on the Idiot King. You know, he did a lot of damage for, you know, for 10 years with policy that shut down everything, and now we're suffering with negative GDP. By the way, just on a side note, I have this company, you'll like this, called Hello Prenup, which is a Shark Tank deal. And you got to hear this. So they issue prenups online. It's a fantastic service. It's growing like a weed. So I, on behalf of the company, offered to Katy Perry a free prenup because she's going to need it.
Kevin,
everything that guy touches goes to zero.
I was going to say when you mentioned that, I was going to bring up Katy Perry, and maybe him and her can stop holding hands there at Coachella. Were you at Coachella by any chance there?
No, I went to the Knicks game here in New York. It was
I was going to ask you. I was talking about that yesterday, and I heard that people didn't even leave the arena for 20,
No, but you know, the New York, I'm in New York right now, partly to attend, you know, this stuff, and there's a huge conference tomorrow on exactly this topic. I'm doing one of the keynotes at it on, you know, allocating for this next 12 months on tech and crypto and quantum computing and quant trading, all of this, it's all converging. And everybody, there's government's going to be there because there's a vibe in Washington that they're going to get this Clarity Act done. And you want to be ready for that, because I'll tell you the biggest opportunity next in crypto is, you know, we've been talking about
stablecoins,
blockchain. You know, blockchain. Which blockchain is going to work in the SP 500? If you can figure out which one becomes a standard, you want to be long that token. That's going to be the next monster thing in crypto.
Okay, there it is. We got a little.
And you got to be ready for it. But again, dry powder matter too. I think that's why we're seeing a lot of selling. People are gearing up for a lot of things. Kevin, thanks so much. First of all, I have to ask you, like. Are we going to Game 7 and you're going to be there, or is this going to be over?
Game 7,
or is this going to be over?
No, predictive markets are still keeping it. I mean, you got to watch the predictive stuff by the minute. I mean, everybody's so interested in this Knicks story, and you know, even there's another trade on this thing. The Knicks cards of their stars.
Oh, okay.
Have been trading for nothing because they haven't won anything in 50 plus years. If they pull this off, the best return is going to be on owning a few of the rookie cards of their lineup, no matter what team they're on. You're going to go from like a $500 card to $500,000. That's what's going to happen. And it's going to be insane. I mean, it's speculation, but there's a big market on that people don't know about. These cards, like I've been getting into these sports cards. I can't believe the size, the deal size of 20, 30, 40 million dollars for a card.
Kevin, I saw you were wearing that. You had the Logan Paul there. You got your, what was it, the Jordan, the jersey card, or which one do you have?
Yeah, I'm an investor in that card. We bought it for $12.93 million, just got offered $21 million from a Japanese buyer in Asia somewhere, I think.
Are you ringing the register?
That's from last August to now, so it's a great asset class. But, you know, I know Logan Paul, and I said, where'd you get the chain made? And it, you know, it was some discount jeweler, and I don't do discounts. So I went to the head of Tiffany, said, can you make me a mega chain? I'm talking El Supremo diamonds, the very best, one of a kind on earth. And the head guy at the top of it said to Tiffany, do it. And we built this thing together. And of course, I paired it with the Rolex that had rubies on it, and I took it to the Oscars. It was crazy. And, you know, on top of that, I looked fabulous.
Would you flip that card, or you're looking for a little more than that, or is it a forever hold for you? What do you think about that? From 12 to 21.
I'm in a syndicate with 3 guys that are buying these things, and we bought another 100 and something million since then. And so it's you know how I like index? We talked about Anthropic and SpaceX.
Right.
I like index. So I don't want everything in one card. And so we mark to market the portfolio every day on Card Ladder, and we're monitoring the ebb and flow of each asset as a prorated amount to what we paid for it. So using sort of a stock analogy to it. And so far, since last August, it's outperformed everything, including my watches, including Bitcoin, including the S&P, including everything.
Here, I'll give you...
I'm having a hard time wanting to sell that one. You know, like, you don't sell your winners, although you think you should. I like this asset class. And then lately, the big auction houses are calling me up saying, hey, when you're rebalancing, we want to be in this business, so let us be your partner.
I'll give you Gavin McKenna for the Maple Leafs. He's going to go #1 in the biggest market here, obviously in Canada, in Toronto. That might be something to look out for there, a Gavin McKenna rookie card. Kevin, last time you were here, you sort of dropped and you talked about Marty Supreme and the big screen. What are you working on? Anything else here? You can let us know. Get us into a little sneak peek. Have you been contacted? Anything else? I think you did a fantastic job there. So congratulations from everybody here at Trader TV on that, from the small screen to the big screen. You working on anything else?
I am.
Okay.
I've read a bunch of scripts. I've been offered a bunch of parts. What you'll learn, because I've never been a scripted actor before, so I've just realized I started at the very top. I had 824 across from Timothy Chalamet and Gwyneth Paltrow. Hard to do better, and I've noticed, because the scripts I'm getting now are complete shit. And I'm reading this stuff, and I'm saying, the story sucks. This isn't going to be a good movie, no matter how well I perform in it. It's just a bad story. I was telling that to my new agent, the guy that does the scripted stuff. He said, yeah, you're going to get all this crap, and you're going to have to choose wisely. You know, but, you know.
You know what I remember, Kevin? The last time you were on here, you're like, I don't know nothing about scripts, but you know, I know this one. And now it's like, nah, I'm not reading that one. I'm not reading this one. That's amazing. But anything you want to show us watch-wise here? I still got my Apple Watch on. I'm still just a simple man.
Here in New York, I'm also keynoting that at Philips, and they're going to be bringing to market one of the rarest resonance. This is a resonance right here, FP Jour, and you've seen that look on a dial. But way back when Jordan had no money, 22 years ago, he made a prototype piece for himself and another one, a total of 7. And this one is serial number 007.
Oh, okay. 007.
And so the vibe on the auction, and everybody's talking, is this will breach the highest price ever, because the only other guy that has one is Jorn
himself.
The other 3, nobody knows where they are. So this could be the only one made with platinum and brass and a little bit of gold in it. It's Philips auction. It's going to be on Saturday. I think it breaks 7 million because of the whole 7 vibe, but who knows? This one is one-of-a-kind piece because it has 2 12 dials, which is very, very rare, and my name's on it. And then another Jorn, the Elegant. I'm in a Jorn mode in New York because of the big auction. Jorn, as an asset class in watches, has outperformed everything. Everything.
Well,
Why? 'Cause he's alive. He's a living Picasso. You get one of those watches now, it's going up 40% when he moves on to the big watch in the sky.
Oh man,
there it is.
No, that's and you've been early to that game, and we've been talking for a couple 5, 6 years on the show here with you about watches.
And
so
now you've given everybody the card game as well. So
congratulations.
The card game's crazy chicken stuff. It's so much fun. It's insane. And everybody on the street. When I wore that chain at the game, by the way, with a Knicks player in it. Oh man, it was nuts, and it was crazy. It was just the energy in there. I don't think New Yorkers have ever had a team that finally delivered. These guys haven't won crap for 53 years.
No,
they still got one to go.
Well, yeah, the Yankees had a little bit of a run there for a minute.
Well, you know, I think this game will go down in history because if you watch the last 60, 90 seconds, I mean, you couldn't, that's impossible that would happen.
It was back and forth. You had no idea
it was ridiculous.
Coin toss there.
Ridiculous.
All right, Kevin, thank you for all your time today. It has been absolutely fantastic. You know, you're welcome back at any time. Just let us know. And good luck with Bid Zero. Good luck with all the adventures.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I love you guys. Take care.
Thank you, Kevin. Ciao, my friend. All right, man. All right, well, I'm out of here. That's good. See.
Boom. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That is your boy, Joey Options. I'm Sharif, and what a fantastic interview with Kevin O'Leary. Always love hearing what he has to say, especially when it comes down to watches, Joey.
When the watches.
The watches was a nice one there.
Pokemon cards.
Oh.
He's gone.
You weren't part of that AP craze at the mall? Saw that AP craze?
Did you get one?
Absolutely not. Let me tell you something, my friend. Country club membership over watch, connections over materials, longevity, any day of the week. All right, good morning, everybody. Let's get right down to work. What's up?
Yeah, I could go on
Okay?
all day. Yeah, I'm all right, man. I was just
All right?
getting my thought. Yeah, I just got to make
Yeah.
sure I don't swear and say all these obscenities.
Why?
Because
What happened,
sometimes, like,
Joey?
the materialistic aspect of things is how everybody's like, oh, I have this, I have all that. It's like, man, what kind of BS is that stuff?
Well, that's, I mean, why you here then?
Why are you here? Why am I here?
Yeah.
To buy more shares of TKO.
What are you going to do with that?
Pass it on, man.
You're not going to buy anything material, Joey?
No, actually. Invest it more. Dude, do I come across as a materialistic individual?
Because we are living in a material world, and we're going to see it in the back. I don't know.
Thank you. We're just going to go over a few quick updates. I'm going to send it back to the guys. OpenAI has announced a deal to require ONA, which is formerly known as GitPod, which is a privacy-first cloud development platform. This acquisition is designed to boost OpenAI's agent capabilities. Then we had the Senate committee speaking right now about concerns over AI. Speaker Mike Johnson has said that U.S. President Donald Trump has spoken to him less than an hour ago, and he said that U.S. President has informed him that he's close to making a permanent choice for the intelligence director. That's all. Sending it back to the guys.
All right, guys, let's get right down to work. There is a lot moving in the world of small cap gappers, so I'm going to get right down to it here. VELO is absolute rip city. It's in the $30. It's a bit more expensive, but it's got a great structure right now. RACDA, I'm going to call this one RKDA, $1.94 triple top-ish. A lot of resistance into 190, but you're getting all the right recipes here, or the ingredients for the right recipe, correction by me. You're getting that pre-market high takeout. You're on the way to $2. You respected trend on the way up, namely the 10 EMA on the 5. You're getting a retracement now, but this could just be your entry. I like the entry here between 160 to 150. It loses 140, I'm gonzino. RKDA, I'm not in it yet, but definitely considering it. MNTS, this is a repeat offender. It's one that we see a lot on the small cap gapper list and the scanners in the morning, and it is back again today, a bit more expensive than it has been, previously, trading at around 14. I think it was at $20, so maybe we are on a bit of a discount here. In any event, it's been also respectful of trend. We got a bit of a consolidation here between 1045 and 11 at the 1350 area, and there it goes again into the high of the day, 1470 incoming on MNTS, or there it goes. And GELS, GELS, halted to the high side, $1.26. I put on GELS like moments ago, okay? I just put it on. It really wasn't doing much until about, I want to say a quarter to, give or take. Halt time, 11:12:36. So the earliest we'll be open is 11:17:36, with the theoretical auction price showing $1.23. That is 3 pennies lower than we closed. But it's Rip City right now, and this is coming from sub $1. I haven't looked quite yet to find out if GELS is bid non-compliant. You can do your own research. Go ahead and go on to the NASDAQ page, find out if they got the letter from the exchange. Because if they did, then we know what this whole shebang is about. There's more. PGEN looking pretty good off that 454 area coming into 440. This one seems like a bit of a buy program. And the only reason I say that this is a buy program, not the others, is because it's so directional with very little in the way of liquidity. So it's like nobody's standing ahead of, or standing in front, I should say, of the acquirer who's running the buy program right now, accumulating shares. You don't feel like there's too many people standing in front of them. That could change as more eyes come on PGEN. So you got to be alert to this one. We got more, Joey. SPCE, space. Well, I'm shocked This one is running ahead of the SpaceX IPO. A bit of a head and shoulders pattern forming here. I'd be very alert to a loss of VWAP at around 540, but if this continues doing what it does and has been doing lately, which is some higher lows, then I get involved here. 576 high a day. INDP as well, looking pretty good. I'm pretty sure INDP is an energy play, kind of like Battle. No, I'm wrong. It's the therapeutics play. Completely got that wrong. It does feel, though, like an ascending wedge pattern. Let me make my case to you guys. A plethora of higher lows. You can kind of see that. You don't need to be a chartered market technician to connect the dots. But what I want to point out is, look at this flat top here brewing at 340. Sure, it's a 343 high, but nary a print. In fact, none above that 340 area on a closing basis, that is. So INDP putting in a gnarly pattern here. Last one, Joey, PPCB. Okay. You know how I feel about these ones, man, that like you look like they're past their prime. There's a whole lot of resistance for whatever reason between 650 to 680. Let's just say 650 to 675. Let's go ahead and say 625 to 675. Reason is, no closing prints above 625. And the wicks, as you can see, get into 675 area. So I'd be looking for resistance in and around that area. If it clears it and clears it decisively, you know I'm talking about a closing print. Then I'm looking at along here on PPCB, Joseph.
Yeah, PPCB, we were looking at that earlier this morning, guys. All right, let's get right into things. We're going to talk a little bit about Robinhood. Don't pull it up just yet. Assassino, it's all right. It's all good, man. Other than that, let's go right there, guys. Robinhood, off to the races we go. Should have just stuck with that name. Try this, boom. We take the stop out, but then we reload at a better price, and then sure enough, we hold it longer. We were looking for that move. Has the additional pullback, but then off to the races it goes as we had a couple of volatility spikes step into this market. So we shoot 50% on this bad boy, and we hold on to green here in Robinhood. Yeah, give us 1 minute here, Assassino, as we go do our little bit of a ramble. Sector watch will be in a moment, but I want to talk about TSLA first because the chat always asks me, Joe, why aren't you trading this? Why aren't you trading that? Well, here we go. We're trying it right now. Took a couple attempts on it, guys. Now we have more shares than we had on the initial, equal to our second position here now. But what we want to do is hold on to this for as long as we possibly can. Sitting on 40% of the remaining position. There's small caps on my mind. Shreve went over those, so no need for me to do it again. But we have Tesla, Robinhood, and a couple of the small cap gappers on our radar here today. Obviously, keeping an eye on the NASDAQ and the SPY, just in case we have some volatility spikes, we have to be prepared. I wouldn't be surprised because there's clearly a resistance zone right here, something that was acting as support, and that's going to correlate with the actual underlying asset at $386.56. All right, so keep an eye on that level. We're up 1% here on TSLA, 2% on TSLL. See ya.
Thank you so much for that. Please do keep an eye out before we get into the segment on Meta. A bit of a downside here. Meta is ending partnership with Manus after China's regulators have demanded the deal to be terminated. This just coming in that Meta has ended partnership with Manus after China's regulators have demanded that the deal be terminated. Let's dive into our sector for today. The SPY currently on the downside. Yes, the SPY currently on the down. Well, it's trading flat at the moment. We're going to take a look at our sectors for today. Electric tech, seeing a lot of green here. Yesterday, there was a lot of red, which is looking good. NVIDIA trading up by almost 1%. We have MU reversing on its losses from yesterday and the day before, up 2.3%. INTC currently up, holding that momentum 6%. Double upgrade from the Bank of America. That was a surprise to buy from, underperform, and lifted its price target 235 from 96. They cited improving visibility in its server processor and foundry businesses. We have a Cisco making Cisco also reversing its downside, currently up 0.3%. Tech services, lots of red. Meta down, Google down by 2.5%. Microsoft also down 2.2%, reportedly cutting hundreds of roles from its Azure cloud unit in China. Oracle also, we had their earnings report. It was a beat, but it plans to raise an additional $20 billion in equity and pay for its AI build-out. That's what's causing the drag down today, down 11%. In finance, we again have a mixed day, mixed sentiment all across the board over there. KKR, however, Kuwait Investment Authority, and NVIDIA and Vistara are collaborating to launch Helix Digital Infrastructure, which is a new company designed to provide infrastructure for AI hyperscalers. Moving on to retail trade. Again, mixed sentiment. We have Amazon currently in the red, a little bit under 1%. We have Costco, Walmart trading flat. Producer manufacturing looking good. Consumer durables, we have Tesla up almost 1%. Good day overall for health tech as well. Lilly up 2.5% on the day almost. Overall, sectors looking good, not too bad. We could use a little bit of an improvement in the tech services, but overall, not a bad day. Sending it back to the guys.
Well put, Sia. Well put. We could definitely use a little bit of more greenery. Anybody who's long anything in the portfolio could always use a little bit more greenery. But just before we get to the small cappers, because GELS has halted up again, I need to bring your attention to this greenery right here. This is very, very obvious. The micros, the semis, very strong today. They're outperforming everything, and you can see the mag looks like crap, okay? Only Tesla and NVIDIA are green on the day. NVIDIA barely green, 0.5%. Tesla up 1 1/3. I wonder if that has anything to do with SpaceX, because I did the news this morning. There wasn't really much with Tesla other than Belgium approving FSD. What do they have, 8 people in Belgium?
There's probably
like
about
9 now.
There's like 32 people in Belgium.
Yeah.
I don't know what their sales are like over there, but hey, shout out to FSD in Sweden.
Oh,
Sweden. I mean, hopefully one of the more popular countries, Norway, can get some FSD up there as well too, in the Nordic side of
the Nordic side.
Yeah, so shout out to those countries. Have you ever been to Finland or any of those places like Sweden?
I've been to what's it called, the Netherlands. When I was in England, I drove, went through the underground tunnel. Pardon me? Yeah, to Amsterdam. Yeah, and I flew in there once when I was on the way to the Middle East.
Okay. All right.
And yeah, it's very concrete-y.
It's European.
Well, if the downtown area is very nice, very old, nice and beautiful Amsterdam.
Yeah.
Go outside of that, and you feel like you're at York University.
You're at York University. All right, or downtown Toronto. There it goes. Finally on TSLA, Sharif. We're going to try to Deontay Wilder this one, guys. You know how it goes. We're going to rock and roll. We're still sitting on approximately 40% of our position as we finally get that breakout. I said, not today. You're not going to fool me on this move right here. Fool me once. We all know what George Bush once said, baby. Not going to fool me again. So there it is. We take that 1 stop out, take 2 stop out, sells off. We get a significantly better price as the market slowly starting to find its footing. Hey, shout out to this name as well, too. Who was it? iGrow Fighting said, hey, Joe, I would like to fight you in a WWE match. I said, sorry, man, I can't. I'm officially like even more shares now here in TKO Holdings. So I'm a shareholder. That's a conflict of interest. That can't go down. Shout out to TKO Holdings, up to $210 right now. So not too bad. And then NASA, finally, we're only about $6 OTM on this bad boy. But hey, we'll take it for what it is, a nice move. And I also bought some more Google down here, Sharif.
Cool.
Some more. Actually, I got back into Google. So we're slowly starting to grab some more things. Glad we're sitting on some dry powder. $348 is what I picked some up at. Just a 0.5 percentage point just to scratch the itch, essentially. But what we do have cooking up for us is Dana White and Company and your boy Triple H, Vince McMahon. Is Vince McMahon still on the thing? Anyways, it's irrelevant. I'm in this for my boy Dana White. I think there's only one way this is going to go. I can see these combination of companies. This is going to be the hottest take potentially of 2026. I think I can see these companies at $1 trillion valuation in the future.
All right, cool. Just tried to get into gels for a breakout, failed, got the hell out before it's halting down now at 144. So we'll go 0 for 2. start the day. Stopped out RKDA, didn't hold trend. Stopped out here gels because the trend reversal. So tough morning to start, but it's okay, you know, paper cuts. But I like to get, you know, nice in the flow of things to kind of get, you know, the winning mentality going over here. And it's displeasing here to start 0 for 2, but that's the way it goes. Let's take a quick look at PGen. PGen looks a little bit better. Just got to choose the right trading screen over here. PGEN, let's take a quick look at this one. 446, showing that $0.50 area. Possible support, much slower of a mover. PGEN only up 14 2/3. Not much to really do here other than ride trend. Let's go ahead and take a shot here. Do I have the right? Oh, that's wrong. That's why. I see. Okay. So what we will do, DSY. Do I have DSY on another other screen? BIYA. Okay, so we'll just change this one here so that it can jive with the others. So the others are 11, link to 11, apply, okay. Sorry guys, I was moving around my charts earlier, so this chart here is associated with a different one. There we go. Now we're in business. So let's take a quick look here. 447, still putting in higher lows on PGEN. Not the biggest fan of this entry, especially so close to the $0.50. If we can't shake that $0.50 seller, then I don't think I want to be involved. Velo does look really good. VELO, I mentioned this one at the top, but yeah, topping tail candle, $30. I don't know. This is a good entry, but I'd like it on a pullback, possibly in about 29.5. If it can give me the 10 EMA, but it looks like it's on the move right now. I don't want to chase it. MNTS, also a distinct possibility here, showing its intentions of taking out 15 decisively. It failed to do that on the first attempt, rejecting 15, 17. So I'm not sure how to feel about this one. Bovin is saying HKIT. Yeah, let me have a look at HKIT. We had a look at that one yesterday. It wasn't my favorite, but we're going to give it another look right now. HKIT. Yeah, ripping up into area highs. All right, 77.50. We can take off, I guess INDP will have to come off here. Well, INDP is at the day high. I'll take off PPCB. So we can go HKIT on this one. This is a good one, Bovin. This is a really good one, actually. And it's far enough away from the dollar that my bias starts thinking, all right, you know, let's build a position at around $0.75 so that we can kind of weasel in here to the dollar area. So here comes 77 pennies. We're going to start with a starter position here, okay? Because I do anticipate this dipping a little bit. What do we got? We got 77s. I'm going to look to about 70, okay? 70 is the topping tail candle from early in the pre-market at around, what time was that? 5:55. So if it can kind of hold above 70, then that would be the kind of the look that I'm looking for there. Let's wet the beak here into about 78 and change, but no continuity. There's a lot of short selling. So looking to dip trade, let's put another one here. Dip trade down around, I want to say 72 pennies to kind of defend that 70 area. We'll see if we get the fill, but there it goes into 79. No continuity though through 79, let alone 80. So we'll continue to watch that, Joey, as it looks like they're selling pretty aggressively here in anticipation of an 80 print. But I got a feeling that this one might make it to the dollar. So we're going to build a position into 70 and see what comes of that.
All right, man, there it goes. Robinhood, let me know when we're ready. Assassino, Robinhood now up to that $90 marker. We're talking about the supply zone there at that specific level here this morning. Take a look at this bad boy. Head over to our good old terminal and see what we have on Robinhood at that zone. We're looking at the open interest. Has that increased? Oh, no. Okay, all right, let's see what we got going on. We're ready. All right, let's fire it up here, guys. VinFast. Why did it not pull up here? VinFast, fire it up one time.
Get it, Joey.
Yeah, well, I don't know why it just decided to go away.
Well, it's because you.
There it is. Huge shout out to VinFast for sponsoring today's video. They just announced a massive partnership with AutoBrains and NVDA to bring level 4 agentic AI autonomous driving to life. We are talking next-gen intelligent tech that is completely redefining how we hit the road. If you want to see what the actual future of driving looks like, click the link in my description and check out VinFast now. There it is, guys. Go check VinFast out. There goes Tesla to the downside as the market is struggling to break the volume weighted average price, but yet we have Robinhood, the name that we like here, ladies and gentlemen, to the top side, putting in a new high of the day not too long ago. All right, well, that sucked. I want to show you guys some open interest, but what we are going to do is head over to this options chain and see what we have there on Robinhood, $90 strike price. We're sitting on 14,000 contracts. We're rejecting that level right now. That is going to be the highest concentration of OI until you head into that $100 mark. But first things first, you got to walk before you can run and see if you can break through this level. 16,000 contracts open and close at that specific zone. Now let's go ahead and take a look at Tesla at the 385 marker. If there's any form of size or why we're continuously rejecting that level. And no, we're not seeing anything, 3,000 contracts there. But what we do want to focus on is this expiration cycle. Yes, you guessed it, June 18th. It's going to be 7 days away, guys. So 85, 385, once again, 3,700 contracts. And then we also have 395. With 7,300 and then also $400 marker as it typically would, has a lot of open interest. So let's keep an eye on that bad boy. Right back to our charts. We're gonna wait for this. We're gonna wait for this reload here on TSLA, Sharif. I feel like the Nasdaq doesn't know if it's coming or going at this point. Lots of chop around these neck of the woods, brother. So you want to find something that's in play. Is it Tesla? Maybe, I don't know.
Is it Tesla?
Is it Robinhood? Is it Putin?
You immedially understood where I was going with that. That's my boy, man. That's why.
Over here, man. So hopefully, or is it TKO? Because you know that we listen. Now you're gonna hear me just like Sean. He has his names, Marvell. Well, I'm gonna ramble on for the foreseeable future about Dana White and company here, Sharif. As we like that.
Why, Joey?
You know why?
You're gonna tell me why?
Did you know Dana White was bald?
He is bald, is he not?
Yeah,
like,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Man.
yeah,
Come on,
like,
man.
I was like, did he change since I saw him last?
He didn't go to Turkey or anything. No investment over there. Oh, no. You know what I wanted to tell our boy Luis? I don't know if you're listening here, but I didn't know how he would take it personally. I read.
Yeah, you said he was part of the club. I don't think he understood.
He knows because Neil.
No, but like English is his second language, so unless he really hears it, I don't think he heard it, bro.
Did you know that Spain has the most bald men?
I didn't know that.
Planet. Yeah, like 40% of the bros over there.
Yeah, real?
Right.
Where did you hear that?
I just read it, man.
Seriously?
Yeah. So you would think like the Spanish would have solid heads of hair, right?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of Spanish men that do. Mikel Arteta, Mikel Mourinho, Unai Emery. Well, Pep Guardiola doesn't, right? So Pep Guardiola is kind of, I guess, that.
Luis not on that list.
You see how I'm like listing only soccer players? I live in one unitary world, bro.
That's all right, man. But hey, shout out to España. And
España.
España.
Love it,
to all the other individuals. Hey, listen, I can't wait for Canada game
My
tomorrow.
opinion, it's the most beautiful city, most beautiful country in Europe.
Oh, okay, yeah, I don't think that's a hot take at all. Maybe Switzerland up there as well too. You're like, nah,
my mom loves Switzerland.
Okay.
That was her favorite.
That was her favorite?
Yeah,
I can get behind that, the Swiss Alps. I've never been to Europe, so it'd be hard for me to opine on that bad boy. But what we are going to do, Sharif, is take a look at Tesla. Are we ready to reload? I don't know. We'll wait and see.
The soccer glaze is crazy. Brother, I can't help it. You know, I got limited information over here, okay? You know, I come with what I've got. Shut up. Shut out, man. I didn't mean shut up. I meant shut out. NUAI Bovin, but first I got to talk about this. There goes HKIT. We did well on this one, and then it all came down. So we got the hell out of there, okay? Flattened out at 80, was long 77s. I was actually 76.5. It showed 77s up at the board. There does seem to be a buyer here at 70, and you'll recall that's where I had my dip trade. Right? So I didn't allow that to trigger, namely because I used the flatten key to get out here at 80, and the flatten key basically cancels all your outstanding orders that happen to be active for a certain name. So I didn't trigger that. What I want to see is, can we breach prior bar high on the 1? What is that? That's about 77 pennies. So I think a move back above 77.5 pennies gets me back into the trade here on HKIT. But if it fails 70, I'm not interested. MNTS is just Rip City, Rip City. Into 15.88 it goes. Here comes $16. It's up 40%. It's a bit spready at times, and I don't even think that it's that bad. 5, 6 pennies. Here it opens up a little bit. There's 10 pennies. That's kind of what I mean. So it's a little bit, you know, hot and cold, hot and cold. Keep an eye out on this one, but be careful how you execute on MNTS, because the cost of doing business could be about 10 cents per share, just getting in and getting out instantly here, okay? All right, just looking at some of the headlines here, making sure everything's good, everything is okay. All right, so Bhavin was saying NUAI. So I got to get to this one pretty quickly. Sharif, will you guys reserve a square on the big board behind for live soccer? I don't think I got that kind of pull around here, man, but you know, that'd be nice. What we can do, though,
What can we do?
is run soccer on our side screens.
Okay.
Because today, Mexico
Bang, Viva.
initiates the World Cup.
Viva la Mexico.
So, but I don't even think that there's going to be too many games that are going to be on during the midday.
Dude, I don't know if this,
Right?
I don't know
Because-
if this, yeah, it's 3 o'clock. I don't know if this
Yeah.
statistic is true, man, but apparently like 60% of Americans like aren't even gonna watch World Cup.
Well, I kind of believe that.
Yeah, I did.
But hold on.
Yeah, hold on, man.
Just before we go to Sia, you have to think about this. Think about the growth of soccer in North America. Compare it. Let's just take 1994, the last time the World Cup was in the United States.
Yeah.
I wonder what the percentage of interested Americans was then versus now.
No.
I'm willing to bet you dollars to donuts that it is exponentially higher.
Yeah.
Just because
Absolutely.
of the
I wouldn't
Prem
disagree with
and
that.
and you know.
I mean,
stuff
listen,
like
soccer's still the biggest sport on the planet.
it is.
Yeah, it's without
Murray,
any question.
soccer doesn't suck, bro. Come on now. We got should we go? Yeah, we got to go to Sia.
It's the most popular sport on the planet. Yeah,
I like it.
Let's head over. Yeah, I know you like it. Let's send things over to Messia.
Yeah, keep an eye out for Novo here, really slipping on the downside, bleeding right now. Novo Nordisk identified an IT security incident. Core business operations is not impacted. Unauthorized access has been found in some IT systems, but it's reported that, as I said, their main business operations have remained unchanged. They're identifying the parties, and it's also notifying affected parties as needed. It's adding that loss on the chart. It's still bleeding. Keep an eye out.
Bleeding its own blood, though, Sia? My bad. Sorry about that. All right, guys, we're back into HKIT. I like to hold off 70. I'm seeing a triple bottom on a wick basis. Let me make my argument here. Why is there no ticker on here? Is it Stacy? Is it? Sorry, guys, I'm in a mood today. All right, so a lot of 70 bumps over here. Look at this. So a lot of defending at 70. So I'm going to give this one the old college try. Let's see if it kind of moves back into 80. What did I got? I got 78.48 on this one. Half the shares that I took originally because we don't give too much back. So that's one thing to look at. Uh-oh. Topping tail candle manifesting here on MNTS. So watch out for that 15.88 dropping to 15.25. Thing is, though, that's the bad news. The good news is we're still holding higher lows. So be on the lookout here, MNTS. Just going to send you back to Sia.
Yeah, again, keep an eye out on USO. U.S. President Donald Trump growing furious. Reports coming in from CNN saying that his strikes on Iran are not seen as powerful enough. He's saying that a week after ordering new strikes on Iran, believing that both Tehran and the media did not view the U.S. military action as powerful enough. According to two people familiar with his reaction, this report's coming in from CNN.
More power. Yeah, look, man, I'm not happy with what's happening here. And just when you think like things are winding down, I knew it wasn't going to be so easy. I wasn't that naive, but I just figured, we were going to start the process, right? At least start the process. Maybe we stumble, a couple of times in this process, but start the frickin' process. Let's get this done, man. We want to move on from this whole thing, right? I mean, I don't think anybody really wants this thing to go on more than it is. And I think, I think President Trump is starting to honestly get a little bit tired with it as well, but it's his problem. Anyway, continuing to watch here, HKIT, nothing doing. RACDA is failing here, so it's going to lose its spot on the side chart momentarily. It is losing the trend. It is coming into those pre-market areas at around 135, but it's below VWAP. It's about to lose the $0.25. So RKDA, that one is negative for me. We're going to keep an eye out on it, though. Oh, just got stopped out as well of HKIT. It lost trend. We'll give back a little bit there, but we'll stay positive on that one. SPCE, MNTS, and GELS. So GELS halted back to the upside. The thing is, I will point out about GELS here is that it still has lower highs. So despite the fact that, oh, we're not halted up, my mistake, I thought we were halted up. It was just stagnant. So we're doing okay here on GELS. I can't quite see what limit up is. 145 limit up. So we're pretty close to that level. Let's see if it changes. 145 now showing almost at that halt parameter. And now we're in it. So now we've initiated the halt parameter here on GELS, failed into 143, 145, maintaining that halt parameter. Let's see if we can kind of get in a little bit here, ride this one a little bit higher. Let's go 147s and then 149s. So it did move up the halt parameter there. The problem with this one is we still have lower highs. Into 47, 48, 48 is limit up, okay? 48 limit up, we're waiting for the print. We're not gonna get it because it's limit up. So that's fine, we're gonna hold into the halt if it halts. Last time was a false halt. We need another 5 seconds at this level. GELS still south of the $0.50, mind you. We're gonna give this one the old college try. We're halted up now on GELS after being halted down. We did hold VWAP, as you can see, cleanly. The problem is, though, the same thing I articulated earlier, is that we're still putting in lower highs. So area high is still a little bit lower than the prior area. So we'll see if we can kind of ride this one into a nice move. TAP is showing 148, the same area that we halted at. Halt time, 11:40:25, meaning the earliest we'll be open is 11:45:25. So we'll keep an eye out on that. We'll let you know what's going on. For now, we're gonna go back up to Sia for Money Talks.
Cash money.
Yep, Money Talks, that's right. The European Central Bank, as of today, has raised interest rates by the percentage of 0.25% to 2% and has joined counterparts in Australia, Norway, and Japan in tightening monetary policy. And more central banks are set to follow in the coming months. Reports coming in from Reuters. The dollar currently sitting around the $100 mark, up just 0.19%. Technical consolidation in the dollar today seems like, and the latest U.S. strikes on Iran, that's the 49 Tomahawk missiles yesterday, have triggered a sharp oil rally, driving certain inflation concerns across these major economies. That's all, sending it back to you.
Thank you for that, Sia. I was showing Joey, Neymar was going through a mall in the States. He was trying to shop. Poor soul. You'd think he'd have a little bit of undercoverness, Assassino, because, you know, he's in America. Nope. Everybody and their mother knew who this guy was. He was running, him and his bodyguards, through the mall. They were trying to get the hell out of there. Poor guy, you know, he's trying to get a couple of new shirts. Joey wants to go out on the town. He's in America, and you know he wants to have a good time. He can't even do that.
Yeah, no, it's tough, man. It's tough being I don't know how tough it is.
Did he twist his ankle shopping?
Oh, that's crazy.
Because he's perennially injured.
Yeah, he's a Band-Aid. Yeah, I know, he's a Band-Aid, man.
That hit glory was stolen from from this guy through injuries. This guy
he was always
could move the ball like some of the best.
He was
in
talented.
The world,
he was
man.
extremely talented, but just injured
TMDE,
all the time.
thank you.
Had a couple of hockey players like that, guys. TMDE, let's pull that bad boy. I heard you mention that, Sharif. As we sit in this Tesla trade, still looking for this breakout. Are we going to reload? A lot of it's going to dictate what the SPY and the NASDAQ are going to be up to here today. We can go over some of the larger cap names and head to our watch list, run through the options chain, and just see what we're looking at from an open interest standpoint, all right? We're just stuck in this consolidative zone. The longer we hang around in this neck of the woods, to be honest with you, the less I like it. We also have to take into consideration the fact that we are establishing lower highs throughout this trend with this support level. So we do have this descending wedge that's slowly starting to form. Now, if we don't get that breakout with volume or any form of catalyst that favors the topside move, then we might be in a little bit of trouble and have to be prepared to get out of our current position in which we are currently sitting on 40% remaining. Where do we go? I mean, Robinhood's already off to the races, so we can't chase that bad boy, nor do we want to as a primetime entry. Where's my boy Gorev over there?
Yeah.
Nice prints across the board here. And then that's when I was like, you know what? Let's rock and roll. So we got instantly ITM, and that's what we wanted to see. We took some off. And this is what I was referring to literally 20 seconds ago. Just the fact that, hey, lower highs, support level. Watch out for a liquidity grab here. I'm going to try to find some momentum momentarily in this small cap world, but we have to find a high quality setup. I'm only trading one style of setup for me personally, and that's like a breakthrough resistance. So I was looking at QH, and there's a couple of other ones that broke through earlier here today without me while I wasn't paying attention, and that was PPCB. So shout out to this name at that 310 break. I was telling Adam James in the chat, watch out for this 310 break, and then whoosh, look what happened after that. You go all the way up to 650. So that literally more than doubles in a short period of time. Now, where am I going to focus? Not RENT, not CRMT, maybe INDP. Absolutely. But Sharif, you do know what time it is?
Yeah. I just have to read a headline first. Thank you, Darwin. Iran's parliamentary speaker Galibaf. Wrong strategies and impulsive decisions will reset the entire board for the worse, explode energy infrastructure and markets, and create an endless quagmire. He knows the word quagmire. Interesting. Okay, so that just came in there. Thank you, Darwin, for that, brother. We'll keep you guys of the headlines as and if they do come in. Let's go up to the big desk with CN1.
We're going to go to Juan. He is going to talk and give a summary about the European market. Juan, really, over to you.
Thank you so much, guys. All right, so guys, European market close. Trading pretty cautious, especially after a lot of geopolitical noise happening overnight. But we do see everything in the green. The Stoxx Euro 600 up by about 0.8%. They snapped a 4-day long losing streak as macro and also rate clarity brought some buyers back into the fold. Over in Germany, they were up by about 0.31%. They were limited, of course, by about a 4.4% drop in SAP, one of their stocks there. But if we head over to France, the CAC 40 up also by 0.4%, closed comfortably green as aerospace as well as luxury brands and financials caught a steady bid overnight. Now, in the UK, they are the ones who made a really good rebound, cleanly back into positive territory by resurgent commodity and energy heavyweights. And most of the talking point that happened, I think CEO also mentioned this just now, is the ECB interest rate hike, basically. European Central Bank raised their rates by about 25 basis points to 2.25%. That's the first increase since September 2023. And that was mainly driven by, of course, Middle East inflation risk, as well as geopolitical noise. The move was already priced in by traders, but another thing to take note about is also the growth projections for 2026. That is projected at around 0.8%, and their raised inflation forecast is also by about 3%. So officials were citing about Middle East tensions as well as all the things coming out of the Strait of Hormuz. Those were the primary drivers affecting markets and confidence, and all these geopolitical shocks definitely making waves into the energy sector for the European markets. But other than that, they ended up in the green, so not bad day for European trading.
Yeah, absolutely not a bad day, but always a good approach to be cautious across all the currencies and all the markets, yeah? Back to the boys. Thank you so much, Juan.
Great information from them, and absolutely, I think it's going to be interesting to see, Joey, how the European economy, I know it's not one unitary economy, but as a whole, how it functions now that they've raised rates and now possibly continue to raise rates in the future. We know the European Union, you know, they've seen better days economically, Joey.
Yeah.
But you never know, you know, they could come out of this.
On top? Yeah, I believe so.
Guys, boom, into the highs. 178 area high on gels. We're holding 45s. Halt parameter initiating at 77. Limit up 77. This one has a tendency not to actually halt when it starts at the halt parameter. Case in point, let's see if this halts. Holding, patience here, looking for more, looking for the move into 2. Want the halt into 78. 3, 2, 1. Thank you. Halted to the high side, 177 GELS, up 244%. 1 for 1 on it, positive now as a result of this latest trade. So looking for a little bit of a bigger move here, GELS picking it to go into 2. Simultaneously, we're losing money on HKIT. We're in at 79. It keeps rejecting 80. It's got lower highs, but it keeps holding above that 70 area. So I'm trying to pack the patience. I debated taking this out break even or for like a penny loss. But I like what I'm seeing in terms of that 70 area, dancing around between 70 and 80. The only problem with this is I'm not seeing higher highs. What I'm seeing is lower highs, especially with the prior bar, the 1140 bar on the 5, a high of 83.02. Current bar, the 1145 bar, 79.91. Both of them ended up closing below 80, despite the fact that prior bar did breach 80. We're having trouble here with 80 pennies on HKIT. I think that that's basically where the shorts are targeting their position. So be on the lookout for that. But the OG Bovin brought my attention to ADIL, halted to the high side, up 19.44%, hasn't done much at all, in fact, in the way of volume, about 65,000 shares, less than that. 258 halt. Market cap is very small, 5.53 million. Is this Chinese? Give me a sec. I didn't ask for Q ratios. I asked for company profile. Thank you. Charlottesville, no, this is an American company, so we're good. All right, well, we're not good, but, well, at least we know what to kind of expect there. So that's the look there, Joey. Waiting for something to happen here on HKIT. Either I get stopped out or we go through 80. What's your look on that side, brother?
All right, man. Same thing, same narrative. I mean, what time do we get in this? 11 o'clock. It's 15 minutes later. Still moving sideways along the volume-weighted average price. Excuse me, let's see if this is going to be an accumulation before we can take an additional leg higher. Let's head over to our watch list and actually go through a rundown of some of the larger names. Shout out TKO, up 2% here today. But we're going to look at NVDA. I mean, actually, let's start right at the top. TSX, how are we doing here today on the TSX composite? Something that we very rarely talk about. 34K on this bad boy with a high of 35,000. Oh, you want to see something? Stonks only go up. Well, so do Canadian ones. The TSX been on a big time run here, ladies and gentlemen. So if you're looking to get involved in some Canadian equity, there it is, April of 09, all the way to where we're currently trading at. You get 391%. Okay, it's not great, but I mean, it's pretty good. You're not going to complain about it whatsoever. We're going to send it over to them momentarily. We don't need to do this on the NASDAQ or the SPY. But how has gold been performing?
How's it performing?
Not very, as of late, Sharif, not very good.
It's under 400, man.
It's under $400, and I'm liking
I should show this to my mom, man.
I'm liking the look of this one's jib. I'm going to slowly start to dabble. That's what you say all the time, isn't it?
I like it, man. I like it. That's why I was hitting the bang,
That's why we hit the bang. But yeah, I like gold too. I like TKO, as I mentioned, probably about 4 or 5 times already today. And we're going to hear it a lot more. But gold, silver, I don't mind grabbing a little bit. A couple of percentage points in the portfolio isn't going to hurt anybody.
Who's this Bryson Tiller guy you're listening to?
You don't know Bryson?
No, I don't know.
Wow.
Wow. Is he good?
Yeah, he's great. Well, if you like R&B, yeah.
I do like R&B, man. Okay. Add to the list.
Add it to the list.
Are those Japanese characters?
It's part of his album. I don't know why it's like that. It's just a cool feature. Look, you see how he kind of looks like
Are those real tattoos on his face?
No.
Oh, okay. My bad.
They look pretty cool, though.
Yeah, I do, actually. He's got a barcode. You can scan him.
What do you think?
Hey, you know how much he's worth there.
What do you think would show up? All right, let's send it over to Sia.
That was insane. Okay, so quick update here. SpaceX preparing to stage the largest public offering ever, as we do know, at $75 billion. Now BlackRock has put in an order of $5 billion to buy $5 billion worth of SpaceX shares. This is just coming in from the Wall Street Journal that BlackRock has put in an order to buy at least $5 billion worth of SpaceX shares, according to some people familiar with the matter, Wall Street Journal reporting.
All right, thank you. Hold on, Sri. I got a couple more things there.
I just laugh at the chat.
Yeah, what they saying? What they saying, my boy?
They're nothing. They're being very kind, as usual.
As they usually are. Yeah. Shout out Ben Affleck in the chat as well too. NVDA. What are they saying now? I don't even know. What do they got going on? All right, man. All right. Hey, man. From time. All right, NVDA, thank you. You are up a 50%.
Gel's open.
Bang, bang. All right. There we go. Gel's open on that one. We have Apple up about 0.4%, but Goggles, something that we just bought, down another $2.7%. So not the greatest look, but hey, were we going to buy it all the way up here? No, you're now getting a discount, $60 plus off of those highs. You got a 15% pullback so far in this bad boy. Any form here, we have a complete gap fill. Now, where is that next level of support going to be? Doesn't matter. I'm going to continue to buy some time and time again. This is going to be one of my top largest holdings by the time I'm done with it, Sharif. And there's Meta, unfortunately, can't get out of its own way, down to $560, losing that $600 marker. Not too good of a look. And then we have Oracle to the downside. You like those things?
No.
But I know it was the first thing that popped up there.
No. It was at the basketball game. I'll tell you.
All right, you can tell me off camera. There it is. Oracle gapping down on a beat too. I'm surprised what they had going on there. Some more RPO added there.
RPO?
Yeah, another, I think it was like 83 or $93 billion in remaining performance obligations for Oracle.
Yes, absolutely. There goes Gels into the, I see you, Zion. All of a sudden, Zion's liking the small cap gappers. That's what I want to hear, man. Shout out to my man Zion. La. Gels halted to the upside, 201 halt time, 11:54.17. We are out at 2, having gotten in at 145. So good trade there on GELS. This one is going, guys. It's at the whole dollar level. If we start getting into 3, I'm going to start thinking 5, okay? Let's just see how this cookie crumbles. But the cookie is crumbling here on my head on HKIT right now. A little into 77, a little into 73. I don't like the look of this one. I feel on HKIT that the lower highs are more pronounced than the higher lows. So despite the fact that we're getting that 70 defend over and over and over, it doesn't feel like there are enough buyers to kind of push this one through 80. So I'm starting to feel a little bit differently about this one. We're going to draw our line in the sand. We have already drawn the line in the sand, excuse me. The stop's already out. Let's see. I don't plan on adding into this one anymore into 70. So we'll have to see how this cookie crumbles over here. What's Casey calling out? One ONEG, GLS, and Adil. So Adil is still, my uncle's name is Adil, by the way, A-D-I-E-L, but I've seen people spell it A-D-I-L. Anyway, ADIL is a buyout. Neil, I think you might be interested in this, brother. Adil Pharmaceuticals acquires Azora Therapeutics in all stock transactions, enters concurrent private placement to raise $64 million. So Adil is acquiring Azora. Tickers are ADIL. I don't think that there is Azora, but there could be this one here, SECOEF. I don't know if that is going to be the ticker for them on the Jeff Mendel exchange, SECOF. How come it's not popping up? No, I don't have anything there. I could be wrong. Double check for me, chat, if you guys have that, but I personally don't. So ADIL going into a 15-minute halt, I believe. Let me just double check. 1-minute chart. Halt time exactly at 11:43. It is 11:57. So this one does feel like it's going to be at least a 15. It could be longer. Now, let me tell you guys a little trick here for the newer traders. The more experienced traders are already going to know about this. You can over to the NASDAQ halt page. NASDAQ halts, halt list, whatever, current trading halts. And let's take a look, see if we can find a deal. There it is. So this is limit up. So it hasn't changed yet into pending, news pending. Sometimes when you do have these buyouts, the exchange wants an explanation. They want to know what the hell is going on. So keep your eye on the reasons code there. LUDP means limit up, okay? It's like kind of what you'll see on my level 2 when I start yelling limit up and limit down. That's what I mean there. So you can kind of double check for yourself to see what's going on with that one. But HKIT is disappointing me here, Joey, and it looks like we're going to stop out momentarily.
All right, no problem. Yeah, all right, same thing. We're right back at the top end of the range here. This wedge finally maybe reaching its peak. Compressed enough, maybe we're going to get that blowing point where we just take it off the top. You can see the NASDAQ does have a V-shape reversal right here, guys. So you have the consolidation zone, you dip lower, and then now you're starting to form another one. What we want to see, volume increase in a 5-minute candle, sit on the top end of this range at 728.47, and then maybe if we're fortunate enough, we can head up into this high of the day of around 731. But as I typically say, you got to walk before you can run, and step by step as we come back in here on Robinhood as well too, guys. So keep an eye on those bad boys. I mean, we were heading over to our watch list. We're waiting for this breakout. It's not necessarily a momentum style play, but hindsight being 2020, we post up. I think we get a good reload opportunity right here at the lower end of the range on Tesla via TSLA at $12.26. We hold up there and then off to the races. We can potentially go as we're up 2.4% here on the day within this specific name. Tesla up 1 1/3. Now heading back to our watch list, guys, Netflix down 1.4%. ARM Holdings up a staggering 6.3%. So not too bad of a look as we remain and wait for this breakout and diamond hands this trade. I mean, if we do get it right now, let's head actually back. Sorry, I know I'm jumping over a little place, all over the place a little bit. But what I want to do is hold this for as long as we can, and that would be into the high of the day. It may take some time, but hey, we're willing to sit through it. We offloaded 60% of our position. Worst case scenario, what happens is we identify price starting to turn around at this $12.45 marker. Right, that's where I think we would start to construct a lower high. And if we start to come back in, then we can reassess the situation and potentially take off a little bit more. But as of now, my game plan is to rock and roll and hold it on the high of the day. There it is, Sharif. There's this wedge, brother. We're starting to compress. Maybe too much pressure. Maybe we're going to get ready to skyrocket is definitely an overshot. But hey, we'll take it for what it is. Maybe we will see some more inflows into Tesla for the SpaceX IPO tomorrow.
Oh, boy. Limit down.
Limit down was running yesterday. All right, so
1G limit down, 1G. So this one just touched 2, right into 148 limit down. So there it is. Great. So no continuity on these ones at all. I think we need to start going back to the way we were trading these before, where we have to be super risk averse because we're getting this parabolic effect, but it's not sustained. And we saw that Tuesday. I think we saw a lot of that yesterday, more than Tuesday, and we're seeing it again today. We don't have as many halting up as we did yesterday, like Gels is halted right now, so is 1G. But what I'm trying to say is, I think that the risk is coming back into the market for small cap traders in a way where I think it kind of took a lot of people by surprise because we kind of put our goggles on after Monday's session. So something to keep an eye out there. SPCE is making a move though. And that is not surprising. Is this on New York? Yeah. SPCE right into that 580 area. Now this has an ascending wedge pattern on SPCE where we have a bunch of higher lows coming into 6. This is the high of the day here, 581. So be on the lookout for a squeeze into 6. SPCE has been a slower mover today, but it could pick up, especially if it starts squeezing some shorts out. So keep an eye out on that. SPCE up 23, about 0.5%. So what we're going to do, we're going to go up to SIA for happening now. Then Neil's got his lesson of the day. Is Neil doing?
Let's talk market. Currently, the SPY, the IWM, DIA, all up in the green. Little over 1% and trading flat. We're going to take a look at the first news I have for you. Well, gold. Let's look at certain commodities. Gold is at its 6-month low. Lowest level of this year, 2026 alone, and the commodities down 6.3% this week alone. Expectations that the Feds will keep rates higher for the long run are weighing in on the precious metals. Overall, it had that nasty drop at 10 a.m., trying to reverse all its all the downtrend that it's seeing today. JP Morgan also saying that the investors are pulling back from the debasement trade in gold and Bitcoin. Next up, we're going to talk about Lyft and Uber have sued New York City to block the driver retention law. As of today, Lyft has joined Uber in suing the New York City to block a new law that they said would force them to keep certain bad drivers who threaten public and passenger safety on their platform. So this lawsuit, The lawsuit was filed late yesterday in Manhattan federal court, 24 hours after Uber sued. Lyft joined them in that. And that's all for your happening now. I'm sending it back to the guys. And after that, we'll hear Neil's lesson for the day.
So
Are you out?
have fun, bro. Yeah, I have commitment today, so I won't be able to stay after that. All right, guys, MTEN is going 1580. It's trying to hold 15 right now, but Space is all the rave. Space goes into 582. Going to keep a close eye out on this one, Joey. What do you got, my man?
Same thing, my brother. We're looking at the exact same bad boy right here, TSLA. Let's zoom in on this sucker here. Hope everyone's having a fantastic day, by the way. Just because, you know what, World Cup firing up today, Viva la Mexico, and whoever else is playing, I have no idea, but I do know that Canada is playing Bosnia tomorrow, Sharif. I don't know what their chances are of winning that one, but what we will do right now
I think they're actually favorites, if you want the truth.
No, Bosnia, my boy said he was a big, like a couple of my buddies are big soccer fans.
Yeah.
Let
me double check.
They say we're pretty sloppy with the ball.
Well, we have a lot of injuries, Joey. Our central defender,
Alfonso's not playing.
Exactly.
Right?
That he may join us second or third game.
Yeah.
Here's the deal, though. Let's go to World Cup.
Yeah.
So that's tomorrow. So we're actually the favorites, man.
Yeah?
We're minus 125. They're plus 375.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I'm assuming it's probably some home.
Yeah, well, hey, listen, man, regardless of the, home
right?
field advantage.
Yeah.
Regardless, man, you're going to catch me cheering on the team here, Team Canada. Shout out to them in every sport. It doesn't even really matter what it is. I'm going to be rooting. Catch me in Liberty Village as well, too. But don't run up on me because that's a very dangerous thing. All right, guys, we're going to do our boy Bravely. I saw it here because I feel like we haven't been paying him enough respect and giving those shout-outs. Your only chance, if you do that one more time, you're going to be going on timeout.
What happened?
Bravely already did it.
Oh.
Bang.
Brother, don't you want to be part of the community? You're just going to get yourself smacked with a band. Why would you want to do that?
Bro, you got 1,800 seconds, too, man. That's a hefty one. All right, B. Kratos, Dan Chat, Sam, Ari Aki, Vince. What's going on, Bravely? Vince.
Get it, Vince.
Vince, yes. Dem, Agent J. Oh, okay. Who's the guy from The Matrix, Agent, whatever his name is. Anyways, Jeff, my name is Jeff.
My name's Jeff.
There it is, Ansi. Who else do we got? We got Carlos Chronicles. All right, we like that one. Legal Crusader, Jantindir, what's going on? Guinea Scotty, love the names. Lucky, love that one. Junya, Airsoft League. Oh, I love Airsoft. Let's go, man. Mickey, Ray Chills. Mickey Rorick? All right, Fair Value Guy, and a couple more. We have Kayak Fishing, love that, Gazzy the Champ, and OK2Ace, who is always in the chat. Shout out to you guys. I hope you guys are having a fantastic day. There it is. We're going to get this breakout on Tesla. Oh, we're starting to come back in a little bit. A couple of news headlines, and off to the races we can go. You know how long we've been sitting in this bad boy? See ya.
Yeah, this just coming in from the United States. Central Command's post on X saying that the Strait of Hormuz remains open for transit. Just again, U.S. CENTCOM saying that the Strait of Hormuz remains open for transit.
Cool.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Just use your thing for that. You know, just, punch in there, Sia. Do you have it? Hey, there you go.
I don't want to interrupt you.
No, you can interrupt all you want.
But the ding is just gives us that notification, you know what I mean?
There you go, exactly, especially. That's an important headline right there, because we know that they were trying to weasel their way through a different route, right? Remember? Trying to kind of funnel the ships in a way that
a different way.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what? Okay, we don't want to get too in depth with this, Shree, but we've been combating inflation for the better part of, I don't know, almost half a decade now at this point, it feels like. And then you just go ahead and do this where you know that the cost of energy is essentially going to go through the roof. I just don't see the thinking behind that, especially when your MO is to lower rates. It just doesn't work. You can't have one with the other.
It feels like that's the right thing to think, yeah.
Right.
All right, guys, gonna keep my eye on space here. I'm liking this one a lot better than everything else. I feel like the small caps just lacking continuity unless you're catching them off the jump. And I don't think that that's something that I can do having, to host the show with these ones. So we're going to keep an eye here on space, looking for a move possibly back into 570. I think that would be an interesting area there. Also waiting here on MNTS. We've got a bunch of lower highs on MNTS, especially that 15.5 seller. I'd like to shake that 15.5 seller, and I'm not inclined to get right in at 15 and give it to a prior area low because it's already made multiple breaches through 15. So I'm keeping an eye on that. I'm not really liking a whole lot, though, if I can just be as honest as I can be here. Everything else is kind of like breaking down. There's no continuity. Nothing really trading at the highs. Just looking through my scanner, that's what I'm looking at the top. GELS is still halted down, by the way, at $1.71. It looks like it's going to be a bit of a longer halt here. Could be 10 minutes. 11:59:48 is the halt time. So that's something to keep an eye out on. VELO as well, I said very little about since the get-go. But it's also finding a bit of a base here at around 28.75, an area that it consolidated at earlier on and then kind of moved back up. What we do have, though, is a bunch of lower highs, so you need to contend with those lower highs as well. Keep that in focus before you punch in. Sharif, is RKDA worth to trade today, please? Thank you, Heaven, 4426 for the $2 super chat. We thank you for that. I traded RKDA unsuccessfully, and I've removed it from the side chart. And the reason I did that is because it lost VWAP. So this is RKDA over here. Let's do a little TA. So what I was looking for was continuity to touch 2 again. You had a lot of selling into 195, so you could tell the shorts were earmarking that $2-ish area as resistance. So then I said to myself, all right, that's fine. We failed 2 initially. Perhaps we can make another attempt at 2. And so I gave it to about 150. And the reason I gave it to 150 is because that was the pre-market high. So I was looking for that area resistance. In fact, it was after the pre-market as well that we encountered 150 as resistance. Take a look at this. From 1025 to the breakout at 1055. So my thinking here was pretty simple. Look for that key area of pre-market resistance to act as support. It failed, and it continues to fail. It's moving back into $1.26. This one goes red if it loses 90 pennies. So be on the lookout for that. Gels is open. It's going to halt back up. 178 limit up on this one, failing here into about 171, 172. Let's see what we can pick up on this one, perhaps ride it a little bit into some area highs. Let's put some profit takers at key levels. I'd like to see this one hold up. Gels has been okay. It's above the 10 EMA. It's been holding above the 10 EMA basically all morning, saving except for, a couple of perfunctory breaches, but not a bad name on the day. I think I'm going to focus on this one, and I'll focus on, Ruby looks like it's headed back to the upside, but I couldn't catch a break on Ruby. I kept getting stopped out. So I'm going to focus on gels. There it goes. In through 180. We'll take a couple of prints there. No continuation, though, through the through the $0.75 level on a decisive basis. Let's see what it does now. If it fails current bar low, which is 155, I'll stop out. What do you got, Joey?
Same thing, man. We're finally getting this breakout on this bad boy. Holler at your boy in the chat if you are in this TSLL trade. Where's Luis Valencia? I know he likes to typically trade this one. Bob and I know, and Zion, you guys are on the small cap world as well. I got my eyes on that for a potential breakout and a nice momentum move, but we've been patiently waiting for this track to explode on here, and that is going to be TSLL. Long NVDA 5 minutes. There's my guy. I've been waiting for you to pop up in the chat. How is our good friend NVDA doing? Gorb, are you in on Tesla off of that 5-minute print or that 1-minute print off the low after it broke through key support levels? Let's pull up NVDA. Can we run into we're still at 201, man. Okay, this is beautiful. This is what we want to see. Pretty close to VPA 101, right, guys? Let's kind of make this let's make it bigger. I don't know what I just did there, but we'll pop this up. And listen. There's devil in the details, and detail within price action and what happens in the correlation between volume is extremely key. So what I believe Gorb has identified here is, Joe, we've gone over this multiple times before, is that you have this support level, all right? So we're going to break this down step by step. You have this support level, and then eventually you have engulfing prints right here. And I'm referring to this bearish candle. But what is following that bearish candle? There's going to be an outsized volume candle as well. Okay? So what can we see based off of that? Maybe it's some form of stopping volume. This is the largest volume print since approximately 9:45 that morning. So a couple hours later, you have this print at an extreme low. right? We have incomplete data. We don't know what's coming next. But what's to follow is an indecision print off of the lows with the volume and an engulfing print. So you have three things that are all aligning. The stars are aligning. So what does Gaurav do? Probably waits for the pullback or the break of the high of this candle and enters the trade. And I must give him credit where credit is due. He is patient. As I almost said something else, he's extremely patient. And then sure enough, now he's getting the breakout that he's been waiting for since approximately 11 o'clock this morning, an hour and 13 minutes later. 5-minute time frame, you do have to typically wait a little bit longer. So good look there. Nice move on NVDA. Are you trading NVDL? No, you're in the actual underlying asset itself. That's fine. Nice work. That's exactly what we want to see. Way to identify those signals, Sharif.
Huge shout out to VinFast for sponsoring today's video. They just announced a massive partnership with AutoBrains and NVIDIA to bring level 4 agentic AI autonomous driving to life. We are talking next-gen intelligent tech that is completely redefining how we hit the road. If you want to see what the actual future of driving looks like, click the link in my description and check out VinFast today. All right, there goes Ruby through the $103 high. It's dropping back down now into about 97, so a little zig and a little zag. RUBI looks good. I couldn't get a break on it. It wasn't holding my levels, but it's ripping right now into the area highs. Does it have the juice to clear the dollar? That is kind of, well, on a closing basis, it's already done it on the day through a wick. Limit up right now is showing 105. It's done about 53, almost 54 million shares traded on the day. I'm just gonna have to mute this chat. I'm not interested in this dialogue. Sorry, can you take over?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
For sure, man. We could do that for sure. As the market is actually starting to move a little bit higher, guys, we're not going to call it screaming or anything along those lines. We're a nice steady grind. Don't expect the same type of momentum unless you have some news headlines stepping in, right? Donald says something or in regards to the conflict over there in the Middle East. It's more or less this steady stuff. Like, take into consideration this lengthy consolidation, and the exact same thing here with Tesla. We are trading within a $something range here on this specific name before it decided to break out, but we were also referring to the price compression pattern earlier in the day, and that's exactly what we had. We had that descending wedge, and we were fortunate enough to catch that breakout there. Now, as for NVDA, we are north of VWAP, which is a positive sign for this actual underlying, but we're hovering around this $200 marker. Need I go over to the options chain? I think I do. Why? Because it's key for us and really important for us to keep an eye on where the open interest is lying. And we're going to head over to this bad boy, pulling up this feature and just seeing where everything is. The 18th is where we're seeing a lot of activity right now, and $210 is acting like a complete brick wall. I mean, I know it's still quite a ways away, but nonetheless, $10 at this point from where we're currently trading, a little bit less, $8. But we have to absorb this. And what I've been observing as of late is that there isn't that much demand for this name north of specific levels. I mean, we did climb up all the way to 235, 238, and then we came back in immediately as price was pushed down, and the short interest continues to grow on this for whatever reason. Sean was talking about it earlier today. It's just like, I don't know what's going on with NVDA. Well, every name that Jensen seems to mention goes on these big-time runs, whether it be Marvell or something else that he happened to talk about, but his stock specifically doesn't. We already went through a pretty big growth cycle. The numbers are fantastic. Do I expect the name to be performing a little bit better? Yeah, but I honestly don't know what's going on behind the scenes with it.
Yeah, it's interesting there. I think, you know, it's just such an aggressive run-up for so many years, Joey, that, like, you know, I think the money's just funneling in some of the other chip makers. Like, you're seeing huge moves in the chip makers lately, right? But you're not really seeing that move in NVIDIA stock. And I think it's just because the market is cycling into some of the other winners. And what I was showing earlier on was this. And there is only one name on my semis list that's negative on the day. It's CDNS. It's Cadence, right? And they had a tie-up yesterday with Intel. So was it yesterday or the day before? The day before yesterday. Anyway, back in Ruby here, in at 94, looking for continuation through the dollar, showing 98.5. Resistance at the dollar. That's not to be that's to be expected, I should say, by everybody essentially. Held 90 decently, but we're not out of the woods. Looking for a bigger move here. Several beak wetters already through this area after that ad, but I'm looking for a bigger move through that dollar and just packing the patience to see if it'll manifest. 103 high. I can't quite see what the limit up is yet or limit down, but we'll see what Ruby has to offer. Let's not forget, though, about GELS. It's still above the 10 EMA, and it's trying to make another move here. Limit up showing 170 here on GELS. false halt though, and this one has a tendency to false halt. Back to Ruby, because we're still zigging and zagging here, in the high 90s, a little 97s, a little 98s. Here comes 98. Aggressive selling into 98, can't quite shake the sellers there. But I'm not looking for 98. I'm looking for the dollar. So we got to pack the patience on this one, still holding a good amount of shares. So that's what I'm looking at now. Space, I keep failing to get into this because it doesn't give me enough time. It dips into the level, and then I don't have any resting orders there. But space is definitely one that I'm interested. So RUBI, SPCE, and GELS, especially if GELS can start showing us some new highs, because right now it's a bunch of lower highs here.
The IWM in the green, up by 1.4%. We're going to take a look at a couple individual tickers that I have picked out for you for now. SPCE, Virgin Galactic Holdings, up almost 22.2% on the day, which is the company that focuses on aerospace and travel and the design, manufacture, and operational of spaceships for researchers as well as private individuals. As of late yesterday, the company has completed a debt for equity swap. It's making a comeback after losing in pre-market severely and post-market trading yesterday. ACB, Aurora Cannabis, almost down 8% all the day. It also trades on the NASDAQ. Shares of this company slipped after the company forecasted a revenue decline in the fiscal 2027. It's pivoting away from Canadian consumer products and operations. And finally, we have MMA, which is mixed martial arts, down on the day by a whopping 37%, my favorite word. BJJ Link is their Jiu-Jitsu Academy software platform. So the AI-powered member acquisition platform has entered a beta deployment across their BJJ Link Academy network. And that's all. Wrapping it up, sending it back to the guys.
Yeah, Ruby through the dollar into 106. Got 92s on, looking for more, looking through the move above 106. There's aggressive selling at every single penny, and down it goes. Look, you don't be the exit liquidity for these people. Okay? I mean, I feel like they're luring you in. Look at that. See that? From 106 down to 83. Yeah, this is distinct, right? This, I feel like big money algos know that the PDT rule is has been removed, and a lot of people are going to trade these small caps, and they're just luring you in because this is atypical price action here. You don't typically see that, right? You get a 10 penny drop, you don't get a 30 penny drop like that. So that is quite frustrating. You know, be careful with this, guys. Be careful, because what we saw on Monday, I think, took a lot of people by surprise. And then they were ready Tuesday. They've been ready Wednesday, and here we are Thursday. They're doing some stuff. So that's the way it goes, right?
That's the way the cookie crumbles, my brother. Let's head over to, I want to go over the couple of names that Sia was just mentioning. MMA. I mean, yeah, this name almost been cut in half off of the highs here on the daily. You can see 90 cents now all the way down to 47 cents. So maybe mixed martial arts. Hard to compete with the UFC, considering I'm now a shareholder. So we're going to hold that bad boy up. Obviously, being highly, highly sarcastic. I have zero influence with my minuscule amount. But now ACB, shout out to this name. Hopefully we can head up to $1,400 relatively soon. We're only trading at $3, so there's quite a ways away to go before we hit that $1,400 marker. Let's go zoom out on the monthly and see if we can get to that level. So $1,500, that's not too bad. We're only about 99.9% away from that specific zone, down from that level, I should say, which is a little bit tougher. But I have the utmost confidence in these. No, don't listen to anything that I'm saying. The only reason why I'm mentioning it and bringing it up, I like that Sia had it. I've been in this name for quite some time. It is my biggest loss. It's 99.9% to the downside. So every penny is essentially gone. It's worth nothing. And my average price on this bad boy is around $1,400. All right, so only $1,397 more to go. And then sure enough, we can potentially break even here on Aurora Cannabis. Moving forward, let's take a look at our small cap watch list. We want to find some momentum. Ruby on the way. Rubico Inc. Not too bad of a look here, guys. 53 cents all the way up to $1.09. So that's a quick double up there. And I mean, at the end of the day, you get this pullback. You want to be patient and allow price to come into you. I'm only playing one style, and that's just going to be the high day break. So what I want to look for is curlovers in some of these names, and this is a primetime example in ProPanic Biopharma. Boom, this is the ideal breakout, but I didn't have my eyes on it. I was trading other things like Robinhood. So with that being said, I got to look for the next potential opportunity. It's the same narrative here on RKDA. And lace, we actually got laced up on this bad boy. It didn't work for us. We took 3 attempts on it, but there was no continuation on this bad boy. So LASE, head over to the NASDAQ. And then we went over 3 on it. And I was like, all right, that's enough. Eventually, it did get somewhat of a break. We did have a nice strong pop, but I was looking for that move back and towards the high of the day. We weren't fortunate enough to get it. Moving forward, we'll do a quick review before we send it back to Sharif. Look at Robinhood gone, all the way up to $90 plus. This is what we were expecting this move and this leg to do, but there had to be an additional pullback, and then off to the races it went. So attempt 1, attempt 2, and then you know what they say, the third time is typically the charm as it breaks through all of those supply zones. Now, as for TSLL, this is the name that we're continuously sitting on. We are now giving back that breakout level. We were looking for the high of the day. I did mention 45s being that next potential turnaround point, but we did not get it. Joe, it's about time. UWU. Oh. No problem, man. We got you covered. As Tesla starting to come back in off of that high in the NASDAQ and the SPY. Been a pretty choppy mess over the past couple of days as we are plagued by headline sensitivity. All
right, man. Thank you for the 2 Norwegian kroner super chat. Good look there. All right, giving myself a try here at VELO. Let's see if we can kind of move back into that $30 area. Also keeping a close eye on space as that works in to $6. SPCE up about 24%, just got into the day high at around 584. Spread is decent, has been decent on the day, about 1 penny. Good amount of liquidity, over 60 million shares, almost 60.5 million shares here as we close $6 area. So be on the lookout here for SPCE as it continues to trend up. Ruby's not done. I think this one's continuing to zig and zag, but I'm just not going to trade these small caps today. I'm just going to focus the majority of my energy on the SpaceX IPO tomorrow. Let's just leave these small caps. For now, I feel like they're a little exhausted. Maybe Ruby ends up going, and it'll have to go without me, though, because I'm not going to trade it. So we're going to keep an eye here on MNTS as we're trying to work into a position there. Now, I do see good support at around $0.75. Now, we did get a fail of about 20, I would say 29 1/3. Came into that level. Looks like it's failing here, but the VELO spread is a little bit wider. So keep your eye out on that one. This one could be interesting, especially if it continues to hold higher lows, which it's doing at the moment. The problem is we also need higher highs. The higher highs come in vis-a-vis a 29.75 break, right? That's the local area high over here if you're looking at the 1 anyway. So VELO in focus for me. And I don't want to forget about GELS, right? I'm going to let that one go for now because I don't want to trade these small caps. But if this starts taking off, especially through 2, then we'll get involved. Right now, it has an unbroken downtrend ever since putting in that 201 high. Now barely holding on to the volume weighted average price. Let's see if this one has the ability to get back above 2, kind of squeeze out some of the sellers there. INDP is a slow mover, but a good one nonetheless. You need to kind of keep your eye out on this one. Reason I say that is because it's got a bull flag forming here with a lot of resistance into what what looks like to be the 3 mid-40s, right? And we kind of drew that trend line there to denote the possible flat top break. But the proximity to the $0.50 makes me feel like we could encounter resistance even if we get a closing print above 340 because of that 350 area. So that needs to factor into your equation as well. PGEN looks like it might be curling up here. It was an unbroken downtrend. Looks like we're starting to recover. This could be some short covering, so watch out for a lower high. I'm thinking possibly 445 lower high. So if you're a small cap gapper inclined and you want to short 445, maybe 450 if it rejects, that's a nice entry area there for you guys. But my focus right now is going to be on VELO. Let's see if we get in a little bit more shareage over here. The spread is really opening up, though, so let's see if we can get something at around the mid-print. And 29.07, let's see if we can get that. Nope, not immediately apparent. Oh, there we good. We got it. Let's see if this one can hold up, as I mentioned, at about 28 3/4, 28 2/3. If it holds up above there, I'll stay in the trade. try to ride it back into 30, Joey.
Good stuff, man. I'll get all out of this Tesla trade as all this unrealized gains at that breakout are now evaporated. So we'll just hop out of that bad boy before it comes back to our break even. Choppier session here today, guys. Look at the NASDAQ, look at the SPY, not the cleanest, so just be prepared. You want to try to catch the lower end of the range, as obvious as that may sound. And same thing with Tesla, right? Like you can see how identical some of these patterns are. If it decides to go higher, then by all means, sure, right? It's not too close. But anyways, you have that big print right out of the gate, and then you eventually recover. But it's just been a lot of overlapping candles, and we've been trading within this range, 388, for pretty much the majority of the session. The same thing, we'll head back over to the SPY and the NASDAQ. I know, actually, what did I just do there? Tesla, now we want that to keep that on the Qs. So I'm going to avoid the triples, the T-trips, and we don't typically trade the SPY. So I'm going to put it in the chat here what the actual leverage product is for this again, please, and thank you. I forget what it is. It's not typically traded, and there's big-time volume issues. With that being said, 201.34, we're going to see south of $200. I think maybe even around 185. Who knows, man? This name might even, considering, like, unless we start to pick up a little bit of steam within across the space there, I don't like continuously beating a dead horse, but I like talking about it because I am a shareholder, so I may as well ramble on for what I can. Now, I don't know what I did for the time frame aspect of things. That's good, great stuff. So we'll look at something else. We'll go over to this tab here and we'll pull this bad boy up and just look at the daily and see how, like, what are we gauging? Like, what are we talking about? Where are the next potential levels? And what we have is a shelf. And where can we compare and use some other names that are starting to form these shelves? We'll show you momentarily. But there it is, 198. And what I'm mentioning, what I've said before, is just be cautious of what can happen. So I believe we're going to head into the 180s on this. I could be totally wrong. We can definitely bounce off of this 193.61 and then continue to the northeast, which would be more ideal. I just believe it's going to take significantly longer to run into some of the analyst price targets of $350 and $400 plus, which I would love because I have a big time position within this name. Now, what do we have here in Meta? We have the exact, well, not the exact same thing, but identical price action here, guys, with just forming shelves. And then there's another example that I can go over with Netflix. So remember the shelf that we were talking about a month ago? There it is. It did get breached to the downside. You want to see a little bit more of an overlap and an ebb and flow within the actual daily price action. And that's why I always warn about those parabolic moves straight to the top side, because eventually they will come back in. And then you fall into this tomfoolery where it's like, okay, you look like you're holding up, but what we are going to do is probably just absorb some more liquidity and maybe even head south of $525 here on Meta. Now, let me go over one more example here for you guys, is Netflix, right? So we had the official trend line break in which we decided to climb higher. Fantastic stuff, right? From $76 all the way up to $107, 43% return, just like that, as soon as that trend line is broken. But then we later formed this shelf right here, and we broke. Now we're heading to the downside. So you guys can now see the similarities in which I'm referring to here on NVDA. Shelf, no good, we don't like it.
You don't like it, I like it. All right, holding VLO, still finally in the money on this one, looking for a breach above the $0.50. Let's pack the patience, but I see all the small cap traders, Casey, Bovin, all you guys are on the Adil tip over there. ADIL looking pretty good. I mean, I've seen a lot worse on the day, let me tell you, than this one. It's actually looking fantastic, relatively speaking. A couple of bottoming tail candles into 350, into 375, now trying to work its way back above 4. In fact, it is above 4, 4.25 incoming. It's a 468 high a day. The volume is picking up. It's about 3 million shares, 3.1 million shares on ADIL. It was halted for a while. It halted at 11:40 and resumed at 12:25. I can't quite see exactly what time it resumed because I'm looking at the 5-minute chart, but that's the 5-minute candle upon which it opened. But 420, 4.25 here keeps repeating as an area of resistance. The current bar high is just below 50 pennies. I want to say 448 current bar high in the 5, 376 current bar low. Here we are moving back into the third of a dollar. Prior bar high is the high of the day. That's 468, so be on the lookout for that. Velo just took out all my orders. We're up big now on this one as it moves into 29.65. I'm still holding the majority of the shares. Let's see if this thing can get to 30 and we can par some of the losses that we've made today or that we've encountered today on this name. So let's go ahead, put a nice beak wetter there at 29.75 for small shares. We'll put another one at 29.88 as well for small shares, holding the majority in the 30. That's going to be my intention. Back now to Adil. Adil right back into the high, 486. That's a new high, guys. $5 incoming here on ADIL. Beautiful look here. As it zigs and zags, it is very volatile. It is moving 10 pennies at a time, sometimes even quicker. So be on the lookout. Resistance here, it looks like at 2/3. But the trend is what it is, man. Take it or leave it. You got, even though there's a lot of upper and lower wicks right now in Adil, it's higher lows and higher highs. And there goes Adil into 86. 80s. It dropped back down into 70, showing there it goes, Bovin into another area high. Limit up is 511. Limit up 511. But at the same time, there goes Velo into $30. There we go, man. Happy with this trade. We put on some size on this one. Let's go ahead and wait at 97s. Then I'm going to wait north of 30. We're going to wait at 30.11. See what we can get there on Velo, showing 29.97. The spread opening up, and there it goes into 30. VELO finally taking off over here as we catch a dub, and that has been hard, for me anyway, to do on the day. And guess what else, Joey?
What's that, man?
Should I say it? There goes INDP. Told y'all flat top break was brewing on this one through 340 into 373. INDP is doing its absolute thing over here and looking pretty good. Back to Adil. Let's see what this one is doing. 517 high on the dill. Let's see if this one can get into 10, Joey, but it's got to clear through 5 on a closing basis before we can start talking about 10. But that will be my bias. If this thing can clear 5 and clear decisively, I'll start thinking 10, but we'll have to wait and see if it can do that. I'm not going to trade Adil. I just feel like maybe, you know, the small cappers right now, maybe this one's got the juice to kind of get to 10. I don't have the good read on the small caps like I had, you know, before this whole foray happened with the volume. So I'm going to steer clear on this one. Take some easier trades. Space I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about Velo. Let's see what comes of this. People are asking about news. Anthropic seeks Google to back lease payments. That comes from the information. Anthropic pursues first data center leases information. Anthropic seeks Google to back lease payments. Huh. Anthropic is reportedly pursuing its first ever data center lease. We know that they don't own any of their own data centers, hence AWS, hence XAI, hence Google. But that's what they're asking about right now. So I don't see anything geopolitical coming in. This is mostly Anthropic, Google related. Looking for a good daddy. Good one there, design. That is quite funny there. I think, look, man, Anthropic's done well. I gotta chapeau to them, because I was averse to using Claude because I didn't like this doomerism approach. Who's heard of the argument regulatory capture, right? You create, you know, fear amongst lawmakers so that they regulate the industry. You then get the regulations that you want to the exclusion of your competitors, right? And I felt that that was kind of their move, that they were employing this regulatory capture strategy. That pissed me off. I didn't like that, right? So I tried to stay away from them on a principled basis. But when Brendel made me use this thing for work. And when I used it, I was like, okay, you know, principles went out the door. No, it's actually quite good. I was saying the same thing this morning, and more in agreement. I couldn't be with him on that, because it's just quite good. It hallucinates still, though, like some other LLMs, but far less. And I find it, ironically enough, I find it to be less guardrailed than chat. I don't know how the hell that works. Wasn't chat supposed to be kind of that freewheeling one, and it was supposed to be Claude, who's the more reserved, more conservative of the LLMs? I don't feel that that's the way anymore. And I gave the example of the peptide research that I was engaging in. Chat refused to give me any information on peptides. Like, that's not legal for that use. I can't give it to you. And Claude's like telling me exactly how to dose and when to take it, and it was fantastic. So that's kind of my little spiel there. There goes Velo into the other print through 30. I get the 30-11 print there, but there's no continuity right now, sadly, into 30.44. I'm going to continue to hold. If we fail 30, I stop out, likely through the $0.50. Added a couple of times on this one, so we got a good position. We got 29.07 on right now, Joey. Let's see if this cookie crumbles in a good way, but I don't know. We'll have to wait and see what this whole thing does.
All right, man. Good stuff. Yeah, MF Dangerous. We're straight, man. We're good over here, brother. We're just watching the market kind of chop around. Obviously, we had a little bit of a volatility spike. Not surprised by that. We get out right here, guys, 12.26, and it did climb a little bit higher, but didn't breach this specific zone. So keep an eye out on that, ladies and gents. I don't know how you guys have been feeling. Haven't seen Jesse in the chat. I know
I saw him. I saw him earlier.
This morning,
Jesse Hernandez?
Hernandez. I haven't seen Jesse in the chat this afternoon. Since the midday start, you might be at the beach or something. I know Blicky Spears went and ate some oatmeal. What I'm trying to do is...
You like oatmeal, Joey?
No, I don't.
You don't actually like oatmeal, eh?
No, I'm not a big, I was never a big oatmeal guy.
You don't like throwing on any cinnamon or anything on that bad boy? And
No.
maybe a little sweetener too so it doesn't taste like cardboard?
No.
You're not about that life?
No, I'm not.
That's okay.
I was never about that life, man. I always like.
It's good carbs though, and it's like slow, sustained release energy, so you don't get it all, like the sugar rush kind of thing.
Yeah, yeah.
A little bit different. It's more like just steady state. I don't have it, but like when I did have it, I
used to eat it as a kid and stuff.
More as like a young adult, like when in the bulking days, I would definitely have that every morning.
Every morning?
Yeah, every morning. And I like the Quaker oat one, Joey.
Yeah, Quaker oats. That's the route that you would have to go.
Green apple.
The strawberry one.
Cinnamon, strawberry. Right. There's more. What else? Well, I'm missing some flavors, Chad. I need your help, man.
I'm telling you, man, I've already had 2 coffees today and about 3 things of water. I'm just a faucet at this point. I got to go to the washroom. Anyways, I don't even know what I was talking about. Actually, yeah, let's get into OTKL. Can we get 1,000 likes? Thank you. I don't know what OTLK stands for, but I appreciate you. $2. Ray for president for sure. Where is Ray Ray? I've always been curious where Ray Ray is at. We only seen him for 1 day, and then he's been out of here.
Cousin?
Ray Ray?
Yeah.
No. Do you know who Ray Ray is?
Ram. Is Ray Ray your cousin? Child. Oh my days.
Oh, okay. You know who Ray Ray is, right?
When did Ram conceive?
Maybe that when she was gone, remember?
Just like the wedding she didn't invite us to.
Yeah, that's
Remember
crazy.
that one,
That's
Joey?
crazy work. Yeah, man.
Remember when she got married and nobody got an invite?
Nobody got an invite, man. I didn't even listen. She just has a half drink and mango juice in the fridge that I've been eyeing for the past couple of days. So we'll see how that one's going. But anyways, aside from that, what I was getting at here, guys, I'm trying to build my my parlay leading. Oh, she has it right there. Oh, is that a fresh one?
Bringing it.
That's a fresh one.
It's a sealed one.
It's a sealed one.
You like doing this?
Dude, it's mad as warm. Yeah, everybody likes doing that, bro. We're all wearing white right now.
Yeah,
why is it why is it as warm as it is outside? We got to put this in the fridge here.
Oh, it mixes it up, Sia.
It mixes it up, and then you can just.
You're muted, Sia. You're muted.
By the way. We're trying to get this parlay going here, even though you're not going to be able to see it right now. But I told you guys, step 73 of the 3-step process is going to be the UFC 250 card.
Hold on.
Here,
Step 73 of the 3-step process.
Yeah.
It makes pure sense.
Yeah.
I had to recite that one in my head.
That's what I'm getting at, man. Sometimes not everything goes as planned, Sharif, so you add a couple of steps in between. And that's where we're currently sitting at. Yeah, that's where we're currently sitting at right now. So I'm looking forward to that.
Sorry, I meant to say that you were someone did that once, and I saw a fail on YouTube, and it just
Yeah. Well, that's what he was worried about.
That's what we're all
You're wearing white. I'm wearing white.
Today too, with his
What?
coffee. Like Sean's coffee just splashed all up.
Oh well, yeah. I mean, it's Katina, man. I mean, if he can't splash coffee around here, then who can? You know what I mean?
He gets one right at the ripe time of 250. He goes for that little walk to go and grab his coffee.
Oh, well, absolutely.
250. Okay, anyways, aside from my rant, guys, I want to get back into these markets. Watch out for the picks that I got going on. I'll show you guys tomorrow, depending on how SpaceX IPO goes. Oh, I get that one.
Nice, Assassino.
Wow, Assassino.
A soccer reference. I absolutely love it.
I loved it when
I like Luis Suarez though.
When
he
Mario
trolls me hard in
Maidana,
the
when
chat.
Mario Maidana need that one guy. Remember we flying
Maidana,
Nita?
yeah.
Yeah.
It's Carlos Maidana.
Is it Carlos?
Yeah.
No, when I say Mario, like he's a boxer. That's crazy.
Hold on, Marcos
man.
Maidana,
Marcos
Carlos, yeah.
Maidana. What are we even talking about
Marcos
over here? Remember
Maidana.
when he need that guy?
No, I don't.
No, I'm talking soccer here.
Oh,
remember?
you're talking about Maradona.
Maradona. Yeah, Maradona.
My mind was switching to boxing. Diego Maradona.
Yeah, like shows you how much I know. Remember when he had that flying knee?
Dude, he's
Remember
better
that flying
known
knee?
for. I didn't see the flying knee, but I did see the hand of God. You ever seen the hand of God?
No, he's a.
No, dude, he scored a goal in '86 with his hand before they had camera, right? And then they beat England in the final, and the English hate him because of that. What's that?
Fine, it's England.
It's fine, it's England, says Assassino. I love it, I love it.
Yeah, remember,
So
you never
good.
seen that when they had that big brawl and he threw that flying knee and then like
Oh,
KO'd that guy?
yeah, I did see that. What am I talking about?
Yeah.
That's what soccer players do. They kick.
They kick, bro.
They kick.
That's it. Yo, you see European street fights? It's like everybody kicking each other.
Everybody kicking each other. Yeah,
It's
I mean, like,
crazy.
that's the way it is.
All right, man, I'm out of here.
Also seeing France after PSG won.
Where's this guy going?
Told you I'm out, man.
Hold on. Did I see? Oh, yes, I did. But what I also saw yesterday, Sia, was New York. Like, guys, what's happening in New York? Why are you guys beating up on the Spurs fans? Like, this is not a North American thing, right? That's the thing. Like, Europeans, they have hooliganism. They have to be monitored after the soccer game with a helicopter flying over so that they can see what the crowd is doing. That's not North American culture. Let's not bring that here. That is normal for us to actually sit beside, people who are opposed to us in the stadium. That's always been North American culture. I don't understand why it's changing.
I just want to know what happened yesterday. What happened with the Spurs? Did they lose? I didn't see the match.
So they lost, but they were winning, and it was like one of the biggest comebacks, I think, in NBA Finals history, where the team that was losing was New York, the Knicks. They came back from like a huge deficit. So.
Yeah, I feel like no shade, but I love Spurs. Spurs are a great team.
As long as you don't like Tottenham Hotspur, if you don't like those Spurs, you're good in my books. The second you like Tottenham, Sia,
oh, Tottenham.
Juan and I are likely not going to speak to you again.
No, don't worry. Tottenham, you know what I support. So.
I know you like United. Yes, I know you like United. Get it, Sia. Thank you for coming in. All right, there's one beat. Did he actually get egged? Oh, my days. That's not bad. Adil halted down. Ruby losing trend, but Bovin has told me about a new one here. And it goes by the ticker. Who are we going to take off here? We're going to take off Adil. CHAI. Thank you, Bovin, for this one. Looks like Case got stopped out of CHAI. Guys, you're going to encounter this a lot. I'm trying to mention this. If you guys make money, I couldn't be happy for you. But right now, the small caps, they have no continuity. It feels, I'm just saying what I feel. It feels like we are being lured into the trade vis-a-vis a big breakout, but there's no follow through. And it ends up dropping, and then we get stopped out. So if that's going to be the continual characteristic of these small cappers, I'm going to stay away. I've seen a lot today fail, RUBI, CHI. There's a lot on my side chart that I've removed as a result of that. So, pardon me. MNTS, though, guys, looks fantastic. Sorry, Assassino, can we throw that super on again? I didn't get a chance to cover it. Thank you, brother. All right. Luis Suarez, hey guys, have you ever heard of a stock called Palantir? What is that? I like this guy, bro. He makes fun of me a lot. He told me my belly was sticking out of my shirt.
Yeah, I remember that. That was last week.
Joey. Yeah, I didn't really know what to make of that, but I was like, all right, man. Yeah. But thank you, Luis, for that. Brother, you know, did you get to watch the Palantir interview with wasn't Morgan Brandon, it was Sarah Eisen, I think, at CNBC. Did you happen to watch that? What did you guys think of that? Because I think that that's the latest interview we got with the Herod one lately, because he hasn't been, you know, he hasn't been
that active, man, to be honest with you. What's his boy's name? Lonsdale there?
Joe Lonsdale.
Yeah, Joe Lonsdale is definitely.
I like Joe Lonsdale.
Joe, you see more active than Alex has.
Yeah.
He's always on
X.
CNBC.
And he's on X too.
Yeah, he's on CNBC, I feel
X.
like at least once a month or something. So.
Yeah, well, there we go. Shout out to you guys in the chat. All right, man. I like you anyway, Louise, bro. You're good vibes, man. All right, here we go. Velo's coming down, guys. It's bleeding its own blood, as the optioned one would say, and it's coming into a technical area, though. So here's what my thinking is. 2940 seems to be, for whatever reason, a local area of prior resistance. Let's see if it acts as support. The last 3 minutes is defended off 2940, but it hasn't put in any area highs, higher highs. So I feel like maybe we got a lower high here vis-a-vis that 30 touch and drop, because the previous area high was 30.44. We couldn't quite make it up there. So I don't like this one at the moment. Nicole Harris from the beautiful city of
Jersey.
Hotlanta.
I'm from, she says NJ. She just said
That's crazy. I used to know you were from Atlanta. When did you move, Nicole? That's crazy. And Nicole, I'm 90, okay, fact check me, Nicole. Were you ever from Atlanta? Am I completely off on this one? I'm from New Jersey. You know not to wear the opponent's gear to Philly or New York City. Philly fans used to be worse. I saw them flip the Giants bus. That's crazy. Go AMC, go SPCE. I like the SPCE trade. Get on you, Nicole. Shout out. She's giving a little bit of advice there for everybody, I guess, that wants to go to a game in either one of those cities, because, well, you're going to have to put up with some flack. I kind of knew that about New York, though. You knew that about New York and Philly, and then Oakland as well. Yeah. Don't mess with the Oakland fans. She answered.
Bro, the
on
New
screen,
York,
Sharif, I live in Atlanta.
Oh,
Gotcha,
okay.
I got you.
Oh,
Thank
Atlanta.
you, Nicole. Yes, because I knew I wasn't out to lunch on that one.
The Knicks, the New York, the first home game, the mayor's already like, all right, guys, there's no more outdoor watch parties. Like, come on, like, show some. The Knicks, the New York Knicks fans.
Oh, yeah?
The mayor banned outdoor.
Zoran?
Yeah,
Zoran banned
So, like, think about Jurassic Park here. He's like, yeah, that's not happening in New York.
Come on, Zoran?
Well, I mean, these guys just destroy everything. You can't have anything nice over there because
what rhymes with Zoran, Joey?
It doesn't start with an M, that's for sure.
I love it. Oh, come on.
Goran.
Guys, MNTS is moving here, guys. MNTS is moving. It's looking real good. To be quite honest with you, there's not a lot looking good right now, at least in my world anyway. MNTS through 15.5. We saw the move into 1588 earlier, but if this candle, this current 1250 candle closes in this way, this will be the first time it closes above 1550. So a hell of a move back here off 1450 into 1550 on MNTS, looking awfully bull flaggish. So we'll see if this one can kind of continue to hold up. I'm going to continue to hold VELO, but let's cover this super chat here for Film World 4787. When Meta 700.
$2 euro, so that's
brother.
4 CAD pretty much.
Say that again, Joey?
€2, so that's almost 4
Yeah,
CAD.
thank you very much, man.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to say 20 CAD, Joey.
No, it's close.
All right, let's look at Meta.
Oh, did you see in the chat the other day, we were talking to Katina Man, I don't know if you were here, Katina Man and I were talking about just how if you were to come up from the States, you get pretty much 40% more money, right? So some guys like, yeah, I bought a beer.
You really want me to go down this road?
Yeah, we're going down there.
I have a lot of opinions.
So this individual in the chat's like, yeah, I came to Canada and I bought a beer. I handed the bartender a $20 bill and got $21 back. So he made money.
Bro,
That's great.
bro. I got a vent.
Yeah, vent.
Okay,
I'm ready.
they make more money, not just because they have a stronger dollar. The number is higher than the number here with a weaker dollar. They pay less taxes.
Yep.
Okay, you want more?
Yeah, I got
They
all
have
day.
a stronger currency.
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing, right? Like, you can make, okay, some of the social safety nets aren't what they are here, and that I have to agree with, right?
Yep.
If, if you're caught offside there, not to use a pun, but if you are caught offside, sometimes you got to fend for yourself. True.
Oh, okay. Is that what you're getting at there?
I'm just
With
saying.
like the fend, like if
right,
it
but
goes
isn't that
down?
the truth though?
Yeah,
right?
for some parts,
we've seen
yeah.
some people with medical bills that just are eye-watering,
Yeah,
and
but
that,
but
you know, they go into debt because of these huge medical bills.
But so many of the people, like, so I have friends that live in, obviously you have your sister, but they pay health insurance, which covers.
But not everybody does.
Not
right?
everybody
And I
does.
know that
Yeah,
Obamacare tried to get everybody to, you know, participate in that whole thing. But let's cover this because we didn't say anything about Meta yet. So Meta is in a bit of a downtrend here and has been, I think, since it made all-time highs, which was August of last year. And this is kind of the downward channel, right, that we've been suffering from on Meta for a while. Now, there's a lot that's not good about the chart, namely the downward channel, and namely that you're below the 200 moving averages, both exponential and simple. The simple showing about 660, the exponential showing about 640. I don't like the lower highs. The lower highs is obviously part and part of this downward channel. What I don't want to see is a loss of this area here, and that's the tariff tantrum, right? Who recalls, obviously, the 450 print? Did we get a 466 print there on Meta? And that's a repeat offender area, that 466. Like, look how many times we've defended that over the years, ever since taking it out in early 2024. So a loss of, you know, that level definitely makes me worry. Now, you're asking about when 700. Well, when this downward channel breaks, brother, and breaks decisively. Now, that could come from many different things. We've talked about how Zuck is looking now possibly at getting into the cloud business. Perhaps CapEx slows down because I think a lot of these mega caps have been penalized by the market because of their CapEx spend. So I think if we start maybe, or there's a technical achievement somehow that allows you to run these large language models and agentic AI, but with less compute and therefore less CapEx, I think we could certainly see some money flowing back in. You got to remember what these names were before the AI age, right? They were asset-light names, relatively speaking, to revenue, of course. Of course, they had data centers that they had to run their compute on, but relatively speaking, they were asset-light. That's not the case anymore. They're very much asset-heavy, and so there's a repricing, a reweighting of all of that. And so I think that if that narrative changes, perhaps you see some money coming back into that. That's just my opinion on that, and we have to go to see at the big desk.
Yeah, this just coming in, Iran's top joint secretary, military command, my apologies there, saying contradictory U.S. behavior is the main cause of instability in region, especially in the Strait of Hormuz. If U.S. attempts to carry out attacks against Iran, again, it will receive a response more severe than before. From Iran's top joint military command.
All right, yeah, good thing. That's exactly what it is, man. It's just a he said, she said, back and forth tennis match. It's hard to believe because you're not actually physically over there, and you can only go by with what some of the media and Donald Trump have to say. So you can't take everything for as it is, or as what is said. All right, back and forth. Yeah, it's true, man. You have no idea what's true because you have one country saying one thing and then the other saying the other. So there's a little bit of a gray area within that.
100% agree with that.
It's like, dude. You can't really do anything about it. Yeah, I mean, it sucks. Gas pumps are still relatively high. I don't know how much that's having an effect on groceries. Finally, get some discounts over there at Farm Boy. But anyways, aside from that, guys, the market's starting to come back in a little bit. Here you can see that it's been, I mentioned this countless times and time again, we're gonna see NVDA be relatively weak. And I thought a long time ago it was gonna be hard for the market to climb higher, which wasn't the case if this wasn't performing at its best. It's already proven that as long as Google, Apple continue to move higher and some of the other ones, we don't really need this, right? Well, I mean, you do. Obviously, the better that it performs, the better the overall market can perform. But it's a spitting image of what happens in the NASDAQ here compared to NVDA. It's almost identical price action. So we are following each other. Not necessarily the same thing with Oracle, consistent lower highs. We're going to be talking about that momentarily as we fire up the news. There it is, $177, and looking like it wants to head a little bit lower. And Tesla couldn't get out of its own way. No breakup here or a test of the high of the day. We were talking about a potential lower high at this specific zone. We got it, and then now we're heading at some key support, heading towards some key support levels, something that we'll keep an eye on. Am I going to be selling the lower end of the range? No, I don't believe this is the market environment to do so. And who knows what's going to happen at any given moment. We have to be prepared when when trading these large cap names that Donald Trump or Axios or anybody along those lines can spit something out that can move the market. So we have to be prepared because it happened to us yesterday when he decided to truth out something that is just like, okay, completely unnecessary, and then shortly after, you have the market climb right back to where it was before. And Robinhood is the name that I was referring to. And I was just frustrated with myself because this would have been a big time day for us if we had the ability to sit through some of this volatility spike and then proceeds to climb a little bit higher. But when you have tight stops in this environment, you can't get wicked out. You can and you will get wicked out. But what we do have here, Sharif, is American Airlines on the top of our, near the top end of the list here. From a volume standpoint. American Airlines, well, they're just praying that oil prices start to come down because the cost of fuel is really starting to hit up these guys, and they're not enjoying them. Yeah,
because you know I'm going to Colombia, so like I have.
You're flying AC, no?
No, Qantas. Qantas.
Oh, is it?
No, hold on. I'll
Colombian
tell you. Yeah, give me 1 second. Kayak. No, it's not Qantas. It's not that. Sorry, give me a sec. So trips, upcoming. It is Avianca.
Avianca.
My bad. Avianca. So I always like, you know how when you have the kayak planner, like it keeps updating the price. So I keep getting these messages. Oh, the price of your flight increased. Your price of the flight decreased, even though I've already booked it.
Yeah.
Right. But Joey, it's basically the same price it was prior to the war.
Is it?
Yeah,
that's
and
good,
this is not a short flight. This is a 6-hour flight.
That's a
6-hour flight, right?
Yeah.
6 hour
That's
there,
good.
6 hour 15 back.
That's good.
Yeah, so that's interesting because we were talking a lot about the fact that they were going to pass off the price of jet fuel right into the consumer. They're not going to absorb that.
Hell,
you know what I mean?
no.
But that's not what I'm seeing here right now.
But in the previous reports, I think like Delta and some of these guys,
they were hedged.
They were hedged. Yeah, they also stated though the cost of jet fuel is slightly increased.
It has.
Yeah, it has.
That's the thing. That's a fact.
But see, the thing is though, Sharif, a lot of
Avianca's cargo? Really? No, I'm pretty sure it's a real airline, buddy.
He said it's cargo airline?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
They
have a decent first class, too.
Is that where you're flying?
Avianca? Yeah.
First
well,
class?
It's not like a real first class. It's one of those ones where like a bigger seat.
Yeah. The two seats.
Exactly.
With the bigger,
it's not the diagonal one where you get your own thing.
No. Like little boot cubby.
Eddie. Colombia does have some oil production. Yeah, I actually did know that, Eddie. I know it's not, of course, as much as Venezuela, but that is an interesting look there. Guys, I'm keeping an eye on MNTS as well. I see that, Bubin. Thank you very much, by the way. No, I'm pretty sure Avianca is just a regular airline, guys. Maybe they do have cargo as well, but.
I see these stories. I'm sorry, I don't want to.
Yeah, do your thing, brother.
I'll stop talking about it.
What happened?
He told me to stop talking about
what?
My ex-girlfriend on NVDA.
I thought you were going to be serious there for a second.
No.
Like, is there an X talk coming on the midday here?
Yeah,
oh, my days.
That's crazy.
Oh, my days. How long you been with Selena?
4 years.
4 years?
Right.
That's crazy.
I was just about to say something that would have got me in a whole heap of trouble.
1 o'clock. Mark the time. We got to clip this.
Oh.
Don't worry. It's okay. What were you going to say, Joey?
No, get out of here. No, get this guy out of here.
Yes. Get it, Big Spile. Love it. First time caller, long time listener. I'm so confused. Joey's wearing his mom's blouse. I hate this guy. Why am I reading it? Joey's wearing his mom's blouse, and Sharif is wearing his mom's glasses. It's like your parents stay there. Leave us alone, man. We love you, but you're just such a bully, eh? Like he's a pretty good bully, but he's a Leo. Leos
He's a Leo?
Yeah, usually Leos are pretty. They're known bullies.
Yeah, they are.
You know what I mean?
Bully, man.
Yeah. So I love you. I love you, Big Spile. You're the man. I just stop trolling us though. How you been, brother? I hope everything is good. This is your time to shine right now. What do you say, Joe? What happened?
Drew Farrell's like, I can't concentrate when Joe has all that chest hair out. Bro, I don't have any.
Why is it open like that though? Like it's summertime, I get it.
summertime.
You gotta have the hamburger hair, you know, coming out there, like, you know, the Miami style.
The Austin Powers.
There you go, my guy. There you go. You gotta get that. You gotta let it grow there, Joey.
Why are you looking so hard then?
By the way, I just have something to say.
But say it then.
That I was reading an article the other day that they're no longer only taking a head hair for hair transplants now. They're using neck. They're using. And they're using other sources of hair to kind of, you know, well, it's hair doesn't just grow on the head, Fabian.
Just say it, Sharif. Say
just because you have a head of hair that, you know, obviously doesn't require.
Say it. Say it with your chest.
I love, look at the chat now, man.
Say
look at the chat coming in.
Say it with your chest, Sharif. Where are they taking the hair from?
They're taking it from your chest.
Oh, okay.
If you've
all
got
right,
it there, right? And the neck hair as well. I was reading an
Cut the
interesting
show is
article
right.
about other sources. I love when the chat gets involved like this. You guys are great, man. Bring it, but just keep it clean, man. Joe.
Yo.
Is he just telling you to get? No, I'm not, man. I'm not telling him at all.
Tell me, we're finished the thing. Tell me what.
It says, Joe, is he just telling you to get a wig? No, that's not what I'm saying at all. That's my man Eduardo.
I could go the toupee route.
That's crazy. I don't even want to hear that. That's crazy. Why would you want to do that when Turkey is a throw stone away?
Yeah, it's only a flight.
It's only like an 8-hour flight, whatever, 10 hours or whatever it is. Uh-oh. Take my down.
Yo,
oh my days.
Bro.
No, we're not reading that, Big Spile.
You just did.
We can't. Yeah, we're not gonna read that. That's that you're gonna get suspended there, Big Spile, for that. Love it.
Ramin, can you like someone blow up this guy's profile picture?
Don't do it, Ram.
We need a big picture because like we need a better idea of who we're dealing with here. He has Instagram. Give me some photos. Give me some photos of this guy off of Instagram. I don't have this guy on Instagram, and it's just like, man, where do we start? Like, I should. Anyways, aside from that, my dad got married in a wig, even though everyone knew he had been bald since he was 20.
You outing your dad
yeah,
like that, Ram?
That is crazy. My dad's been bald since he was 22, so I mean, it was only a matter of time. Start trading, and then it's gonna just speed up that genetic gene there, maybe a little bit.
Straight up, or get rinsed on the SpaceX IPO. Take your pick, right? Like, no, but seriously, I was reading. Okay, I was reading an interesting article yesterday about, it was actually RC talking about this, and he was saying that he would write a research that there could be 7.2 billion in exit liquidity on the initial print.
Yeah, we were talking about our boy said that this morning. Who? Kevin O'Leary.
Kevin O'Leary said the same thing?
He mentioned that, yeah.
He said that?
Yep.
Okay, so that if we just assume that to be true, and I'm not saying it is true, let's just assume it's true. Do you think there will be an equal, if not more, bid at the open to outdo that minimum 7.2? What do you think?
So I think there's a couple of things that need to be answered within that. How much can retail actually obtain? We already know the answer. 30%.
Yep.
So what does that amount to? And then if the answer is X amount of dollars, whatever it is at the open, are you going to see some form of float rotation? Because I think that's something that would need to happen. I wouldn't be surprised if there's an initial dump and you just have that liquidity, that exit liquidity step in, and then you have the retail step in after that as well too. So I think that 30 billion or that 30% is what's really going to play because we know that the institutions have that lockout period.
They have the lockout period.
They're not playing this, and they're not involved in this opening.
I want to bounce an idea off you.
Yeah.
And this is something that I've been thinking about, and then we're going to start the news shortly thereafter. This is what I was thinking about. Very, very strong anti-Elon sentiment last 2 years.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Very, very strong anti-billionaire narrative currently, and you could say over the past few years as well.
Yep.
Correct?
Yep.
A very, very obvious story here is to say, let's increase the pool for retail so we can use them as exit liquidity, right?
Yep.
So that narrative kind of known by everybody, whether it ends up being true or not, those three pieces we all know. I think Elon probably is very alive to that.
Absolutely.
Here's my point.
Okay.
I don't think he can risk the PR damage if he launches SpaceX, rinses
People.
or have people get rinsed. He's not doing anything.
Yeah.
But people, retail, get rinsed on the first print, the first day, the first 3 days, the first week, whatever.
Yeah.
So do you think that Elon puts in a bid to keep a floor on the price so that that narrative doesn't play out and damage him?
You think he's going to put in a bid?
7.2 billion is chump change for this guy.
It literally is.
25 billion, like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Do you think that there's any sort of possibility where there could be a bid there to prevent the PR nightmare that would ensue if SpaceX drops 25% on the opening day?
Okay, so this is what I want you to do. I want you to provide some clarity to, for me here, because what I'm not understanding is if we have a lockout period with Elon Musk, who can't sell, the individuals in the cafeteria who are now going to be millionaires, and everybody else who's been in this name earlier since the private market, are they not locked out for 30 days?
90 days.
90 days.
Elon and the people who bought in the IPO round are locked out for 366 days.
Okay, so
there are other people that are not locked out.
There's other people. So then my question being, are they large enough to be like, hey, you talked about that 7-point-something billion, but the major shareholders are locked in for 90 days and 365 days.
Yes, sir.
So maybe there could be some form of excess demand there out of the open. It's so tough, Sharif, because we talk about this being the biggest IPO of all time. Fine.
Right.
But the fact that we don't know if this thing's gonna dump or anything along those lines, but it's gonna be so obvious that if this thing opens up at, say, $200 and then decides to rip at the first halt band, and we're like, oh, well, we all should have guessed. But there's just so much of this mixed air and this mixed feeling within this thing. So it's so tough to determine what's actually going to happen. Like, I mean,
you're not wrong on any of that, man.
Did we ever know whether it was Circle or anything that we were just gonna absolutely rip? But the fact is like, if we look at this from a hindsight aspect, we're gonna be like, oh, it's the biggest IPO ever, the most interest one, 30% of this float is for retail. Why didn't we just punch long right out of the gate? It's just such a weird position to be in.
A lot of great comments in the chat from you guys, from wishful thinking. Sharif, what do you, bad word, to, yeah, that's actually makes sense, to, from Elon doesn't give a you know what about retail, and he doesn't care about the narrative. I think Elon will care about the narrative, whether he's able to do something about it or not. I guess that's, you know, some people would reasonably disagree. Theo Belfent, rules will prevent him from doing that. Can you elaborate a little bit? Is he prevented from buying at the open, in the open market, if he so chose? I didn't know that there was a specific provision that would be that would prevent him from doing that. I'd love to hear your take on that. Tag me in the chat, though, so that I can see your comment. But for now, it's 10 after 1. We're going to go to Sia and start the news.
Let's start the news segment. On my screen, I have Adara's Oracle's revenue by segment graphic. We miss her. I miss her definitely for this segment. But okay, let's dive into it. Oracle has beat on both earnings and revenue, reporting EPS of $2.03 versus $1.96 expected in revenue, currently coming in at $19.18 billion versus a $19.10 billion. Cloud continues to remain on the growth engine. Cloud infrastructure revenue has surged 93% year over year, and total cloud revenue has risen 47%, my apologies. The company has raised their first year 2027 EPS guidance to $8.05 above consensus, while maintaining an ambitious $90 billion revenue target. RPO exploded 363% to $38 billion, driven largely by the large AI contracts, with over half reportedly being tied to OpenAI. Problem, however, for investors continues to remain the spending aspect, and capital expenditures have jumped 162% to $55.7 billion. Free cash flow was another segment that was deeply negative, and Oracle has also announced plans to raise another $40 billion through debt and equity financing. And with that, Oracle down on the day after this beat 12.19%.
So I have some thoughts. Record top line revenue, 19.2 billion, never been that good on the quarter. And if you're looking at year over year comps, 21%, check there. Non-GAAP underline that non-GAAP EPS positive at 211. Fantastic. How about OCI? That's Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. Check. 93% surge year over year. How about the RPOs? They're well known for really showing aggressive RPOs. $638 billion in remaining performance obligations backlog. Fantastic, right? On the surface. Let's talk, though, about the bleeding of the free cash flow as a result of CapEx. So the media was quick to highlight, oh, they got $32 billion in operating income. Fantastic. But what does the free cash flow show? Negative $23.7 billion. And that's, again, a result of, generally one source, and that's CapEx. Let's talk about what they've done, though, to alleviate some of the pressure because they've been spending so much money. I was talking about this story in the morning. Joey, $75 billion worth of their clients, people that will have their site hosted by Oracle.
Yeah.
$75 billion worth of orders purchasing NVIDIA GPUs, racks from who knows who, SMCI, Dell, maybe HPE. Their clients are buying the GPUs and then giving them to Oracle, and Oracle setting them up, and then the clients are using them. That's how crazy this has gotten.
Yeah.
That's how much strapped a lot of these companies are. Even Google, man, they're raising, right?
Yeah.
We've seen that. So $75 billion of the RPO consists of customers either paying or prepaying, I should say, for their hardware or buying it outright, and then essentially forcing clients to act as like Oracle's upfront supply chain bank. So that's one thing there. Sia mentioned the $40 billion that they're going to have to spend in 2027. Market doesn't like that, of course, because, again, it shows aggressive CapEx. Also, their margins squeezed a little bit here. That's why I said underline GAAP, non-GAAP earnings. When you look at their GAAP earnings specifically, full-year gross margins stepped down by about roughly 500 basis points, about 5%, due to the astronomical overhead, of course, of AI. So that is kind of my look there. Just before we send it to Joey, let's see what some people are saying here. E-Trade just closed my request to buy SpaceX. I guess I'm not part of the 1%, says Luis Suarez. I'm sorry, brother. Perhaps you should think about moving your money to a place that treats you a little bit better. Oh. There's plenty of places in the United States to do that. Jackie Bubkiss, love the name Jack Bubkiss, love it. Sharif, Elon is not technically prevented from buying at the IPO open, but significant buying could be seen as insider trading. It's safer for Elon to do nothing. He will not be buying. Interesting take there, brother. That's actually a really interesting take. I don't know if it would be necessarily insider buying, though, but I see your point there. Just to bring it back to Oracle, Joey, thoughts?
Yeah, no, same thing, man. Like, again, we talk about this name in their RPOs and how much they actually have to spend in order to meet those obligations. I mean, you're seeing it across the board. When you have these insanely cash-heavy companies like Google looking to raise some funds, and there's something that you obviously want to raise an eyebrow to that. But one thing that I will note, and I think that's been swept under the rug, is that Oracle is also going to host TikTok on its cloud, which I think is a big-time revenue stream that is understated, and we don't even talk about it anymore because that whole China and ByteDance scenario has been swept under the rug. But what I also want to talk about with multi-cloud revenue jumping a whopping 404%, I'm not saying that Oracle is going to be this the next big thing. That's not what I'm getting at, considering they have a significant amount of RPOs remaining, and that's all tied in with OpenAI, and it depends how Sam Altman and company are going to start to perform. And we know that they've been lagging. They didn't hit that monthly active users goal that they were looking at, but they're not too far away from it. All right. Sharif also brought up the point that, hey, you're not meeting these levels that you're supposed to be hitting within OpenAI. Where's that money going to not go, essentially? And you have to take into consideration these big obligations that Sam Altman and company has signed with multiple corporations. Now, we also know in Amazon, they've depleted about 85% of their free cash flow as well with their AI build-out. But I will tell you this one thing right now, and this is why I first...
Okay.
You are not going to see Sundar Pichai, you're not going to see these individuals at Amazon Web Services spending this type of money and raising funds if you don't think on the backside of things that these major corporations are not going to see some form of substantial ROI. I think you have another thing coming to you, because there's no way in God's green earth, that might be crazy, that these guys aren't going to start to see some form of
I hope
return.
so, Joe. I think we do definitely see it. But
I don't think it's hope so, dude. We are. Look at what Google's doing. 900 million monthly active users, really starting to close that gap within OpenAI.
My concern comes down to one thing. If there's a technical advancement that makes running these models a lot less onerous on compute. If all of a sudden you can do a lot more with less, then they'll have spent so much. That's my only concern.
There will be. And I believe it was Mark Zuckerberg and company actually created something where the token use or the actual compute needed was drastically changed at some point. That's
actually a good point.
Right? As the technology evolves, sure enough, you will get that this compute is going to cost significantly less, but we're not at that stage right now.
No. There's breaking news, so let's go to Sia.
Yeah, thank you so much. Just keep an eye on USO here. Iran Defense Ministry is warning that any attack on Iranian territorial integrity will meet a decisive response. Repeating that, Iran Defense Ministry warning that any attack on Iranian territorial integrity will meet a decisive response.
Thank you very much, Sia. There was also other things as well, guys. Partially locked down and evacuated after hazmat monitors detected possible air quality issue. Hazmat teams from the Pentagon and Arlington County Fire. What is this? Pentagon. The Pentagon. Oh my days! I thought that was in Iran. Okay. I was like, or in the Middle East. Okay, so everything's good there. All right. Yeah, let's go back to Sia for the next story.
Yeah, let's take a look at the next story. We're going to talk about MSFT. Microsoft is reportedly preparing major layoffs across its Xbox division next month. Reports are suggesting that the cuts could exceed 1,000 jobs, employees, and potentially include certain studio closures as well. Internal memos of the company have revealed that management is launching an Xbox reset, which cites more than $20 billion invested into content platform as well as in hardware. Over 5 years, an annual revenue has declined roughly $500 million. Executives have warned of a hardware cost crisis as well. Key component costs for 2027 are expected to be more than 5 times higher than just 2 years ago, and management is now openly discussing the potential of new hardware partnerships and alternative console business models, signaling a potential shift away from the traditional Xbox strategy. Microsoft currently down on the day. 5%. I'm a bit sad. I'm a big Xbox fan. That was a big part of my childhood, and that's just sad to see that.
That's all right, Sia. I mean, you know, it's everybody takes their time in the sun. Look, Asha Sharma, she was brought in to kind of take the helm here. She's not a gaming background person. She's an AI person. That should give you the idea of what they want to make Xbox, right? It's going to be, sadly, I was speaking to Fabian as well. And Fabian was giving me this kind of very, very gloomy look at gaming right now. He's like, a lot of the studios are releasing games that are not being well received, and when they release them, they're almost immediately followed by layoffs. They're looking basically at cutting expenses. Human expenses seem to be where they're going. So I feel like their whole shift here in the gaming sector. But just to bring this back to Microsoft, all this here, this thousands of jobs that are going to go, it's going to happen immediately following the close of the fiscal year, June 30th, 2026 this year. Expected to include as well in these layoffs severe marketing, budget slashing, and potential studio closures. That builds in to what Fabian was telling me, that, you know, you're seeing a lot of, downsizing in that area. I also want to talk about, the weakness in the software sales. So Sharma's internal, she had a memo that leaked. She dropped it internally, but it ended up leaking. She explicitly blamed a massive hardware component pricing crisis driven by big tech's huge build out in AI. So what she's trying to blame the margin compression on, she's saying, look, RAM is costing a lot, hardware storage is costing a lot, computer components in general are costing way more. In fact, it's forcing Xbox to pay 5 times for the same component that they were just paying for 2 years ago. 5 times what they were paying 2 years ago. So that obviously eats into margins. That's her position. I'm not saying that that's accurate, but that's what Sharma was saying. As well, there's also about a $20 billion negative yield. So over the past 5 years, and excluding the Activision Blizzard merger, Microsoft has poured over $20 billion into content, into hardware subsidies, ecosystem expansion, only to watch the annual baseline revenue drop by $500 million. So you throw $20 billion at it, and then your top line ends up dropping by 500. What kind of ROI is that? That gives you an idea of the kind of headwinds they're facing. Last but not least, there's kind of this vendor reliance infrastructure purge. What do I mean? In her internal memo that was leaked, she noted that the current platform infrastructure was weighed down by hundreds of tangled dependencies and massive over-reliance on external party vendors, meaning that the upcoming layoffs are going to be very heavily targeting some, contract-heavy positions, auxiliary IT teams, all to kind of reinforce that internal push, Joey. But I feel like you bring in an AI person into Xbox, your next move is you want to start designing games using AI. That's where my mind goes immediately.
Yeah, PlayStation 5, PlayStation's greater than Xbox anyways. We're going to send things off to Sia. I'm going to have that hot take. We're going to take, we'll take a look at what we got going on here momentarily. Sia.
Thank you so much. Sorry about that. So U.S. energy executives have warned the White House that oil reserves being used to help contain the impact of the Iran conflict on energy prices are running dangerously low, according to CNN. Just saying U.S. energy executives warning U.S. White House that oil reserves and of the Iran conflict on energy prices are running dangerously low. And also, keep an eye out on the S&P. It might, and it is certainly erasing gains right now, turning a bit to the negative side. Just watch out.
All right, so yeah, just in regards to Microsoft, we can talk about this Xbox story, but a lot of the gaming world is moving into the PC. So, I don't know, we'll continuously see these new generations of consoles, but more and more people are starting to adopt actually computer gaming. So I'm not saying that they're going to be completely phased out. That's not the case. You have some big games in the pipeline, and you'll see probably a little bit of an influx at that point. But nonetheless, what I really want to talk about is Copilot. I think Copilot is really hovering over this specific name, Microsoft, that is, and why we haven't been performing that well. It is probably one of the worst large language model tools there is out there, and I personally like it. But one thing that I have read, and I do believe, is that we're kind of underplaying this, and it might be a little bit of a dog, to be honest with you, because 25 million or more monthly active users are apparently supposed to come into the next report, which will give it a substantial bounce, right? We're sitting around, I think it has around 30 million or 300 million monthly active users, a little bit less than that, maybe even half to be exact, compared to what some of these other participants are using. Obviously, the Geminis and the ChatGPTs and OpenAIs, Anthropic as well too. When you just have that linear and exponential growth, that's not necessarily the same case for Copilot, but we're understating what may be coming. They also have paid tiers within this platform as well too. So I do like what we have. Azure, it's hard to count out, but when you're spending as much money as Microsoft is, like these hyperscalers, and you don't have the participants in the tool that you're actually using to build it on, you can run into a little bit of trouble, and I think that's the weight that's hovering over this stock. But let's not throw Microsoft behind us right now, because Copilot can. We have the ever so changing dynamic of these LLM tools. I wouldn't be surprised if you have some names that have been lagged decide that they're going to take a couple of spots.
And when you and I spoke about SpaceX, you countered and you said, look, I'm also interested in the Anthropic. I'm also interested in OpenAI. And what I said to you was, I feel it's a lot easier to become the premier model, right? We've seen this back and forth. Gemini's at front, OpenAI, now it's Anthropic. They keep switching. I think it's a lot harder to be the #1 space company than it is to be the #1 Anthropic. So to bring it back to your point, you have a very, very well structured point there in that you never know. Copilot gets the right people on the team, they make the right moves, all of a sudden they're back in the mix and we're not laughing at them anymore.
Exactly.
I'm not saying that that's what they're going to do, because they haven't done it. We're 3 years deep in this, almost 4. this fall will be 4 years, right?
I still believe we're in the infancy of this.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's like saying the internet was ripe in 2000,
right?
Which is not even, right?
Yeah, exactly. And that's why we're not going to count Meta out as well, right? Like we know MuseSpark is probably hot garbage, but Mark Zuck is doing a couple things, and I talked about not too long ago when we were going over the Oracle scenario, how he's finding ways to be more efficient while using compute. Right, like compute equals token, and he's looking to become more efficient, so the cost isn't as crazy. But I do still believe, considering this guy is amongst the top in capital expenditures, that if he doesn't get something and find a way to monetize relatively quick, that he can fall into a Metaverse 2.0 scenario, which I think we're kind of on, as Sharif would say, the precipice of that. Really, really close, because no one uses MuseSpark, and no one even uses the other tools, which can be extremely dangerous. And if you're spending all this cash and there's no return on investment, at the end of the day, it can turn into a horrible, horrible situation.
Well said. Thank you, Adam, for the $2 super chat. Smash Bros, what's up?
Who said that?
NTCL. Yo, the hell yeah, this is it right here, Assassino. Let's show him the chart. Bleeding its own blood. It was at $3 just, a few hours ago at 11:30. Halted, where it halted multiple times, or just one, sorry. But it is now down into 23 pennies, and this is why. Press release. NetClass Technologies, Inc. expands AI multilingual assessment market and international strategic partners. Really? Hold on, let me double check that. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So the drop came when? Came at 11:55, so this has to be subsequent to that. No way. So I don't have anything. I have nothing. Look, the last news item, 9:12 a.m., okay? And then all the other different areas or the entries here are just volatility, paused due to volatility, resume trading, paused. So NTCL, I don't have news on. Let's go up.
Thank you so much, Sharif. So reports coming in that Israel has reportedly raised its alert level and preparing contingency plans at the moment, amid concerns that any new U.S. action against Iran could trigger retaliation across that region. And reports are citing Israeli officials say that the U.S. has asked Israel to not conduct any independent strikes on Iran for now, with Washington preferring to handle any immediate military response itself while pursuing these negotiations, the keyword being for now.
Thank you very much, Sia.
Yeah, Gaurav reload at. Oh, wow, something just stepping into the market there as we get some volatility spikes, guys. Sorry.
The upside, downside?
Yeah, upside, man. There goes Tesla breaking through at the low of the day. We're going to talk about it momentarily. A bunch of trend lines being breached. There it is now, heading towards the high of the day. Guess what your boy's going to do here momentarily? Someone said, hey, why aren't we trading? We're going to trade momentarily. And don't forget, real trading, you don't always have to be in a position, ladies and gentlemen. A big-time move as the SPY and the NASDAQ go and test the high of the days there, Sharif. NVDA, Gaurav, bang. There it is for my boy. We'll hit the...
Trump calls off Iran strikes.
Bang.
Trump calls off Iran strikes.
Bang.
So there you go. Trump calls them off. That is being reported by Oracle, NYSE, okay? I haven't seen that from anywhere else quite yet. We'll get that to you as soon as we see it. But that is what's being reported right now, that President Trump is calling off the Iran strikes. Taco. I love it. I love it. You guys are so joking. Guys, it can't be Taco if he's already started the war and we're 3 months deep into the war.
The market is going nuts right now.
But I'm good with this, man. I'm good with this. Let's go.
Holy cow. Well, this is what we want. This is what we we're looking for all day. We just needed one. Why did it have to come in at 1:30? Just one ridiculous ass truth. Yesterday, this guy's talking about blowing them to pretty much non-existence. Now they're not doing it. Taco, are we going to UCA?
No, I think she was
okay, she's saying, yeah, 5%. Bang, there it is. Feels great to be out of this one. Taco trade is right. The man needs to...
No way. We got a deal. It looks... Okay, let's go to see it.
Let's go over there. Deal.
Yeah, this is just coming in. U.S. President Donald Trump saying the market has gone to a bit of a downside right now, saying that the naval blockade will remain in full force and effect until the transaction is finalized. That's all.
Trump, Trump.
Look at Tesla.
Time and place of signing to be announced shortly. That is being reported by Walter Bloomberg. Time and place of signing to be announced shortly. That is what he's saying. This is what Walter Bloomberg is stating. Says he has. Okay, let me see. It's on his Truth Social. Thank you. I got it right here. I got it. Here it is. I'll read it. Based on the. You want to read it? Okay.
I don't mind. Go ahead. I'm just going to read this off real quick. President Trump saying that he's canceled the U.S. strikes and bombings against Iran scheduled for this evening. He stated that all parties have approved the discussions and final terms in principle and in detail. A naval blockade, however, like I mentioned, will remain in place until the agreement is finalized. Time and location for the signing ceremony will also be announced shortly. This coming from U.S. President Donald Trump.
Thank you very much, Sia. Let's read the truth in its entirety. Based on the fact that discussions with the Islamic Republic of Iran have been brought to the highest level of Iranian leadership and approved, I have, as President of the United States of America, canceled the scheduled strikes and bombings against Iran this evening. Discussions and final points have been, in both concept and great detail, approved by all parties involved, including the United States, Israel, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Turkey, Pakistan, Bahrain, Kuwait, Jordan, Egypt, and others. The naval blockade will remain in full force and effect until this transaction is finalized. Time and place of the signing to be announced shortly, and then he signs it with his position. See ya.
Yeah, keep an eye out on oil here, like badly to the downside. WTI crashing right now. Oil prices are dropping sharply after this announcement from U.S. President Donald Trump of the cancellation of these strikes against Iran. Sending it back to you.
Thank you very much. Yes, cancellation. So hopefully we don't get something from the Iranian headlines, guys, saying no deal, or we have no idea about what's going on here. But I mean, at the end of the day, there it is, a big time move. We were looking at this Tesla trade, the overall market. Thanks for pointing out USO here, Sia, because we're going to take a look at this name. Apparently the deal is done. It just needs to be signed on the dotted line. What is that going to do for the markets? We have Walmart and some of the staples to the top side, and we have the tech trade really starting to pick up its steam here. We'll head back into those. We'll see what we have. USO to the downside, guys. President Trump on social media says, I have canceled, once again, the scheduled strikes and bombings against Iran this evening. Discussion and final points have been, in both concept and great detail, approved by all parties involved. Naval blockade to remain in full. All right, so we'll keep an eye out on this one. Absolutely, we'll make sure you guys do that. Hit that like, hit that subscribe. How many of us are watching here today? But here is the headline. This being released, guys, True Social. President Trump on social media stating he is no longer going to bomb the Iranians this evening. And we have a lot of the tech names, once again, moving higher. USO to the downside. Sia.
USO to the downside. Triple Q's on the upside, gaining 1.3%. Keep an eye out. Again, U.S. stocks are extending these gains right after this announcement made by U.S. President Donald Trump about calling off these strikes on Iran this evening.
Yeah, I mean, no, listen, Brando, I'm at this point, I'm sick of the tacos, to be honest with you. I'm completely over them. Hopefully we can get this. Brendo just asked me if I would like a taco. I said no more tacos, too many of them. And essentially what we have here, guys, is hopefully a deal done. Taco Thursday. Yeah, well, it's supposed to be on Tuesday, so a couple of days late there, ladies and gentlemen. There it is, once again, USO to the downside. And then we have Trump says Iran. See, this is crazy. So I'll pull something up here. We're going to look at this headline here moments ago. This is at exactly 10:51 in the morning. Trump says Iran will get hit very hard. And then a couple hours later, there's no more bombing being had, which is good. You don't want that. But USO, once again, there's going to be a key support level right here, guys. 128, there could be a good potential downside move. Assassino made sure that you guys know to hit that like and subscribe. How many individuals do we have here watching us? 6,000 of you watching, and only 476 likes. Let's get that up to 10%.
You have the option to like and subscribe. This trade has unlimited upside.
There you go. Thank you very much for that. Once again, we have the social media posts. We have USO absolutely just blowing USO. Blowing through some support levels at this point, Sharif.
Yes,
I was
sir.
saying how at 10:51, Trump stated Iran will get hit very hard. Then at 1:30, and then at 1:30, they are no longer getting hit very hard, which is good. Yeah, there we go. There it is. But no, in all seriousness, we got 1.25% here on NVDA. Apple holding up to 1 3/4, and then Google still to the downside, guys, and Microsoft. But how's our good friend TKO Holdings?
How's it doing, Joey?
We're up 2.4% here on the day. See ya. Talk to us.
Bang.
Yeah, just keep an eye out for gold too, rising and still on the up and up spot. Gold has also risen 1.4% to the range of $4,100 per ounce.
Thank you very much, Sia. Should we mosey on over to the next story, Sia? What do you think? Yep.
Let's rosy on over to the next story because Meta cannot seem to catch a break. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney has introduced a new legislation that would restrict social media access for all and everyone under the age of 16 years old, while also increasing accountability requirements for social media and these AI platforms. The announcement coming after the United Kingdom has explored similar restrictions and after Meta has already rolled out these enhanced teen protections across all their apps, Instagram, Facebook, Messenger. For Meta, the direct financial impact appears to be limited in the near term, but Canada, this is all because Canada represents a relatively small portion of the global advertising revenue. But here's the catch. The bigger issue is regulatory precedent and how and why. So if more countries adopt these age restrictions, if they have screen time controls, content limitations, engagement growth and advertising inventory are going to face pressure. And you know the term, every drop makes an ocean. If Canada does represent a small part of the advertising revenue in the world, if all countries come together and decide this, it's going to be a big issue. Well, with that, Meta down on the day, 1%.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I have a bunch to say. I really like how Sia really focused on the fact that this could create a regulatory precedent for other jurisdictions to follow. And case in point, of course, Australia led, and then, Canada followed here specifically, and with the European Union possibly also next. But I want to draw a couple of distinctions here between the Australian law and the Canadian law. So this new law, it's going to be called the Safe Social Media Act. It's going to legally bar children under 16 from creating or holding social media accounts. And then when it comes to LLMs, it's going to establish what they're calling strict baseline duty of care for AI chatbot operators. It's not going to be a blanket ban. But there is a lot of loopholes here. So in reality, the draft legislation includes a massive legal kind of backdoor. What am I talking about? So social media giants like Meta, like Google, like others, Snap, of course, and TikTok can obtain what they're calling an explicit regulatory exemption to allow users under 16 if they can, quote, satisfy government that they have built in proprietary, safe by design operational guardrails. We'll have to see how this new regulatory body adjudges that. So you may be able to have social media for those under 16, so long as, for example, they're prevented from seeing harms. Adults can't contact them. All the different things that we've been talking about here that need to be implemented in social media for younger children. So it's not a blanket ban if they can satisfy one of those requirements. And then there's also a kind of a break here between public opinion and what the government is doing. We have this pollster called Angus Reid, and they did a poll where 75% of Canadians felt that there had to be some sort of social media restrictions, but 72% felt that that restriction should be implemented by the parents in the household and not for the government to babysit parents who may have a different approach than what the government wants to take. So there is a little of this, a little of that. Where do you fall onto this kind of?
I guess some of the Canadian regulators never watched the Apple keynote the other day, Sharif.
What happened, Joey?
Because you've seen some of the safety measures that Apple's implementing within their apps as well too. But no, in all seriousness, I mean, I think with social media, we're starting to fall into the realm of, and it was compared to this, and I think it's a good comparison, is the cigarette and the tobacco moment, where you need to have a little bit more regulation in this stuff and who is actually having access to social media platforms. I mean, we went over some of the grading of what is prioritized from a standpoint of safety amongst children while using the app, and it was on the lower end of the spectrum. What Meta was prioritizing was political safety, which was you weren't allowed to bash politicians or be politically correct or anything along those lines. So, I mean, we've seen it already. Sharif mentioned the fact that you're seeing the measures come into Australia. You're seeing it happen in the European Union, and that's where I stand. It's essentially a tobacco moment, and he's having big-time issues, obviously, within California as well, too. A lot of lawsuits.
Well
so
said,
you're going to see a lot of regulatory change within social media, especially amongst youth. And I wouldn't be surprised. It's going to be the exact same thing, man. Once you turn 18, you can do whatever you want, but until then, cell phones have been completely banned from schools because they're on social media, and the addictive aspect of these things it's very true. It's as true as it gets, to be honest with you.
Just before we go to see it, guys, got to remind you, for those who are coming in, because the market is moving, President Trump says he has canceled the scheduled strikes on Iran, and the time and place of a deal signing will be, quote, announced shortly. For those who are coming in, this is what the news is. This is why the market is reacting in this way. President Trump calling off the strikes and saying that he's going to announce the time and the place of the deal signing shortly. We'll see when that happens. Let's go back up to Sia.
Gold continues to be on the up and up, nearly like extending gains. Last up nearly, like I said, I mentioned before, it was up 1.3%. Now it's close to surpassing the 2% area, around 150 region. That's all. If you want to move on to the next story, you can do that.
Gold here, Joey.
3 hours ago, how do you go from we're going to blow these guys up and then 3 hours later?
The art of the deal.
The deal's
the art of the deal. If they don't believe that they're going to get clipped, then are they going to move? They have to believe that they're going to actually get clipped.
Okay, I see what you're getting at there. Yeah. Okay, he's calling they didn't call the bluff, is what you're saying. Yeah, that was good. That was good timing. Let's see what we got going on. We're talking about trading here a little bit here. Guys, as we have the TQQQ is about to head into a new high of the day.
Comments. I love these comments. And we're not going to block any of these comments, too. Like, honestly, just as long as you don't use swear words, bring it in, man. Whatever your opinion is, just keep the verbiage clean. Keep the wording clean. You can have whatever opinion you want. Let's go back up to Sia for the next story.
Before hopping on to the next story, just want to quickly mention that Waymo has announced a new $29.99 month invite-only membership program called Waymo Premier for their top riders. So what you get is a priority pickup ride savings, early access, and flexible cancellations. Very cool. And this will be provided to riders in San Francisco, LA, and Phoenix across the states. Let's move on to our next story, Tesla. Tesla has received an approval from Belgium to offer its supervised FSD, which is the full self-driving software, and marking the 5th European country to authorize this system. And this approval has followed a certain recent authorization that we saw. We reported it yesterday in Denmark, the Netherlands, Lithuania, and Estonia, showing certain accelerating regulatory acceptance all across Europe. So this has come in at a very good time. And Belgium's, as I said, approval time has come in much sooner than expected. Tesla's completed local testing requirements and worked through the country's approval process. With that, Tesla has spiked up today to up 3.2% at the moment.
And it's the best performing Mag 7 name on the day, Sia, far and away. 3 1/4 for Tesla, 1 4/5 for NVIDIA, and 1 3/4 for the dead one, Apple. And then Amazon up 4/5. But let me tell you something. I feel like maybe, I don't want to get you in on this as well, man.
Yeah.
Do you think the winds of change are coming for Elon on that continent? We saw the aggressive pushback when he endorsed President Trump, when he started going through the aggressive Doge cuts. His reputation on that continent, I would say, I don't know how you feel about this, was at an all-time low. Are they starting to change their tune on Elon?
from what it was to something new. Yeah, well, I mean, we've seen sales were slowly starting to uptick.
That's why I'm trying to throw that point.
So, I mean, maybe, right? But I think maybe there's a couple of tailwinds. Maybe people are forgetting. They're like, hey, apparently people don't forget. But I have no idea what Doge has to do with the European Union.
I think it was sentiment, brother, about cutting, and you know they didn't like that kind of.
But it has zero effect on what happens over there. Yeah, but I think there's a couple of things, Sharif. Hopefully this deal is done, but we have the uptick in registrations because maybe people don't want to pay these outrageous prices for oil as well.
But Joey,
so where are you going to head towards some of these electric vehicle
I'm about to tell you.
Yeah.
The Chinese EVs are proliferating on that continent.
Absolutely, absolutely. But maybe it's just, I'm not going to call it a black swan, but maybe it's just more or less the ebb and flow. Because we know that Tesla held the majority of the market share, and then you have these Chinese EVs, and then you see their registrations go up triple digits. Well, when you're just getting into a new space and you're starting to take share from the top dog, obviously you're going to see that registration. Maybe people are finding out that, hey, these vehicles, and again, this is speculative, I have no idea, maybe these vehicles aren't as good as we thought they were going to be.
The Chinese?
Yeah.
That's cap.
We don't know. We don't know, Sharif. We don't know.
Dude, all the objective car reviewers, the American
they like them.
They love them.
They like them. But then if that's the case, so then we have to look at it as a couple of things. Maybe they're not as good as they are, or people are sick of these heightened oil prices to where you fall into some of the EV.
That I definitely get behind, right? That I
again, I don't know. I'm just putting that out there. I'm not saying that the Chinese aren't. They're probably equally as competitive. We've seen inside these vehicles from a technological standpoint. They're fantastic.
They're fantastic.
They're fantastic.
And just electrical. Like, let's be honest about it. The Chinese make very bad internal combustion engine cars. They're not good, okay? They've been in Egypt for many years. Taxi drivers use them because they're super cheap and you can just beat them up. But they're not good ICE engine makers. That's the honest truth. All right, let's take the Super.
44 bucks.
78.50. He's dropping 22 euros in the chat, Joey. I think BS, big time misinformation. The deal seems to be to refer to a framework with other Arab nations. Signing probably is just the framework. I guess Iran will soon deny and say BS2. Beware of a pullback. Not that we haven't seen that before, Paul. Astute point by you, but I hope you're wrong. I'm not saying that you are, but I hope that you are, so we can kind of move this along, get back to focusing on the AI build-out and when that bubble is going to crash. I want to hyper-focus on that paranoia for a minute. I'm done with the Iran paranoia. I'm kidding, of course. FSD, guys, 14.3, very well spoken about, depending on what side of the political spectrum you fall, quite frankly. But from the reviews that I'm seeing online, and I haven't personally used 14.3, because last time I tested the Model Y, it was not 14. It's fantastic. A lot of people, Randy, you hear about this as well, 14.3, much loved? No. FSD? No. Really? I'm hearing the opposite. You're saying you're hearing bad things about it. Oh, you haven't heard about it. Oh, my bad. Okay. Yeah, people are loving it. I don't know. CP Kohi, $5 super chat. Hey guys, with these Trump swings in the market or markets in time past, which made you most money? Have you looked? Are you talking about like just big upswings in the market? I remember adding to my Apple position on the unwinding of the yen carry trade. And that was the best ad I think I've ever made for Apple because it tested a very key area of support, which was 160s. So I took the opportunity to do it then. Sadly, I didn't add time around when we had an aggressive sell-off. But I always find that if you get into the good names and you add to the good names, not the speculative names, on downturns, you're pretty much rewarded, within a month or two. But hey, that's just me.
Yeah.
Thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, again, the most money that I made was in the marijuana boom during COVID because I bought Moderna and Pfizer. And then NVDA throughout its growth cycle, I can't say that it's been my top because it starts with the marijuana boom in the teens, then it went to COVID in 20, and then it went to NVDA as a long-term holder there. So yeah, this up and down from a trading standpoint, not so much because just get wrapped here and there.
All right, New York, NYP, what's NYP? New York something? New York Press, thank you.
Post?
New York Post, that's it, thank you. New York Post reporter, Trump just told me an agreement with Iran has been, quote, pretty much all wrapped up, close quote. It comes after I exclusively reported this morning that Tehran submitted a finalized MOU to the Qatari mediators last night. That is coming in from the Financial Juice, quoting a New York Post reporter that had some sort of communication with President Trump. Just reading that, not vouching for the veracity of the statement, but just simply repeating what is coming in on the wire, Joey. So just want to mention that. I think we've done Tesla.
Yeah, we've talked about FSD. We're slowly getting the rollout in the European countries, right? We've seen Sweden get approval for that as well, too. I think it's just, listen, Kevin O'Leary said that bright and early this morning, is that this guy talks about things. We're not always sure about his timeline, but they get done eventually.
Exactly.
Eventually, this rollout is going to completely happen.
You're catching a 3-story building on chopsticks, my guy.
No one's done that.
I mean, give me a break, man. And hey, man, we gotta pay some credit as well to Gwen Shotwell. You don't run an entire organization like that with an absentee, you know?
Yeah,
right.
absolutely.
She's down in the dumps running this country, running this company all the time. So shout out to her as well. Just can't give Elon all the credit for that. She's been at the helm for a minute.
Yeah, exactly. You can't give Elon all the credit. I mean, at the end of the day, this guy's going to get things done, and it's only a matter of time until we get more and more countries adopting this technology, and I think it's going to benefit him at the end of the day.
Let's talk a little OpenAI, Sia.
Yeah, let's talk a bit about OpenAI announcing that it will acquire Ona. I mentioned this before in my segment, that it's a startup that provides cloud environments for AI agents. Ona's technology will be allowing OpenAI's coding assistant, Codex, to take on longer running tasks, as said by the company. Companies did not disclose the terms of the acquisition as of yet. Ona's technology will allow OpenAI's coding assistant, like I said, Codex, to take longer running tasks. It will also help more organizations deploy these agents, which independently complete tasks on behalf of a user, into production.
This is the headline that I want to focus on today, Assassino, if I can put this on. OpenAI considers aggressive price reductions as Anthropic gains ground in the AI market. So not only did they previously concede, OpenAI that is, that they got it wrong by not going after enterprise, but now the area where they were dominating, which was consumer facing, they're going to have to take price cuts on because Anthropic is starting to, close the gap there. It just keeps getting worse and worse for this company. I mean, I don't know. What do you guys, I got to tell you as well, and I harped on this earlier, right? Anthropic was supposed to be that company that was trying to get regulatory capture, right? They were supposed to be the doomers and the ones that were going to put up the fence. That is not what is happening in real life. It is OpenAI that's blocking certain information for me that I'm able to get from Claude. Like, I think that they really need to see this through. And I use this product all the time. I'm very well aware of how it operates, right? And I use both. And my Anthropic chats are just like shooting up in quantity relative to my OpenAI or my chats, right? So I think that this is going to be really interesting. And you know what I think will be the most interesting?
What's that?
Number one, how closely apart their IPOs come to market. That's one. Two, how each one is received subsequent to going public. If things keep going the way they're going, OpenAI is a short off the opening print and Anthropic is a long. I'm not saying it's going to be that way. I'm just saying, this is kind of where the wind is blowing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, it's like, listen, I believe that Sam Altman has a couple of things that is. He's signed so many deals and has so many performance obligations, whether it be with Oracle and some of the other cloud providers. My issue is that he needs to monetize. I understand that you have that paid tier system, but Sharif, to add to your point, man, like, hey, this was the first in class and one of the sickest tools that we've ever seen, but you have that leapfrog effect within, whether it be Gemini tools and with Anthropic, in which Sharif is mentioning. But let's not forget, this is the fastest growing tool and app of all time. It's not even close. I mean, this guy's looking at almost 1 billion monthly active users. That's why I'm not going to count him out. If he can find a way to monetize this correctly, I think that he can really take this whole space by storm. It's just that Sam Altman, just like Elon Musk at times, Sharif, people don't like what he's done or what he's doing. And that's totally fine. But I'm not going to put the business completely aside, and I understand that Claude is just one of the most fantastic tools that I've personally ever used. But I'm not going to count out the individual who's been first in class in there, because I think that gives you somewhat of an advantage. And when you have 1 billion people on your platform, not all in paid tiers, then you can definitely really take this this division by storm, in my opinion.
Right, man. Well said, Joey. Let's send it back to Sia, and we'll talk a little ASML.
Let's talk a little ASML. ASML's TerraFab puts it at the center of the next AI manufacturing wave. So Elon Musk is expected to appear at ASML's technology conference to discuss TerraFab, his proposed semiconductor manufacturing project that would eventually supply chips for Tesla, SpaceX, and Optimus robots. The ASML CEO, Christophe Fouquet, has previously confirmed discussions with Musk regarding this, suggesting TerraFab could become a significant future customer for ASML's lithography equipment. Now, Musk has indicated that TerraFab will work with Intel and initially focus on this rapid chip prototyping in Texas before potentially scaling into a much larger manufacturing position and operation, with that ASML up on the day, almost 8%.
Neil, see where ASML is at, man? You have a look? There goes ASML through 1,800. We're on the way, baby. We're on the way, Joey Opsh. We could see $2,000 pretty soon. Let's not get too excited. I can't help but get too excited. But ASML, second largest position after Apple in my portfolio. It's come close many times, and I'm assuming if I look now, it will be a lot closer to becoming equal with Apple in terms of size. So ASML, man, I really want to say this, though, because I pound the table all the time about ASML, but the fact of the matter is this company is the most ripe for disruption than any of the other companies. If the Chinese can make an extreme ultraviolet lithography machine, and rumors say that they were able to, but they're not able to make it in scale through Huawei and some other partners, SMIC specifically, not SMCI, it's a different company called SMIC, then I think it will be insanely disruptible. And you might see a 50% correction in like one day on this name. So long as they remain the dominant force and nobody else has extreme ultraviolet lithography, because we know a lot of other companies have deep ultraviolet, they don't have extreme. And by the way, ASML is coming up with an even newer technology other than extreme ultraviolet. So perhaps maybe they stay at the cutting edge. But I'm happy with this trade. I think it's fantastic. I think Elon is going there to court them because he knows TerraFab is nothing without those huge machines. So let's see how many he buys.
Yeah, that's where they have the stranglehold, right? Like they just have the ability to, or I mean, they have the tool that no one has really. And if we talk about applied materials, it's not even the ultraviolet. It's just everything that goes along with all the widgets. So, I mean, listen, this pick is absolutely fantastic. Can they be disrupted? Absolutely. But what they have right now is a good thing going for them, is that it's hard to replicate and no one really has their technology. So that's why you see the stock performing like it has been. And same thing with applied materials, right? Like, let's not beat around the bush. Sharif, you and I both watched that segment on Bloomberg when it just shows you about the whole cycle of how this is created. You have applied materials and ASML literally in the picks and shovels of this stuff. Not quite, but relatively close in the supply chain. That's why look at applied materials, $542. Whoever in the chat was asking me about this the other day, well, congratulations, as you put in a new all-time high and 259% from September of last year. This is a steady up and to the right. We're talking about this AI build-out. ASML, AMAT, they're right at the forefront.
All right. The chat request, Joey, they get.
What did
right?
they request?
So we're going to put a poll right now. Shout out to my man, codenamed Ed, for dropping 2 in the chat. We thank him for that. We're going to pull up a poll. So the very talented Fabian made this program right here. It's called the streaming voting game. So we're going to make a custom poll. Poll time. Does Trump close the deal today? I know where this is going to go. All right. So the question is, does Prez Trump close deal today? Put Iran. Okay? Yes. No.
Bro.
Okay? Simple?
Yeah, but it should be hell no.
Okay, just for you, Joey.
Yeah.
Can I put hell yes? Or
Yeah,
no?
yeah.
Okay, we'll just leave it like this.
Zero.
And go. If you want to vote, if we get the deal done today, you're hitting 1. I know where this is going to go already. If we're going to get hell no, hit 2. I know where this is going to go. Let's go. Let's get the voting going, baby. We need at least like a few thousand votes here, Joey, because it's already at 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
So we got to send it to the big boys.
Let me put it to you this way.
See ya, you can't vote more than 1.
Listen.
See ya. Go ahead, Joey.
Oh, I thought that was
you can
that
vote
thing
as
of
many
you-
times as
Yeah,
you want.
The
Democracy.
integrity of the poll is questionable if you can vote more than once. Yes, Neil, it's like voting at the polls more than once. Yes,
as many
it can
times as
get.
you
Oh,
want.
he said it only gets counted once.
can vote
Fabian
as many
said
times as
it
you
only
want.
gets
Tell me what
counted
to do.
once. All right.
I have an equal chance.
look at where we are.
Yeah, I have an equal chance of hitting my UFC parlay this weekend as Donald Trump does is getting
Look
deal
at
done.
what Neil and C are doing. I'm gonna vote 1 just to spite all of you guys right there. Let's go. It didn't even register.
You got
Well,
it. Yeah, it
okay.
did, man. It went
did?
from 8 to 9.
Oh, it did. Fantastic.
Yeah.
All right, guys. All right, man. It is 2:01.
Yeah.
You want to send him off, Joey?
Yeah, I'm just glad the boys are back on time. It's great. We're happy
my
about that one.
days.
I'm curious what they had for lunch, and hopefully it was a good one. It's a beautiful day outside. Enjoy, everybody.
Sorry,
Iran
before we
denies
head on
existed
to
of-
the guys, just coming from sources that, and 12 reporters saying that Iran denies the existence of such an agreement. Israel says no such agreement exists, while at the same time, U.S. President Donald Trump saying, sorry, oh my God, my page is refreshing. U.S. President Donald Trump saying reporter Caitlin Dornbot, Iran agreement is pretty much all wrapped up after Tehran submitted a finalized MOU to Qatari mediators last night. But Iran and Israel are denying the existence of such an agreement. This is coming in from multiple sources at the moment.
All right, what's
Yeah,
up?
I'm gonna exit this IBIT trade after that.
I mean, I'm along Intel here and trying to see
Give me
what's
out.
going on.
Let me out. What was that from?
I don't know.
Simpsons.
Oh, I think you meant that story. I'm not
No,
sure.
it's The Simpsons, man. So look, welcome back, everybody. I don't know why it was such a big deal that, well, we're not going to be on time just because we went out
Said
to
we were on
lunch.
time. I mean, we've been sitting here for.
We've been here for 20 minutes. We came back a while ago. And we had a good lunch, and the market, well, you take it, right? Like, we come, while we're at lunch, obviously there's a potential for a deal. I don't like this whole, we are not aware of any kind of a deal. You saw the vote go through. Well, I mean, our votes on the chat, I think, was overwhelmingly twos. Like the H no, the no was 90%.
Right.
At that point, and then hearing that from Sia, I don't know, I just sort of hopped out of the one long I was in. Probably, maybe premature, but I don't know that I want to reverse anything just yet. But we have, well, let's just say we're 24 hours away from SpaceX. You would like to hope that we could prop the market up until that open. I'm like, just keep things
Yeah, it might
bullish
be the
for
opposite.
24 hours. Because if there isn't any deal, I don't know if that's the environment that you want. You want there to be exuberance and buyers going into tomorrow. So hopefully we can get some kind of a deal done. I mean, come on, like who wouldn't want a deal to get done? I don't care what your politics are.
Oh yeah, no, I think everybody is hoping for peace.
You gotta hope for the best.
In the Middle East. I mean, we saw what that could do to the market, right?
Yeah,
We
right.
saw an instant move right there when the volume started kicking in on those reports. So welcome everybody. And then we just heard, of course, again there from Sia that maybe, there is no deal according to one half of the deal, and sometimes the art of the deal, and I'm sure Trump knows this, you got both sides on that deal. So I tried to look. I mean, I'm just messing around with VWAP here on Intel. We tried to go short into it, then it broke through, we got out, then we started longing off VWAPs, now we're long again, but I'm gonna drop this out if it breaks the 50-period moving average right there. If it breaks this 50-period, we're gonna be gone, and we'll just say, okay, and we'll just work around it, right? I mean, I think the best thing to do when you're seeing moves like this, and then Oh, this is, GUR. Oh, yeah, that's that was popular a couple years ago, I think.
Guerrilla Technology.
Yeah, Guerrilla Technologies.
It
yeah,
used to
okay. What
squeeze
is
a
the
bunch.
Madam James there? Is one of that brokers restrict for some ridiculous reason, so never truly pumps.
Restrict how?
Yeah, I don't.
Adam,
is there a
restrict
short
how?
situation there?
Like, I go to
Is it
imagine.
blocked to trade? Like
Blocked to trade would be extreme.
Yeah, like why would they do that?
Yeah, why would you? It's relatively liquid. It's done $1 million today, and if you look at it, like look at the million on volume. Like that's close enough to average. It has some spikes in there, but there's enough liquidity. Yeah, so what kind of restricted are we discussing here? I think the conversation that we had with Kevin, and I'll stick to it, I'm glad he said it, because we've said, you hear us say all the time, your broker works for you. Where like you're choosing to have your money, your account in a certain place, and if there's something that is restrictive that you don't like or doesn't work for you, then at a minimum say something, and at the maximum do something about it. So, yeah, so I don't really know what the type of restriction is that you were talking about, but you know, that kind of sucks. I don't think you should have any of that. Like,
no,
an individual symbol, unless it literally does no volume. Here at Real Trading, there's like 0.1% of stocks that do so little volume, it'll be restricted in the system because you don't want anyone to accidentally punch in with their buying power and they can't even get out that day. But that's the only kind of thing that would make sense to me. Yeah, the market's really coming back in here.
Yeah, I mean, we had that report of their potentially. I just got stopped out of Intel as it did break through. Again, trying to find, like I went back to Intel because it was a strong name earlier, right? We saw Intel up 10%, of course, at one point, and so we're just trying to play those games. But I do wonder if at the end of it all, if there is going to be sell-off into what is tomorrow, right? And we know for SpaceX, we've been seeing sort of playing that theory that, you know, there is gonna have to be money raised. But I'm looking at NVIDIA right now near its VWAP area and just trying to think about potentially buying something off of that 201 area. We've broken back through it, but that's where VWAP is right now. And then 201.50 is coming into play. So if there was anything to talk about with NVIDIA, maybe it's right here, right now. I'm gonna try to put a bid here and then put a little bit more at 150 and then wind up 201.50 and then see where that break spot comes out down to, and hopefully not too much lower than $200.99. That was what we'll put our stop right now. So we're long on NVIDIA right now, just bought some 77s. All right, guys, we are seeing updates out of Orogenics right now. The ticker, of course, is OGEN on the NYSE American. This company has now activated its Phase 2A clinical trial in Australia, with its first site fully operational and patient dosing expected next. They're developing ONP-002, an intranasal treatment targeting concussion and mild traumatic brain injury, an area where there are currently no FDA-approved therapies. Alongside that, Orogenics has spent the past year strengthening its balance sheet, raising capital, resolving liabilities, and restoring exchange compliance. The focus now shifts to execution, with clinical progress underway and additional CNS assets under evaluation. Please take the time to scan that QR code and talk about Orogenics more in our link in description. Go check them out. It's Orogenics. All right, so out of Intel, which did break, and it's just kind of right there at the 50 period. Like I said, we want to try to play a little bit less, and we went over to Intel. That seems to be cooking right now a little bit, so we're happy with the performance here, or sorry, with NVIDIA, but it just rejected, I guess, 202. So yeah, we're gonna try to play a little bit of strength here, back into this level. I like it, matches with VWAP, matches with another level. I feel like we'll have to get obviously more clarification, but the NASDAQ is having one of those days. We thought that there was gonna be a little bit of a pushback today in NVIDIA, and we were right, up 0.71 now. Market up 2, so still relatively weak, but what a move it had yesterday. And of course, that's NVIDIA we're talking about. Broke through $200 and wound up at 199 and change. So, you know, there is some downside risk to NVDA. So we are going to stop out if this breaks back down about $1 from here through its 200 period moving average. Trying to play a little light as we wait to see, you know, where the actual trade's going to come from here this afternoon. Maybe it is USO. Oh, you have USO.
Well, I have USO up because we just had a question in the chat. Someone was asking, why was there so much market strength about a half an hour ago? Well, if you're just tuning in, it's because the president said a deal would get signed possibly by the end of the day. And then we just recently had news saying that both Iran and Israel saying they're unaware of any potential deal being signed. So this is why we're getting the bounce now in USO and the pullback in the overall market. And the off chance, look, if we think that we're getting something, at this point. You know, I went over into IBIT to catch the breakout. I'm looking dip buy here, maybe at the prior high, you know, 35.80 or so, or it's volume weighted average price. Either back into the opening range top, which it's very close to, or we're going to wait for VWAP. But just take one more shot because the market's still bull flagging, right, making some higher lows. You do have, as I was showing you guys, USO there. There was a bit of a topping tail into VWAP, but that's back under. That seems like reversal to me. And if we get a reversal and then back to the lows, that means market up. So just based on what I'm seeing in USO, I think we're at a spot where we can bounce in the market, I guess drift lower when it comes to oil futures. That's crazy. And this is sort of the thing, like you can, if you miss a little bit of time during the day and you see ridiculous spike, you check out oil, and if it moved at the same time, just assume it's Iran news, and you can probably just go up to the truth account or see the latest thing coming from the administration, because that's usually what's moving us. It's not what's going to move us tomorrow. Tomorrow the market moves because of whatever happens to SpaceX. But for now, it is what we just heard from the administration.
Yeah, let's hope that by this time tomorrow we do have SpaceX and we can talk about a little bit.
We will. I think we will, man.
Different. Let's go find out. I think we will too. Yeah, we should. Yeah, TPC Toronto. Yeah, what's up to? Oh, here, what's up? TPS reports. I did see that. Yeah, it's at the Canadian Open is this week. So, what's up there? It is TPS.
That was by your house one year, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was very much.
It was a couple years ago.
Yeah. Even now, not too far. There we go. Take the daughter and wifey to the golf tourney. They will love it. Yeah, I think that's true. And you know, I also have a son.
Where are they playing?
It's called TPC Toronto. So the Players Championship Toronto, I think. Okay, so just real quickly, I want to do, so it should be fun. I mean, the weather's great this weekend.
Yes.
We do have, you know, I am at hockey tournaments and everything all weekend as well, but that doesn't mean we can't go out and have some fun somewhere else. Oh, by the way, right now, all of a sudden, we will talk about who's making money, but let's talk about who's making money right now on stream. Hey, it's me. There it is. Nice move higher there for NVIDIA. So we're almost in that dollar, but it doesn't matter the dollar. We just played it off VWAP, so it is working. We did wind up losing on Intel when we got dropped off there, so we switched over into NVIDIA. So let's have a quick little look right now. We'll look at all these things, MNTS. Just give me well, whatever, we can put that off and we'll put it up in a second. Let me just finish this. Okay, so right here, we are gonna get back over to that. Yesterday, these are the top traders here at Trader TV, at Real Trading, the prop floor that we trade on. And if you're gonna look over, not a huge day yesterday, and you'd have some Amex, obviously. We talked about Blue Ocean, that's gonna be 2 days ago. We found that out. Canada, big number there. Someone hit something there in Canada yesterday. That was nice. And these are just prop traders that are with Real Trading, so something similar to a Trade the Pool or any of the prop firms that maybe you guys are at. We have over 60 different markets worldwide, so even if we just look here and scan some of the markets, someone in Milan made 500, Copenhagen, these are the markets. We have OTC Pink, Chicago, the CME, the Turkish markets as well, Australia, Zitra, Hong Kong, NASDAQ, Blue Ocean, as we just keep on going back and forth. All right, what was that super chat? MNTS. There we had Momentous talk a couple times. It's obviously a really hot stock today, up 4% for MNTS today. Long at 13, long at 14, long at 15. Any suggestions on how to play it from here would be greatly appreciated. Okay, let's have a quick look. MNT.
I mean, it's just
what is it at? 16?
44% clean uptrend. Like you're basically there's 2 resistance spots here and 18. So I don't know. You like fibs? Do some fibs. Hold trend line or something. Like do this. There it is. Yeah, like just, you can give yourself a trend line for a trailing stop if you're in the money that deep. You said $13, so you got a great breakout price. There's there's more room to go, like 18 bucks up here, and you probably want to try to give it a chance for that. The fact that the market's bouncing looks pretty good for it. And if you just keep a trail on it, you've locked in that profit. You're already in the money a quarter. You said 13 bucks, so why not? Like the trend is your friend. And again, you're helped by the market here. And it's on a rebound play too. Like you look at it on the daily chart, it's already been into a dip. So you're getting that sort of rubber band bounce day. Yeah, good look, 44%, wow.
Yeah, the industrial sector, I'm not sure what's going on exactly with the stock today and why it's up like that. But you can always, if that's the prices you're in, look, we haven't broken this 50-period moving average on a 1-minute chart this whole way. So if you're talking, I'm assuming that those prices you got were from today. I mean, you're just, waiting for it. That's 1450 right there. So what about put a stop order at breakthrough 16 to get out of a little bit there if you wanted to? You've really sort of absorbed, like, it was 1560, just keeps on going higher as we keep on making higher lows all the way up. So not a bad look there, and congratulations to all of those longs. There it is, man. We are now into the club. So now it's $1. So we'll offer 77s and take it. Oops, that's MNTS still. That's NVIDIA. So there goes NVIDIA off VWAP. Pretty happy to take that trade, obviously, as we continue to watch out for NVDA and upside. We do have, obviously, the news in our ear. We have Oracle reporting last night, was not received very well. I haven't even looked at this since that announcement, but we did get as low as 175. Was that what it was? Yeah. Look at that, man. A couple good dip buy opportunities there at 175. Like on the midday show, that would have been a good couple levels in and around there to try to play off of, but then the news spike happens. So you got to be ready for that one. But yeah, nice levels, 175 for Oracle coming into play there. Like that's like my kind of a trade. Comes in, bounces around a little bit, gives you an out, right? The out, having an out is so important. So gives you the out and then just rips up and, bank error in your favor because you're long when that winds up happening. Okay, so that kind of sucks that we, and we did the same thing here. Look, there's the break. So just as per your super chat, we were getting in here and got out on the, upside, but then averaged it in at VWAP there and then lost it at the 50 period. Now you're kind of strange. This is the 50-period moving average right here. And it's like we're going up, but we just can't really break it to the upside. So I've never really even seen anything like this, but Intel right now nicely retracing back up. And oh boy.
That's riding.
Yeah, riding it up. And we just put this on. So here it goes, man. NVIDIA, like we put this on with you guys literally, what time is it? 07, 10 minutes ago. And now we're $1.20 in the money with this trade. So far, so good there. I'm offering 07s, and there he goes. We'll take some out there as well. So there it goes, man. Now $1.30, and we just put it on. So, thanks for watching, and thanks for being here, because there's another, look at what can happen in this market. And that's what I mean. You never know when you're going to sit down. What's that sort of next thing to look at? And I just found NVIDIA because it was VWAP, right? I mean, we did look around at, I was talking about Amazon and looking at a few other things as well, and Amazon didn't quite get there, right? So nice upward channel right now. Let's see how long we can hold on to NVIDIA.
As long as USO continues lower is what I think. And for those in the chat that are like, oh, but this is fake news, we'll find out. For now, momentum is momentum. Okay, are we going to hate on the market going up, oil going down, and a potential deal? If it doesn't happen, okay, then we're back to brass tacks, and we're probably gonna lose this gap overnight. But until that happens, you're still looking strong. So, we're in a bull flag, which means buy some dips and buy some support. I jump back into IBIT at the exact same price, and we're looking for the same move and try to hold it through the highs. Why not? If like I said, if oil is going to continue to react this way, lower high, head back to the lows, well, you can be short energy, you can be long something that's following the market. That's it. Or you can just be chilling out, thinking this is fugazi, and cash is a position too. Like, you don't have to be involved. If you think it's a rug, you could position yourself overnight. Let's go back up to the desk. We've got Sia.
Thank you so much. This is just coming in from a lot of sources here saying Israel was surprised by U.S. President Donald Trump's tweet on social media. Benjamin Netanyahu, the president of Israel, was informed about it during a meeting of the cabinet coming from Israeli Channel 12. Iranian officials have told several nations on Thursday that the Tehran talks produced an agreement in principle, yes, but Supreme Leader still needs to give final approval for the same. Lots of updates coming in that sources noted that both Iranians and the Qataris had emphasized that the United States strikes overnight significantly increased Iranian suspicions about Donald Trump's real intentions. That is why oil on the downside too. Be aware, keep an eye out.
Thank you, Sia. As always, we need a thank you, Sia button. We have an Adara one. We need a thank you.
We need Trump to say that. Remember that.
True.
Thank you, Adara.
You can do anything with AI these days.
Oh, yeah, with AI.
You could make that. You'd be thanking any of us.
That was CEO, I think his name's Dara, I don't know, I can't pronounce his last name or think about it, from Uber.
Yeah, the Uber guy.
So that's what that was supposed to be.
Speaking of Uber.
I just had Uber on my watch list here come through.
So the good news.
Breaking off VWAP, nice.
For Uber.
Nice.
Is it's above 68. The bad news is it did break the 68 this morning. So I didn't think that was going to happen. I thought that would happen tomorrow, but it did the rug this morning. But it's recovered. So for now, false breakdown on Uber, which this could be a bottoming tail. And we're only really even talking about Uber because I guess the CEO just came in 2 seconds ago. There's no real reason to look at Uber at this point. There's plenty of stronger stocks out there than Uber, and I don't think it is all that relevant yet. It's space stocks, it's the market, it's oil, and anything that's following it. Like if you look, silver, oh my goodness, silver and gold were getting destroyed all day long. Like look at SLV, 3.5%. Like look at that break. What's crazy to me is like the second volume spike was like 15 cents into the move, and then it went another $2. Like usually on news like this, you're not getting in early, but it seems like you could have actually punched some reasonable prices if you were sitting down and saw that truth. Usually doesn't work like that. That's all I'm getting at. I wasn't sitting here, so I didn't get a chance to see it. But you had a shot here, I think, to get in. Oil, maybe you wouldn't have got filled, but it looks like you could have on silver and gold.
I'm going to reload my e-signal page, see if I can get some more triggers here, because things should be moving more than they are for me. Okay, so we're unmuted, all the voice. We have, we got C in the background. Any sort of news story comes and hits, we're going to have that for you. There was obviously a report there that was a little bit of fake news there coming from Iran, and that made it move down. We were able to find out NVIDIA was there, so we hit that one as a trade. All right, what's been halting these days? Oh God, I just saw CPOP again. And again, shout out to everybody. We've got the chat going on there. There's CPOP now halted. Everyone, welcome here from TikTok. Welcome here from Instagram. Welcome here from everywhere where you're watching. We want to thank everybody for that, and especially you guys there on YouTube. So CPOP today was pretty exciting, it looks like. All right, so started the day off pretty nicely there at 180. Looked like it was pretty calm, then down, 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 down. Once we got to some reason for 20 cents, I mean, we had quite a day yesterday up to $2. It halted there at 20 cents, and since then it's been on a nice little move. From 20 cents, wow, back to $1, now back down in. This is that Chinese social, it's not social media, but it's social something. So CPOP, huge move up, huge move down, now halted again. It's tapping 56 cents right now, and it last halted at the time of 20, so 14.20. So 2:20 it halted. So we got at least another 3 minutes until it opens, and then if it's a 10 minute, it's a 10 minute, but it's been halted a couple times throughout this. Yeah, no, just today it hasn't been that many. 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe this is its 4th time, which is a lot, but we're pretty used to that one. All right, the other one we just had one right now, NTCL. I don't know, it's Net Class Technology. Okay, 33 million shares right now, so there could be another one here. $3 back all the way down in again. Starting to hear again, we just talked about, well, we heard it from Sia, but I'm gonna start to slowly get out of some of these trades now. It's that whole taco trade again, I feel like, and it's not that Trump's, not meaning that he's chickening out of anything, but just like one thing gets said and then it's not really that, it's something else. And just because he says there's an agreement about to be signed doesn't necessarily mean there is. And until we get sort of that confirmation, I think it is prudent right now just to start getting some out. We did take it all the way back into 203. So that's a pretty big trade, man. 175, $1.50, $1.40. So I'm just gonna get one more piece out right now, and then we'll wait for a high spot there. I only have 15% left of this trade. So we're almost out of it all and just waiting to see what that sort of next shoe to drop, so to speak, is over here on NVIDIA.
Hopefully USO, because there was just another volume spike. And it's not 230, that wasn't the reason. It was just another volume spike back to the upside. So that brings things back in. Until we get another lower high or a reversal, I don't wanna look for reloads on anything long, especially because Bitcoin's basically just gonna be falling. So it doesn't get back up to the high that it did before. I'm just gonna leave the stop under this bar, and once it breaks, it breaks. If I see oil turn, then it's a reload. Just wanna keep it as simple as possible. And also too, like if you just hear the wrong thing in your ear, or if I do, we yell something out that, I don't know, that would be negative, let's just say, and then positive for oil, then it would just be a quick little punch out. You just gotta be careful, because I think we're headline driven until proven otherwise. Maybe the space names are able to do their own thing this afternoon. I'm not even sure that will be the case. You'd think that they might be able to do their own thing going into tomorrow, but I look at, like Rocket Lab seems to just be following the futures at this point. ASTS, same chart. Like everything just following the futures. So we're looking at oil this afternoon, see ya?
Coming in from sources again, Iran saying that it has not yet approved any kind of text for agreement with the United States. Just repeating, keep an eye out in the market. The oil too dropping a little bit here. Iran has not yet approved any text for agreement with the United States currently.
Yeah, no, thanks, Sia, for all of that as we just go back and forth here with some trade ideas. I saw somebody in the chat actually say that it was a little bit too and we have the chat up. I mean, Neil and I here, I'll just bring it down to show you guys. We have these up all day. So even including, we have a mixed one with TikTok. So keep them going on there as well. Oh, Sweet Green. Oh, yeah, I remember Sweet Green. What's up, West y'all? Maybe we can do that as well. You think the elections are real? I don't know. But we'll go, I think they are, no? Elections? I don't know. I mean, just because Spencer Pratt didn't get elected or is not in the running for mayor of California. What? Spencer Pratt? That was got some of Trump's campaign or side of it a little upset there about what was going on there. Yo, chill. Okay, I'll chill. Thank Jesus for this channel. Okay, well, you know, that's nice to do that. No, I was looking for someone in here had said something about it was SPCX is ripping. Let's hope that's tomorrow, man, Brady Powers. Yes. Let's just hope that is the case here tomorrow. As we'll be back all day tomorrow, and we'll see when we could actually have a chat about, you know, when we think it's going to open. We could put a poll up for that. Brendan had mentioned, and we have to look this up, about when Facebook opened up. He thought it was like much closer to the close than even midday. I was thinking somewhere around 2:30, 3 o'clock. I don't know where it's going to open. And I said to Neil yesterday, maybe Elon sort of, you know, tightens the screws a little bit on that, because, you know, like, he doesn't know what generally happens, and we'll see tomorrow, but as they go out there and they start promoting all of this, Elon's going to be sitting right there at some sort of a debt. This is what happened last time. I can't remember. It was another major one. They had the CEOs all there and like members of the you know, the board or whoever, and the members of the exchange there, and SpaceX employees and all that. And they're just all hovering around. And so it's like, you know, when you're going to get there probably at 9:30. He's probably ringing the opening bell tomorrow, I would assume.
He'll get frustrated.
Yeah, and it's not the NYSE, it's NASDAQ. So it's not like there's this huge floor there. So I just wonder, like, how long are they going to have this man and you know, 50 employees or whatever he's bringing hanging around waiting for this opening bell, you know, or this opening trade to happen?
He doesn't have the patience for an open at 1:30 or 2
and then all the media is going to want to talk to this guy. So I just wonder what kind of pressures will be on the market maker at that time, or whoever's going to be the one pushing the button to go. You know, what does that look like, and where do the pressures come from that, especially from the NASDAQ themselves, right? They're going to want this thing open. They have so many other names that we talked about the Rocket Labs of this world that are anxiously waiting for something like this to happen.
The whole market's going to be waiting for this to happen. I think
exactly. Yeah, I mean, NASDAQ, everyone's going to be waiting for that opening print. Like, you expect there to be trading happening tomorrow midday?
You can't put it on hold. You can't put the day on hold just because you can't organize. And there's no reason why the NASDAQ, which is all automated anyways, like, it's just, you can't organize the opening print when you've halted orders for a day. Of course you can. Right. Of course you can. And shout out to Dave. I love the super chat. We need to take a moment to appreciate that Marvell and MU, what Marvell and MU have done for your super chat revenue. Birdman.
Yeah.
What happened to that? Why?
What happened to it? Oh, Birdman. Yeah, that's isn't that what happened to that boy? Brr. What happened to that boy? Yeah. That was Cash Money. But anyways, yeah. Shout out to you guys. Yeah, what's Marvell and MU done for our super chat revenue? I don't know. I mean, we do get a lot of super chats about these names, and we want to thank you guys for continuing to do that. Yeah. Wow. There we go. Fired off again. You know, Marvell's turned out to be. I've talked about this, and it's just it's a decent part of the portfolio now, and wasn't about a year ago. And, you know, we've really done something special here with Marvell, I feel like. And, you know, it was 2 years ago, my pick of the year was Palantir, went up 164%. Marvell is the pick this year that I made. We all made 3 picks, of course, and we all have a bunch of different, I mean, it's 3 picks. So this is what we've been talking about here. Oh no, we want, the tracker of the summary. So this is what's been happening so far here on our, here, hold on a second. There it is there. So 27 days, ooh, Obi had it with that BW stock there when oil was absolutely ripping.
What's it called again?
BW, I can't remember.
Babcock
and Wilcox.
Sounds like
and Williams. But there's Obi back in there. There's Joe, Adara, as we go, Mateo, Fabian, Neil bringing up the rear. The chat is in there, Brendan, Sharif. And, you know, this is it right there. So we actually, I think the total return was 164. Palantir must have been more than that, but there's the pick so far, man. BBAI was at 630 at the time. It is what it is. We made those picks based on the current prices the stocks were at. I still like BBAI. It's 35%. Eli Lilly, 8% up. It's been higher, obviously. And then it's Marvell where we ring the registers on. So, you know, that's been a good little thing there. And we've been lucky to, you know, take some of those picks. And it's not even like it's a crazy pick. I mean, there's so many other names, like an ARM, and you just tweeted out, like the fact that none of us have Micron or SanDisk or WDC or ARM or anything is kind of a little crazy, but you know, these moves were definitely well extended. I mean, congratulations to anybody that's been on Micron. I mean, even people that aren't, you know, true like traders the way we are could sort of see the trend that was happening there. I mean, when data build outs and when all the space race for data center builds and getting those computers out there and getting those GPUs and CPUs, you know, we do understand that Micron had a huge part in that. And even just from like last June, this was $120. And you can even go lower than that. There's $60, or that's, sorry, yeah, $60 back in April of, that's a tariff tantrums. Even if we just go back to a year today, here it is, man, $89, $90, $900. So, you know, that's 1,000%. So that's like just a huge move over there. And again, a big congratulations.
And the thing that's hard about that too is it's so much more, even more difficult sometimes to pull the trigger on something when if you're already leveraging a lot of what you own is leveraged to quote unquote the AI trade. Being able to pull the trigger on something else and something new, that takes something. Because if you're sitting there and you're like, well, I got a lot of NVIDIA, I got a lot of this, I got a lot of that, and it could be ARM, it could be Intel, or AMD, whatever it might be, to then pull the trigger on some of those other ones, that's, you know, kudos to anyone that did. Because I always looked at, well, if this AI trade goes under, I already think I have enough exposure. We're going back to SIA, hopefully for not news that is causing oil to head back higher.
Don't worry, Neil, definitely not. We're gonna update those later. Coming, but let's now focus on the market. The SPY, three major averages, SPY, triple Qs, and the Dow all up in the green. SPY by a little less than 1.5%, triple Qs by 2.5%, and the Dow a little over 0.5%. Sorry. We're going to take a look at our first ticker. Adobe shares of the software giant are dropping nearly 5%, touching a post-market, slated to post its fiscal second quarter earnings today. And analysts are anticipating earnings of $5.82 per share and a revenue of $6.45 billion. Both numbers do land in the range of the earlier guidance that the company had posted. We had EcoStar as well, the satellite communications company that gained more than 8% in the midday, ahead of SpaceX's initial public offering that is tomorrow. EcoStar does hold a stake in SpaceX shares as well. Then we have Viasat shares up more than 8% almost after they announced that the U.S. Space Force has awarded it a multi-year contract to deliver a dual-band satellite system under the Protected Tactical SATCOM global program. And that's all for your happening now.
Okay. Thank you, Sia. Well, there might not have been a headline that's causing it, but you know, here we are. You got USO breaking through whatever, this is the resistance that it had since the truth post. So if we break any higher from here, I think you're probably, you know, you're headed to VWAP, and I'll get out of this IBIT trade. If it doesn't stop out, if we just break this out, then I'll probably just punch out of it. Well, it does give you an opportunity. If we pull back from here 131.5, and I guess oil futures are closing right now, so you might get a bit of a volume spike here, then I'll just jump out. But we've reloaded off of the same level. It's just we're not putting in higher highs anymore, right? That's true of you'd be looking at the NASDAQ too. Like it's not just Bitcoin, right? Like NASDAQ is putting in lower highs from the jump. We need to press this top again. Prove that there's enough believing in the positive news and that everyone doesn't just want to take their profits going into SpaceX and not sell before the event. Because if that's what we've been thinking overall, you get into power hour, that kind of reversion might mean late day, not dumpage, but at least some selling going into the final, you know, final half an hour to hour of the day. It would not surprise me one bit. If there was no SpaceX, I'd feel a bit better about it, but there is, and you can't deny it.
Yeah, I'm getting some more NVIDIA right here at this time, just because, you know, we are starting to slope down a little bit on the 50-period moving average, and we're starting to get a little lower there. So I'm actually just going to stop out if we break back to where we're in. So underneath 201.50, my stop was 201 break, but now we can put 201.50s in there, and we'll give it a little bit of room from where we are now. We have less than 10% left as we've just been getting out. I mean, it's been a good one there. So I just saw a story there. Oh, by the way, did you hear that Oracle story? There was something. I did.
What?
Yeah, so refresh your, because they did say this story right here. All right, Oracle got some sort of a deal or something. It's not even really it's hitting the newswire, but it's nothing that major there about Oracle. But that's what it is. I was just trying to find it for you guys, but it's nothing. So watch out for potential news there on Oracle trying to break out a little bit off their earnings call. Doesn't look like it's really doing anything, so be careful with that one. And then looks like a decent call right here. Here, go offer for that one there. We exit out of some more NVIDIA. Oh, I have stop hires. I got to get rid of those. All right, so that's that. What else you guys want to look at here? Let's look at the broader market quickly. I mean, this is, of course, what the dollar does when we have that move in futures. I mean, huge move for the US dollar. I mean, on that announcement that there was something signed, whoosh, obviously you get this kind of a movement, right? And I mean, and that's what's gonna happen because the flight to safety is gone, right? Everyone's now like, okay, we can start investing again. We can get our money back into gold or wherever we've been, exiting out of because we've been nervous that, hey, we wanna be all our dollars into US dollars. And then of course, with hopefully, if there is an end of the war, it means more travel, it means more expenses, it means more international trade and everything like that. So US dollar coming back into the downside there and now trying to stabilize. So that would be a quick indicator there. If you're looking at, hey, if this market's gonna slow down, just try to watch the dollar and see what that's been doing there for a little bit. All right, Amazon's been really getting killed, man. I mean, if you look at the daily chart for Amazon's actually almost at the 200 period moving average, which is kind of ridiculous for AMZN. I still really like that business. I think that cloud is hot, and yeah, well, it is what it is. Yesterday we saw Caterpillar, GE Vernova. We saw a lot of these names down, this almost exact same percentage that they're up today. So this is why it's dangerous to be in the market and get out and try to time the market, because you never know. Like if you sold yesterday because Caterpillar was down 4 or 5%, today it's back up that same number. So you're like, man, what have I done? And then you rotate into something tech-wise and they're downside, like Oracle down 10, Netflix down 1. You gotta be careful about rotating back and forth. What's been pretty solid though, I always looking at down here, the run that Coke's had lately has been a really good one to the upside. We talked about Procter & Gamble and J&J and some of those more, dividend-based stocks that have the room and the ability to get more, interest in them because it's away from your current technology, away from the current technology names, and getting into something that's a little more stable, that gives you some kind of cash flow.
Look at
yeah, Merck, Eli Lilly, AbbVie, all these names. Merck is going. Merck's been a good stock too lately. 122. They had a little bit of a rough time, but if you look at a stock like Merck, I mean, this is a big old American company. Not going anywhere is Merck, and it did have some nice, drops in, right? 110, 112, and look what we're about to do right now. It looks like we're about to break through some of these levels. So there is more to talk about here in the market other than just tech stocks. It looks like Merck's trying to get higher. Then was that new all-time highs for Eli Lilly up that little bit today?
Yep.
Might be 11, close. I think it was 1183 or so.
Oh, it didn't get there?
All-time highs. So that's pretty close, but yeah, didn't quite get there today. But yeah, there it is for Eli Lilly. And that looks like it's trying to break. Yeah, I think it was 183. Well, no, we have 176 on there. So it's, yeah, pretty close last couple of days. So yeah, Eli Lilly right back up. So look, 3 days down, boom, straight back up to the upside. So a lot of protection, protectionist names that where you can go flight to safety, right? Like J&J there, pipeline, some of the products they provide is not going anywhere based on this war, is not really doing too much with the rate cuts or anything like that, or the rate hikes that are coming through. So it's these good, solid companies with good balance sheets that can continue to pay the dividend. I like those names, so I like J&J.
Exactly, and there's a few of them that are so, like, AbbVie's been trying to break out. I think that can happen. We're gonna go to Sia, but I saw in the chat someone asking us to look at SNDK, which we don't mind doing. So we'll do that when we come back from the desk.
Thank you so much. The U.S. Office of Personnel Management selects Oracle to power federal workforce modernization. That is what you were referring to earlier, Sean. Just repeating again, U.S. Office of Personnel Management selects Oracle to power federal workforce modernization. It's trying to reverse the losses that it's been making throughout the day. Let's see how that goes. And then we do have a little bit of Iran news again. Yes. Citing a source close to Iran's negotiating team has said that Iran has not approved or finalized any text for the initial memorandum of understanding with the United States, and that report rejects claims that a draft agreement has been confirmed, highlighting conflict signals between statements from the U.S. officials and Iranian officials and sources amid this ongoing tensions and negotiations.
think you see it. And as promised, we'll look at SanDisk. Pretty much everything, has been rallying. I think, look, if you came in this morning, there was somewhat of a choppy sideways, so there were both longs and shorts out there. If you sat back down, if you went out to lunch and then sat back down like we did, everything completely changed. And for SanDisk, 11% to the upside. And we know Micron had made a good move. This morning we're talking about it, like the 5%ers and the 4 or 5%ers in the space, and it was Micron and Marvell and Intel and that cohort. And SanDisk just decided to take the ball and run with it. The only concern I have, because you hear everything about this, the stock has been pulling back 15, 20% from the highs and then just makes a new high. It'll do so for about a week, something in that range, a couple of days to a week, and then it'll just start going. It'll make it back to the high and break it out. The only thing that could be different this time might be tomorrow, right? Like, I think tomorrow was so unprecedented. You heard even Kevin say, nobody's seen an IPO like this. I don't know how this is going to affect the market. We have some notions about what it could be like if SpaceX loses the bid tomorrow. I particularly don't think that would be pretty if it loses the bid. I don't think that's pretty for the market at all. So I think that's the risk event that you got to be concerned about here. But otherwise, it's been fantastic. Every other time it's pulled back in that realm of the bearish pullback, right, going to bear territory. It's only been a matter of days before you get back to the high. Will you break it this time? Might not depend on SanDisk. It might be a little bit independent. It might simply have to do with how the market receives tomorrow's IPO, which is a precarious place to be. I can see there being some risk off at the end of the day today. This is up 11%. The Nasdaq's up 2.25%. Going into an unprecedented event tomorrow.
I think people will
with also the overnight headlines. We don't even know.
Winners. Yeah, that's the other thing.
Yeah, sell some winners. It wouldn't
surprise. And then tonight
me.
we also have Carolina versus Vegas. So Joe's going to be very nervous tonight as
he looks nervous over there.
He watches his Vegas Knights unfortunately fall to the Carolina Hurricanes tonight, 4-2. I already have the playbook.
Just don't blow any leads.
Yeah, it's an empty netter there happening today, 4-2 for the Carolina Hurricanes. But okay, just about what Neil's talking about, I do think that there is some need to potentially take some profits, and I think one of the big ones that you'd want to do that on would be this ETF right here. If you were able to enjoy this one, and again, it depends if it's your long-term plan or what you're possibly doing. I could see actually maybe a little bit of a spike into tomorrow morning, but then, like we said, are you willing to be in this when the name IPOs and it potentially doesn't go right? We did, I'm gonna go back to that. We did sniff out NVIDIA coming to the downside. So here's the stop out happening for me on, why didn't that just stop out there on it? Oh no, we're getting stopped out if it breaks. You know what, I was debating just getting stopped out right here. I thought I was taking 200, but I guess my orders, I don't have that many shares, so it's not even like a big deal, but I'm gonna get stopped out if we break where I'm in. I'm just gonna make this very, very simple. 201.74. Right, let's see if it breaks below that, I'm going to get out, because yeah, there was obviously a little bit of a concern here by me about what's happening here with NVIDIA and with this overall market, because I was just going to go back with what Neil was saying there. Some money could come out of this market ahead of tomorrow, especially with tonight's action, and we do or we don't have, a deal, and then obviously with NASA coming out there tomorrow morning. What if there is rumors that it's the pricing isn't going well or there's lack of demand? I thought we're at about 4x is what I heard on SpaceX tomorrow. So 4x demand should send that price much higher than 135. We'll see where it winds up coming out. Right now, the price that as far as I know, is 135. And if that ever gets changed, you'll be here tomorrow and we'll see the tap all day, every day. It'll be literally all day we'll be talking about it. Neil and I will be sitting here like the statues waiting for that thing to open, because I think execution is so key, right? You got to be able to get your order out when the time is right, so that you don't have as much slippage as maybe, like, you want the electronic slippage, not like your focus to slip. So if that winds up happening, fine. And what we mean by, here's CPOP, by the way, is closed again. And by closed, of course, I mean halted. It did reopen back up since we last talked about it, right into there, but opened to the downside, and then just kept on going, and now we're halted again. And you see, this is what we're talking about. I don't know if we can zoom in on this. Maybe we don't need to, but this is what we're going to be talking about all tomorrow, which is why you need to be here with us, because I'm going to call up SPCX, and it's going to show right here the theoretical auction price, right? Just changed from 51 to 52 cents. This is the key right there. okay? Because as we get closer and closer to SpaceX opening, this will start to change, right? And anything that's halted, and it'll be in a halt state, like right now SPCX has no orders on it, right? The book is not open, they're not taking any orders. But as soon as they do, everybody, we'll be here telling you guys exactly what price it's looking at, and then that will be tapping, we call it the tap, the theoretical auction price, and then that will tell us where it's gonna open up. So like right now, you're long CPOP or you're not, it's closed at 49 cents, it's gonna open up at 52 cents, there it is, so it's gonna open up at 52 cents. Thanks for that, Andre. So it's gonna open up right there. So tomorrow with SpaceX, Neil was doing this with Cerebras, I wasn't here, but as every single IPO, we did it with Quantinuum and all that, we were able to see there it goes, just changed again, we're able to see what, they're back to 52. Now this is not a great example because it's just going back and forth with pennies, but once this opens up, this disappears, and then once it halts again, it'll come up again. So there now, see now it's just 51.8. So as the books start to figure out what the pricing is, that's what SpaceX is gonna look like, and it's just gonna be back and forth. It's gonna be like mayhem, and then Neil and I are gonna be like, oh, now it's opening at 150, now it's opening at 175, and depending on the price it opens, I think we're gonna be changing, you know, the amount of shares that we go, the amount of risk that we put on, because it's already being questioned at 1.75 trillion.
Exactly, Cerebras was a 185 issue price, and on that day, I remember it's like 350. Once you started seeing those higher numbers, I mean, for some people, you might just be adjusting it because it gets so expensive. It's like, well, it's a buying power thing. But it's like the higher it goes, maybe you don't want as much shares because there's more slippage. Each percentage point just gets a little bit bigger notionally. So that constant adjustment's happening. But I want to ask everyone a question here, if we can. How are you prepping for SpaceX? And you can kind of see what I'm getting at. It has more to do with like your personal account or any swing trades that you might have on. Are we risk off? 1, hold. 2, 3, man, you just don't care. You know, so are you selling things anticipating it could be a top kind of event? That's 1. Are you holding your longs? We presume most people are long, that'll be 2. Or you just don't care, like nothing about your trades or your portfolio you do consider to be remotely affected by this. So I'm just kind of curious what the viewers are gonna say, what you're all gonna say. So a lot of you just, yeah, you kind of don't care. You're at that 43, 42, 43%. Where it's like, fine, if it moves the market temporarily, it might only be temporarily. I can understand that. I sort of feel it's easy for someone like myself to vote that because I have already trimmed some things. I'm not doing any extra stuff today. But there is a little bit of risk off, 20% sitting at that risk off where you would be taking something out. Because the scenario that in my mind is a non-zero. Like the non-zero is that this isn't as big a deal as everyone's expecting. We'll leave the vote up. You can keep typing in 1 for risk off, 2 for hold, 3, you're not doing anything, you don't care, it's not affecting your portfolio, it's not affecting your trades, and get your votes in. You gotta be in the chat to do so. The scenario that I'm thinking, and we were talking about this at lunch when the 3 of us went out with an old friend who's visiting us, this is 4 times oversubscribed, SpaceX. We have seen 10, 20. This is, and again, and also go back to a point I made earlier this week, which was the last time there was a significant IPO where they let retail in to a higher extent, you know, the 20% or so I think it was for Robinhood. Robinhood didn't have very good data. It ended up down, I think, 8 or 9% when we looked it up. And I'm not saying that's gonna happen. If I thought that was gonna happen to a high degree, I wouldn't take the opening print, and I'm going to take the opening print. But there's at least a part of the mind that says, hey, well, what does it look like if the largest IPO in history, on 1.7 trillion, does not have the exuberant and doesn't hold the bid? And in that scenario, I feel like it could get pretty interesting very quickly for the overall market. We don't have a roadmap for this. You throw in the fact that it's a Friday, we also have this uncertainty with regards to what's going on in the Middle East. Like there's a lot to unpack if we lose the bid tomorrow on SpaceX. And I don't think it's not a 0 probability. If I thought it was over 50%, then I wouldn't be buying at the open. But it's still out there. It's non-zero. We want to see what people think. Lele Love Co. I only bought 3 shares. Is there a penalty if I sell when it spikes?
No.
So here's the thing. Some brokers are saying different things, right? So what and we had Kevin on, he was saying this too. What they're telling you is, well, if you sell in the first 15 days, and this is some brokers, not all, I think Schwab was not giving any restrictions. Like they're saying, well, we might restrict you from any new issues for the next little bit. But they can't stop you from selling. They can just threaten you with something. right? Like that's very possible. They could threaten you. Whether or not a broker follows through with that, who knows? But then you have a recourse too. Like you can move your account if you really want. There's lots of things you can do. But something we're hearing a lot of, people getting, is it scared to not sell by their broker is probably the right way of saying it. Like they're spooking you into not selling by threatening you with, well, you might miss the next one, which could be OpenAI, right? Like I think it's fair to say that's a threat. And it's up to them whether they want to follow through with it, but it's not forcing you to do anything. You can still sell your shares and take the profit. Birdman went long this morning on Space, Roblox, Voyager, Sidus. Inside joke, Sidhu. Redwire.
I hate you, Intel.
In preparation for tomorrow's SpaceX IPO will be quick sell to capture the profits. All up. There you go.
All right. Yeah, I mean, for the first time ever, we had NASA written on here, and that's up huge. My disdain for Intel continues right here today because, like, we got stopped out on that 50-period break, and now it is just ripping. Man, it's a good thing also that we didn't do anything with NVIDIA. I'm going to take another piece out right there. Excuse me, even that last 10% still making a difference, right? I mean, any kind of movement higher is nice. So there it is. We almost got stopped out. Remember, we were going to break out on that VWAP break. Thankfully, we changed it when it was down there because I was like, let's just stop out here at the 200 period where we had gotten in. So we did change our stop order. So thankfully, we'll just props it up to ourselves because we made that change up. And it's working out, but I'm kind of mad about this Intel. I only traded 2 names today, Intel and here we're just in and out of Intel real quick at 113 off that. So that was a small hit early, and then we got hit up a little bit in there when that was happening because we were long, basically off VWAP there. It dropped down, and I was just like, you know what, if we break the 50 period, and then we had all that talk, like, you know, is this for real, is this that? But I like this actually profile right there. That's actually not looking that bad the way I like to look at trades. Coming back right into there, that little top wick, you had some supply zones up there, right near, is that near the high of the day or what was that level? Okay, yeah, so not bad. Someone tried to get that thing going and then it got smacked right back down in, so that's nice. It's too bad the volume's not with it down there, but that's a good wick for the shorts. And as you can see now, it's coming back down, as Bart Simpson would say, eat my shorts. And it's not even that short right there, but that's something there. Oh, I want to say shout out, we did get a couple of super chats, and this also. Yes. Thank you, Luis, there for 11 months of membership. So we'll say awesome. So you've been a member here for 11 months. We want to obviously thank you and continue to thank everybody for all of their supports. But it was check IREN. So let me just do that real quickly, and I know we have more.
Everything is IREN.
Yeah, we have. Oh, there's David. I have to do this real quickly. David just dropped 20. That's 100. Yeah, you hit that, man. There you go. Yeah, go. Yeah. That's $100 right there. So you got to go and activate your account there on YouTube to accept gifts. And it looks like everyone's already been doing that. So there they all go. Thank you so much, man. We love that. Keep people in the system. And that just gives you some cool emojis. It gives you access to Sharif's morning note as well. So that's really cool to do that. So we do want to thank you. And then just because we had that check on IREN, I haven't looked. Okay, bang. That's a good one. I haven't been looking at this one. The name I've bought the last 2 times I bought something has been IREN, and bought it both times at $51. So came in, bought it right up to 60, came in, basically bought it again. And yeah, so far so good on IREN, but hey, I don't know if it's gonna be long lasting or not. We did have Kevin on, we're talking about Bit Zero, talking about the cost of power and what that's looking like across the globe here as well. So I like IREN for all of the gigawatts and all the different data center deals that they've had. Plus it was something that Jensen Huang from NVIDIA also, Coherent, IREN, there's a couple names, Marvell, that he had sort of pumped the tires on. So I'm a Jensen kind of guy, so we like IREN as we should, I feel like right now. All right, over to Sia. I don't know if it's an update or a news story, but we got her over there at the big desk.
Thank you. With that, the IWM holding those gains steady up over a bit, 2.5%. We're going to talk individual tickers. I have picked for you FRGT, Freight Technologies, down significantly today. FRGT stock dropped today. Pre-market has continued those losses. On to right now, broader market sell-off triggered by Amazon's announcement yesterday that it's expanding its less-than-truckload LTL shipping services to outside businesses. We have Syre, SYRE, up 5.4% on the day. Companies advancing a pipeline of long-acting co-formulable antibodies for autoimmune diseases with multiple phase 2 readouts that will be expected in the next year of combination therapy data in 2027. And the final one I have for you is Dan, down almost 16%. Eden Mobility provides propulsion solutions such as transmissions, clutches, and torque control products. So the two companies are expected to merge and collab and create a deal called Premier Global Powertrain Leader, focused on commercial and light vehicles. That's what their motto is going to be when they merge. And that's all for your small cap. Sending it back to you.
Thank you, C. And a guy from work, just to answer your question, it's too late to get the allocation today, yes. In this particular case, I don't want to say it's the first time ever because I have no idea. It's the first time that I can remember, or at least I think that we can remember, where they did close the day before. So basically you had to get your orders in yesterday for the allocation to SpaceX. Again, we'll see tomorrow what happens. Guy, I think in the chat, the question to me was, also just a couple minutes ago, do you think there's any chance that SpaceX opens underneath 135? And I've gotten in trouble before saying, hey, look, you should never say something is impossible. So my answer to that is non-zero. If I had to put a number on it, I would just say it's non-zero, which is the best way to put it, as exceedingly unlikely, but I'll never say it's impossible. Is that the same one?
I mean, you have to think about.
Is this?
We already had this one. Oh no.
Oh no, this is different. It was long. This different one. I own Rocket Labs and trade DXYZ. So the Destiny 100, which of course has SpaceX. I think it's 50% SpaceX if I'm not mistaken, and a ton of Tesla. So I love SpaceX, but I can't see buying a new offering that would equal 2% of all existing market cap, U.S. market cap. I love the future. But not tomorrow. Yeah, so it's only going into the NASDAQ, and because it's float weighted, it'll end up being 0.5% of the NASDAQ. And then you have to consider it's only a small amount of free float that's going to be out there as well. So it's a little nuanced.
You're just referencing the fact that
I know it's how big it is
in the world of U.S. equities. He's saying it's 2%. So if that's 1.7, so yeah, you're talking about $100 trillion in U.S. equity, and you don't want to put 2% of that into one company. I don't blame you.
Here's what I'm curious about though. Destiny has typically traded, if you look at private valuations of the companies they hold, it is typically traded sometimes 2x of what the current private value of all of its holdings are. So what happens when the company that is 50% of it goes public? Do you still get that premium? Is something going to change there? Is it going to even out? I don't know the answer to that question, because if you own DXYZ because it's 50% SpaceX, do you still need to own that if it's trading at too big of a premium? You could ring the register on that and maybe get into something else. I'm just speculating because I've always seen that as trading so, just trading too high for me to be all that comfortable with it. So we'll see. I think, and I also do still think there'll be an opportunity to maybe not Cerberus type, but be able to catch a dip buy in the next couple of days and weeks. I think for the long-term account.
Cerberus is up today.
On SpaceX. Yeah, this is, it's down now. It's down 4.
Oh, down 4, okay. I thought I
saw no, absolutely it was up this morning. But when the market bounced, this did not bounce with the market. So this is actually down 4%. But the point I was gonna make is whether or not it pulls back, it pulled back 40%. If SpaceX pulls back 40% within a couple of weeks, then I'll be in. Because I'm pretty sure, unless it opens at an egregious price, my plan is to just stink bid 20% down to start a position in it. And regardless of where that is, unless it opens at some ungodly unrealistic number. And then I'd maybe move the 20% to something else. But if it opens under $200, then I'd probably just say 20% pullback, I'd buy.
Here we go. Is now on today. So today at 3:10, it's going to be starting up very, very soon. So a lot of people talking about that right now in the chat. You're minus 230, so heavy home favorites there for Mexico today. We'll see if they can wind up winning. And this is what I was trying to tell you guys at lunch. It's Canada favored, right? So I mean, we're going to wait to see if that can hold. Well, you don't have to think so. See, it's right here, minus 120. Canada favored right there, heavy favorite
for the
right
first
there
match.
Tomorrow. Yeah, of course, over Bosnia. So that's a big one there. Uruguay as well. So that's a little level to look at there. Switzerland heavily over Qatar. I mean, where's the first upset going to come from? I think Brazil's going to be real nice. I almost said real nice trade. I think they can actually outperform where people think they're out. Haiti versus Scotland. I mean, it looks like this first round, there's basically like,
oh my goodness,
there's
Germany.
really no close matches.
The Germany match.
I know, that's what I was saying. Well,
that's going to be a lot.
Minus 3,000. So
that's going to be a lot.
What these numbers mean is, here, maybe I'll zoom in a little bit more. What these numbers mean is that you have to bet $3,000 to win $100.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So not really worth it there. Oh, here's a close one, Netherlands, Japan. So that's pretty much even money. And remember, the middle is the draw, right? So you're gonna have a lot. This is from DraftKings, by the way, so don't at me if you have different. Yeah, Ivory Coast,
always. A lot of people like Ecuador. As,
yes, we saw that in the chat.
Popular sleeper.
So this looks like a draw to me, as the odds are there. Of course, Sweden versus Tunisia. Here's Spain. I was saying I thought Spain, has a good chance to win this. We can talk to Sharif about this tomorrow. I forget, we asked Sharif that one day. He might have said Spain, I'm not sure.
He said
Spain or France. There's Egypt, speak about Sharif right there. So Belgium, heavy favorite over Egypt as well. Saudi Arabia, Uruguay. There's Iran. Iran favored over New Zealand, so that's coming up soon as well. Look, the market's moving, so I don't want to do this all day, but the market's not really doing anything. I just wanted to draw that to everybody's attention. And now right here, we are now cooking one more time on NVIDIA. So we're going to take another piece out. You know what? I'm just going to take another piece out right there now, and we're going to get going back over to Sia for an update. Oh, to Neil, sorry, for a read.
The update is that we have volatility in the market and it creates movement. And if you're a sophisticated trader, then that movement is going to be an opportunity for you. Beta Pro by Globex offers Canada's first and longest running suite of leveraged and inverse ETFs that are built for sophisticated investors who understand the risks of leverage and the importance of precision. Its triple leverage bull and 3 expiry ETFs tied to the NASDAQ 100 index are designed for daily tactical trades, providing amplified daily exposure and giving traders the tools to engage with both upward momentum and market pullbacks. These strategies are currency hedged, seeking to offset US dollar exposure back to the Canadian loonie. For those navigating short-term market moves up or down, Beta Pro offers the flexibility to act with conviction, whatever that looks like for your individual strategy, objective, profile. So trade tactically and learn more at betapro.ca. Scan the QR code in front of you. Remember, the leveraged ETFs, trading vehicles. You hold, decay, gonna get you. Decay, gonna get you.
Be careful.
And by the way, we said this morning, for those that aren't aware, there is going to be minimum 3, I saw 3, of the 2x levered ETFs for SpaceX, like right away, which I also feel is unprecedented. I don't remember ever seeing those types of leveraged ETFs almost instantly available. Right. So they'll be trading for those that can't. I mean, let's just presume it opens at 200 for lack of a better number. If it opens at $200, I'm like, it's too pricey for me. There's going to be a couple leveraged ETFs almost right away that people are going to be able to trade, get bigger moves out of them. Well, I don't know what the liquidity will be like on those because again, this is unprecedented. I have no idea what liquidity will be like. I suspect it might be okay, but there's always a chance that they're very, very thin. There's a decent chance they're very thin to be traded. Like, I'm not going to be messing with that. We're just going to be trading SpaceX proper like we always do.
Yeah, we'll be there. We'll be there doing it. We talked about making sure you got locates on it so you can go short possibly. It might be hard to borrow as many people won't put their shares for sale, right? And that creates a hard to borrow situation. All right, I just thought, hey, look, this 50-period moving average, maybe with this deal, we do get some sort of announcement that something can be, accomplished here. So I actually decided to go long right now on the futures, basically breaking or near the high of the day, and not, I'm in a unit and a half right now. We'll get a little bit more here, maybe another unit if it comes back into 50s, and then. I mean, Intel really screwed me on that break of the 50-period moving average because we were hella long into that. It wasn't even that much of a risk. It was like, what was it? That's 14.30, that's 13.50. So about, I think it was 75 cents or so by the time we averaged that price in, and all the way to the downside. And we, basically took it all out for a maximum loss right there because we don't have any outs. So right now we're gonna see about maybe holding those futures somewhere back, and I think we're gonna try to give it this one just to make sure, like 73, 75, give it a little bit of room, right? This is a triple levered product, and of course I always get in trouble because it's not the futures, and I know that, but you know, this is a 3X. We talked about
Just now, yeah.
Beta Pro with their 3X, and it just gives you a little bit more leverage into the market. So I'm gonna try that. And there's also someone asked me yesterday, why not SQQ? And I just explained that I'd rather look long than look short. So, and vice versa when the move happens. So if you are looking for something to trade that's maybe a little less in the value side of things, you don't have to worry about borrowing, then SQQ, you could go short on this one if you're thinking about the long in the market. But again, why? You wouldn't trade this if you're going long because you don't have to worry about the borrow costs. So anyways, Intel upside, NVIDIA still cooking as well. We just got some pieces out, less than 5% now on NVIDIA. And I'm just thinking, hey man, if we could break back down below this one, 202.40, we're gonna get out. So I'm gonna change my stop order right now and just do that. Because now I'm invested in the actual futures. Hit it one more time. There we go, and we'll see what the market, I should say, not the futures, let's call it the market. I'm long the market right here with the TQQs. I hope that pleases everybody. And we also want to give a big shout out. Hi, Ramin, how you doing? Good, she's doing so good. That's, hey, when she's doing
Not
so good, I'm doing so good when she's doing so good. So shout out to Ramin as well. And a big shout out here to, there it is, Mr. Dave. So thank you, Dave Z. That really is awesome, man. I mean, keeping the memberships right where they belong with us here. We really appreciate that, and thank you so much to all of the members that are here watching. And we want to thank you guys for continuously supporting the channel as we just get bigger and better, I feel like, every day. So, and including what's going to happen tomorrow. There goes NVIDIA out.
Record day.
Yeah, tomorrow will be a record viewership day, so make sure you're here with us. It looks like the market's now falling back in, like, you know, we play these situations and sometimes they don't work out for us. I am bidding 58, so there we go. Now we're longer on this one. Just trying to see if 74 will hold. No more ins, man, until we get down into this area. I don't mind testing that, but I'm not gonna stop out again at that level. Just, it's a volatile movement here in the market. I'm fully aware of that. Let's just sit on our hands for a couple seconds and see if we do get some bounce possibilities. We have 2 units on this trade.
I'm just looking at, I know people are talking about Virgin Galactic here. I don't know, that tagged $6. If you think tomorrow is going to be an event, like remember that some of these other space names that have gone, look, this 25% today, this was $2.50 a few weeks ago, was $8.50 a week and a half ago. Like, the volatility is gonna be here too. Like if you're like, oh, I'm not trading SpaceX, well then, there's Virgin Galactic for you. There's a million other things in sympathy. But I don't wonder if there's not going to be at least a mean revert here for some profit takers. 25%, trend line, topping tail at exactly 6 even. This breaks trend, I'm just going to pop in probably at 85 and just give it to this bar. So once this breaks this trend line, and yeah, you can see it on 3 minute, kind of an obvious trend line. If we break that trend line, shoot. We don't have locates, which, yeah, well, Virgin Galactic is only the 94 million shares, but it'll take me about 1 minute. It's not gonna break in 2 seconds. So I will get the locates on this, because I think it's worth it for a little bit of a trend break here on Virgin Galactic. And I strongly suspect that this name will be double-digit mover tomorrow, just on complete sympathy, almost regardless of what happens on SpaceX. Like Virgin Galactic, ASTS, CITUS, you know, UFO, NASA, I'm probably missing Redwire, like a bunch of other things. They'll all be on everybody's watch list tomorrow. Let's go back to the desk. See ya. What do you have?
Oh well, back to the futures, back to the stock market, and back to Sector Watch. Well, the SPY currently up just a little north of 1%. We're going to take a look into electric tech right now. The sector, electric tech, everything is green at the moment. I love seeing that. AXON, however, down by a little less than 1%. Tech services, I wish that the sector made a reversal today and was a little bit more in the green, but you know what? I'll settle for IBM, PA, and W in the green. MSFT down 2.66% after reportedly cutting hundreds of roles from its Azure cloud unit in China. We had that Xbox story that Sharif, me, and Joe discussed in the news segment today as well. Meta down just south of 1%. Meta has ended partnership with Manus after China's regulators demand the deal be terminated. We had that story from Canadian PM Mark Carney also setting those regulations for everyone under 16-year-olds for all of Meta's apps that include Facebook, Instagram. Oracle plans to raise an additional $20 billion in equity and debt to pay for its AI build-out. Then we also saw just a couple moments ago, Oracle receiving a $395.8 million contract to provide an HR platform for the U.S. federal government. And this currently Oracle down almost 10%, not as much as 12%. That's good. It's reversing. We have finance, lots of green, lots of flat. Not a lot of red, like seeing that. Retail trade, Amazon up almost 1%. Costco sinking a little bit. Wasn't doing that during the day. Producer manufacturing, fully green. Love seeing that. Consumer durables, Tesla up 3%. Probably the speculation and the crazy hype for the IPO coming tomorrow. Consumer non-durables, Coca-Cola, P&G, PM, PEP, all trading flat at the moment. Health tech looking pretty good. TMO is the only ticker, and DHR falling a little bit under 1%. Energy minerals sinking, oil is sinking, which makes it fair. Utilities, process industries, transportation, industrial sector. Overall, I would say the sector does look pretty good. It's making its reversal towards the end of the trading day, but I just hope that some of these names in tech services try to do that too.
Thank you, Sia. I just gotta throw this one up here.
Go ahead.
Hopefully we all feel like this tomorrow after SpaceX. Got me and my family enough cigarettes to last us the rest of our lives. I'm rich. You know the rest.
Yeah, there
everybody.
it goes.
I really hope SpaceX does that for us and not the alternative.
Like
right?
you said, it's hard to
whatever.
try to figure out what you're going to make before it actually happens.
No, you can't do that. Obviously,
talked about
shout out to the Chappelle Show. That's
Yes,
one of the
great
best.
show.
That was a great episode, man.
One of the best shows, I think. I mean, and you already said it yourself, you got to have the ability to laugh at yourself and laugh at jokes and not like worry too much about what other people think. And that's what part of Dave Chappelle's his whole
comedy is
shtick there.
You should be able to make fun of pretty much anything and just be able to enjoy the laugh. That's what makes life worth living, man.
Yep, I'm pretty happy right now because we learned our lesson. Oh, okay, and that was the 50-period moving average. So, you know, and I think we've done a pretty good job explaining to you and everybody out here what kind of stuff we're looking for, and it's just like I'm looking at these levels, and generally, like I'll stop out when these break, or you know, and if I would have got a stop out there and then this would have happened. Man, we would just close the account and wait for tomorrow. But that's good hold there. I didn't want to average into it. I was actually waiting for a little bit lower because I did think if it broke, we could have had something like what happened. And this is what I mean about learning, right? I mean, learning whatever. I mean, we make decisions. You learn something every day. But I was thinking that there's the break. There's a couple, like I was trying to pick up some of these on Intel, on the future or the market if it broke, but that didn't happen. So nice upside play there, and we learn our lesson again, as we just said there, by not punching out there and just giving a little bit more room these days, right? I mean, you never know if you're going to play some sort of a thought. And my thought was that yeah, maybe there is something behind all of this talk, and you know, the market's where it is. The market there, yeah, the market, yes, yes. Boom! This is what we're talking about right there. That's exactly what we're talking about. So that's going to be, look, I know it's not like a huge play or anything. Well, I told you we had 2.5 units there or whatever. But at the end of the day, it's just that it's working, and there it goes to the upside. So here we go, man. We've got this one. That's the reason why we took the long. So it's always nice when it breaks up to the upside there. So yeah, you know, we're getting hype. We've got some shares on, and it's money time. So there it goes, man. Forget about Intel. I don't even remember it anymore. As there it goes, right back up to the upside. And so far, so good right now. And maybe news just spiked. I mean, we didn't get, okay, USO, yeah, because we don't get any really action there on volume, but it is a nice little spike higher there. And there it goes. SpaceX, are you hearing this?
Shoot.
20% of the IPO has been allocated to retail.
Which was their target. That's what they said they wanted.
So it's all full. So we talked about that. So
but
there you go.
It's still only 4 times oversubscribed, the last I heard, though. That's
yeah. I'm assuming we'll get some of those numbers now.
That's
as
a small number. 4% is not
4x.
That's not huge for over allocation. We've seen 20. Cerebrus was 20.
Cerebrus was 20. Snowflake was 120.
Yeah, Snowflake was a different beast. Let's go over to Sia.
Thank you so much. Qatar's Emir and U.S. President Donald Trump are reviewing the results of the U.S.-Iran consultations that have led to progress on understandings proposed in negotiating track. Also, Qatar Emiri Divan saying that U.S. President Donald Trump has told Qatari Emir the efforts continuing to complete final procedures before announcing agreements to sign an agreement in a statement. And this just in as well, that given the U.S. has accepted the text proposed by Iran, the likelihood of this text being approved by Iran is high. This is coming from Fars News.
Yeah, we were saying, like, what is everybody's definition of a rug pull tomorrow? I mean, for me, it's just a down move off open, because I don't I don't think we're going to be, it's going to like drop down 20 or 30%. Like, I don't think, this is not a small cap name. No matter what price it opens up at, it's going to be in the trillion club.
Yeah, but if you're in 135 and it opens at 200, and then to traders like us that maybe buy the open at 200, if it rugs to 190, like, we would consider it a rug.
That's a problem.
But if you're in at 135, you're not considering that a rug, because you could have, like, you're still making 40-something% or whatever the math works out to. It's probably less than that.
Remember, O'Leary today, when we asked him, he would, look, come on, Kevin. I mean, I know that he's going to have a bunch of these shares. He's definitely got these allocated to him. That story was a nice story, Kevin, but honestly, like, the broker told him not to sell, and he was like, well, then get out of here. Like, I really believe that, the amount of shares that this guy's going to probably have at the open, and look, I mean, he told us, so I'm not calling him out for what he said, but I really do think that, he's smart enough, he's got people working for him, and so on and so forth, that if this were to go wrong, they'd be exiting that trade right away. But, to get allocated at 135, I really think that that's close to as free money as possible for tomorrow, especially if you do hit that sell button almost right away. And like Neil and I had mentioned, and like Kevin mentioned too, there are pressures from brokers, because the thing is that
they can't stop you.
If all of a sudden, if all of a sudden they find out that, 90% of Schwab's customers dumped it on day one, then it's less likely that Goldman and Morgan Stanley, all these guys who are underwriting Anthropic, the futures are, let's go, that are underwriting all of those names are less likely to give then Schwab's retail clients as many shares as they got for SpaceX, because they basically dropped them all on day one. So that's not what shareholders or investors want to see, right? They want to see adoption, and they want to see people holding on to them. So I think that that's something to worry about. But as Kevin mentioned, Neil mentioned it, like, we can all say whatever we want, but at the end of the day, it's your broker, and you got to make sure that you do what you have to do. And if you see 6 figures in your account, or 10 grand, whatever it is, of profit tomorrow, and you can ring the register because you're worried about SpaceX valuation, then I think that's in your right to do that. And I would feel no kind of ways, because you know what? So what? They lock you out of Anthropic. I mean,
but if you just overnight made 50% on your return. Also, too, like, we're hearing, like, oh, they'll lock you out for the next 30 days of other IPOs. Guess what? OpenAI isn't until September. So what do they lock you out of? Does anybody know by name another IPO that's going to be a big deal until OpenAI? So if they lock you out for 30 days, that's really not that even big of a punishment. Because I promise you, nobody around here is thinking of any IPO in the next year that isn't one of those big 3. So as long as you're good to go for the next one, I think you're absolutely fine. Some people say they can wait 30 days. Great, you just have to make your own decision. And like I said, and we'll repeat it over and over again, they can't force you. No one's forcing you not to do anything. In this case, no one's forcing you to do anything. There is, remember a second ago I said there wasn't something happening in oil? There wasn't, now there is. You're getting some actual continuation on oil futures back into some lows. Back underneath 130 on, I shouldn't say oil futures when I'm talking about USO. My bad, I know people get mad at us for that. So USO back into some of the lows. Oil futures actually closed 45 minutes ago, 230. But I'm just gonna take high of the day. If you're not breaking the high, and someone was saying, bull flag on IBIT. Yeah, it's bull flagging, but it's also not breaking that top. And there's still the back of my mind thinking you could get a little risk off going into the close in the last 30 minutes of the day. And we do have another super chat, so I'll get on the right page and be able to send it in here if we can. It's David Zed again. David, thank you for thank you for the gifts, thank you for the memberships, and all of that. Jesse Martinez, I want to apologize for the sharkish pushbacks. I agree, they are They are the Nickelback of Fish Kingdom. The chip stocks got drained for dry powder, and the rotation will make you dizzy.
Yes, it is.
It is so true. And money has to come from somewhere. And usually, I mean, most people, look, it's what happens. You sell winners to generate profits. Although, you know, in a real sense, if you're generating cash, getting rid of some dogs and then putting those losses on the account and getting rid of the things that stink probably logically is the way to go. That's just not how it is. We know what happens. People sell the stuff that is appreciated for them or they trim it. I'm not going to pretend that I don't do the same thing. Sometimes, this probably wouldn't be happening if people were clearing out of their dogs instead of their winners to get money for SpaceX.
I wonder what 20% allocated to the IPO to retail.
It's usually in the 5 to 10% range.
But that's what I mean. I have to think about like more shares out there to retail. What does that mean?
The last time it happened, it was Robinhood, and they were down 8%.
Right. See, that's what I was thinking. Like, I think a lot of retail traders would be the ones that would be flipping it, not the institutions, right?
That's the implication.
Yeah, the institutions would be the ones that are trying to hold a position, build a position, tell their clients they have exposure, so on and so forth. While retail, like us, just sit here and say, money, I'll take it. So yeah, might be a little bit of a logic thing there. So I'm not just thinking about it. I don't think it's going to change anything, but you know, that's going to be interesting to see tomorrow what exactly does happen with that. But yeah, right here, man, we'll hit the sirens up. So there it goes. We did real well with our NVIDIA trade, obviously, and that's we got out of it where we got out of it. But you know, that was a good one today for NVIDIA. It's popping through, so kind of obviously to get out at that level, but it broke, so we got out. I'm fine with that one. There's your 50-period break, and look how much lower it went, right? So not all things are treated equally, but right now the market is. I still have half on, so you know, we did have 2.5 units. We got 1 unit on right now as it continues to extend higher, and so you know, let's just hold out. Maybe there is something there. I mean, there's the NASDAQ. What a big day for the NQs today. Wow, a 3% mover, man. Earlier on this morning, Neil and I mentioned that, hey, maybe we'll be able to get 10% or 2% out of the NASDAQ today, but here's a lot of the stocks. Andre, if you could focus in on this. This is like all of the names that I'm looking at here. We've added NASA to the list as well. But you could see here, Soxel up 22%, NASA up 11%, and here's the NASA stock just going higher and higher. And we talked about what's involved with this. Rocket Labs, ASTS Mobile, a bunch of different names like that. Hey guys, how's it going, Juan and crew? I hope you guys are doing well. There's ARM right there, up 11% today. There's Marvell up 10%. There's Intel up. Chester, hope you're doing well. Micron up as well. There's Robinhood up 7 or 8%. There's Qualcomm. There's SMCI, Texas. It was like everything that you thought was maybe left for dead over the last couple of days is alive. There's SLV up 5% today. Of course, let me show this man. This man wants some TKO over here. That is up 3%. Come on, 3%.
3%.
Still nice. We're just playing around, Joe. We'll take 3% there. You good over there, Joe? All right, so Joe knocking people out with that TKO. That's this weekend,
That's
Joe?
Saturday.
I say, is it this weekend? Yeah. You're coming in on Monday. Shut up, Joe. Okay, so there's Uber up 0.5%. Man, I hate Uber. I might take some Ubers, but I'm not feeling the stock.
I thought you were on Lyft now.
I am on Lyft now, actually.
You did say, yeah, Uber. So Sean, who still owns his Uber shares, is all about Lyft. You still own shares of Uber. I won't lie, I've considered some changes.
Yeah, it's real money.
Of course it's real money. Of course it's real money, Sia.
It's Sean Dollar.
Look at,
These are the shares tomorrow.
It's so real.
Here, SpaceX.
It's
take
so
my
real.
money, Here,
It's
Elon.
so real.
How much trillions do you want? Neil, don't show the other side of the money, fool.
What? What money?
Of course, this is real money.
I know you didn't think that
I
was
taped
real
it back
money,
up,
Sia.
Ramin. Here's the one that Ramin ripped, by the way. It now has tape on it.
I know you
as
didn't
you can
believe
see.
that.
I don't want to get in trouble for having currencies.
Of course, come on. It was a few years ago, our Halloween costumes.
Taking these to the club tonight.
The
You know
money
what I'm
tree.
saying? Just here you go, here you go.
Was it, hold on a second, was it Money Tree or Hedge
I
Fund?
feel like a hedge fund. It was
Hedge
supposed
Fund.
to be, yeah.
Money Trees, yeah, the same thing.
Feeling like Floyd Mayweather over here. Okay.
Floyd.
Yeah, so that was a little fun. We'll make it rain tomorrow with everybody, but we'll see if not. Look, let me put it this way. Tomorrow it's going to be raining a bunch of those, or it's going to be raining tears, and we're going to find out very, very slowly what that is. Okay.
There's no crying on this.
There's no crying on the trading floor unless You're me, and that might be happening tomorrow. But no, we'll be crying both ways, either crying out of sheer happiness or out of something else. But okay, so there we go. We'll look, and also, we are going through more renovations over the next couple weeks and months on the other side of the business, so you may be hearing some noises and whatnot. But hopefully
it'll be fine.
Yeah, it will. It's always going to be fine.
So.
Everything will, of course, be fine.
I hope so.
But yeah, we're hoping for that, and we want to thank everybody again for all your support and patience and love. And you know, we're just sitting here trading, man. Just two normal guys. There's 74.50. We're now. Joe knows about this club. We're going to the dollar club later on here, throwing some dollars around. And there it goes, TQQs up to 75.50 as the market continues to go. We're still hearing stuff in our ear about like President Trump. I don't know if you are or not, but there was some updates recently there. You know, looking to sign something, Qatar this, Qatar that, and not playing the Qatar, but actually the country. So we're gonna wait to figure out. They're in the World Cup too, by the way, Qatar.
They are.
They're in our bracket. They're
Mexico
in our group.
1-0.
Mexico's already winning 1-0. There we go. So
I'm not streaming it, but
someone said that they prefer Mexican food, so that's why they're cheering for them. So and it's Mexico versus South Africa. What is
goal not get allowed?
What's a South African dish?
How come? Did they discount the goal? What?
I don't know. Who knows?
Whatever. It doesn't really matter. They can't. I don't know. I thought they counted the goal.
I'm
not watching it. I just thought.
I like Mexico, man. I think Team Canada actually beat Mexico. I think in a friendly not too long ago. So
I've been to Mexico once.
Yeah, I was just
at a resort for 3 days.
Yeah, Mexico's gorgeous.
That's about it. We never left the resort.
Great country.
Our buddy got married.
Well received. Yeah, we were both there.
Yeah,
so
it was.
Shout out to Cancun. There, it was.
Where did we stay?
Was it Hard Rock? I think it was Hard Rock in Cancun. We stayed at something like that.
I don't even remember.
It was Hollywood or something like that.
It was a destination.
That's when one of our friends told us to invest in Bitcoin and Ethereum. He did. He made $400 million, and Neil and I are still here.
In my defense, no, in my defense, he gave the pitch.
No defense.
He doesn't drink, this guy, and he gives the pitch at like 10:30. We're basically eating and drinking. I barely even remember the conversation. No, the crazier one was I was in the car with him when he made the big purchase.
Right. So that's
we're on the way to dinner, and he's on the phone with the banker buying a boat of ETH at the time. And I remember we were talking about, he's like, yeah, you should put 10 grand in. And I'm like, you know, S&P this or whatever the heck I said in response. He was right.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
He was right. He was right. And it's always right to go over
I'm actually,
to
you know what?
the desk.
If I made 200 million, I wouldn't be here, and I wouldn't be having this much fun with everybody. So
the way your life would change.
I'm going to try to look at it that way.
Maybe I wouldn't have my whole life changes. The timing of everything. Like, would you have had kids at the same time?
Yes, I would have had more kids. It's
just all these things would be different in your life. But we're going up to the desk. I believe it's with one.
Yeah, thank you so much. Just a couple updates here. U.S. President Donald Trump expected to speak with Benjamin Netanyahu as part of series of calls with regional leaders. This is coming from Israel's Hayom News. Also coming in from CBS News that U.S.-Iran MOU will likely, keyword likely, be signed next week. But now we're going to take a bit of a pause because we have an overview on the Asian markets. Juan, what do you have for us?
Thank you, Sia. So a little bit of a recap over what happened overnight in the Asian markets. Incredible intraday recovery, balancing that of severe early session energy fears against that of aggressive afternoon tech buying. So one of the big names that made a pop out in the Kospi in South Korea, of course, is that of SK Hynix. They basically rose the Kospi up by 0.43%. SK Hynix themselves jumping over 2.5%. That's because of some plans to triple their wafer production for AI demand, and also news raising market sentiments on visit from OpenAI CEO Sam Altman, who's going to be going over to South Korea to have some talks with not only SK but also Samsung. So that's something that definitely made market news run right to the green towards the end of the day. But what we need to talk about is what to focus on the open later this evening. So margin call risks, monitor that of the order books coming in out of Taiwan as well as South Korea. You got to watch overnight recovery, of course, if they've cleared previous liquidations or not. Flat opens will trigger new leverage stop losses in those markets, so we've got to take a look at that. Also, with shipping concerns and cost surges in that industry. Any friction in the Strait of Hormuz so definitely will raise the insurance premiums and also the structural costs. But hopefully we've got some more news from Trump with regards to the Iran deals happening. So we'll see how that goes. But after all that, I think it was a solid day for Asian markets and hoping for a better one tomorrow.
That's actually pretty true. I was tracking it too. Pretty good day for Asian markets tomorrow as well. Thank you so much, Juan.
Thank you, Sia.
It'll be that bad.
All right, thank you guys. Thank you, Juan and Sia, for those updates. And oh boy, we're here at 86. I just put a random price here at 86 as the TQs are just absolutely blasting off right here. And you know what? Like, honestly, I'm done trying to guess this game and like play off that kind of stuff. Like, if we like the long, we like the long. We just got to find out places to not get stopped out, because most of the directional biases that we have are 100% right. It's just we get stopped out and then I bang my head against the table wondering why we took that out. And now here today, we don't have to do that anymore, because there we go, upside right now. As I only have now about 30% left. So 30% left on this trade into the close. It's a great, I mean, it's gonna be my #1 P&L. Well, that and NVIDIA are battling itself right now. And we just put NVIDIA on this morning. These longs were actually pretty well. We took it early there. That was not good. We were able to find the low of the day there on NVIDIA, which is the pre-market lows at that time, of course. And we bought those, and that was upside. And then tried it again. This is where we gave up some there, and then boom to the downside right now, and kaboom, there goes NVIDIA taking out new day's highs on NVDA right now, over through 204 into 204.50. Let's go NVIDIA high side right there. And then, you know, the trade that I should still be in, that's so stupid that I'm not, is Intel. I've only traded today Intel, NVIDIA, and the market. So that's the only three things that I've traded today. And we're red on it, Intel here, because we got dropped. And so because we don't have any outs here, like all of these trades, the short was red, but then
Bye-bye. Oil low at daybreak.
okay, there we go, man. See ya. So now we're doing what we're doing, and bye-bye. As we go a little higher right now, probably more news breaking, of course, but there it goes, nicely traded now to the upside, and see you later, alligator. 76.25 as we keep on going to the upside right now. It's $1.60. We're here every single day, and I hope you guys appreciate some of the trading, as we do appreciate you guys watching us. So
absolutely, market's
so much,
ripping.
everybody.
You gotta love it. Dan McKay's is like, who called a 2% day? Who didn't think we'd see 3? We haven't seen a 3 1/3 day in quite some. We had a 4%er, but that was what, a couple months ago, maybe? Who knows? It doesn't really matter. The market's higher. You're basically, like I said, your USO is absolutely cratering. So anyone that's calling fugazi on the news, the market's saying otherwise. And I'm not here to judge whether we get it or not. Just price action is price action. And as far as we're concerned,
I think I should punch more long here. I don't know. This sounds like good news.
what's that?
I think like if
the deal gets announced as suspected overnight.
Yeah, I mean, we coming from here.
He said by the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, I think at some point we're gonna have to trust that something is done, and it looks like the NASDAQ right now is. I mean, this obviously information comes here at 12:30.
Yep.
So, you know, to have heard that then, you'd be obviously well in the money. But I mean, this is now just really ripping up. Remember, there's another side to all the stories too, and that's Israel, right? So just because the United States, they've clearly shown that they don't have any control over what happens in Israel. So just because the United States says, okay, we have some sort of an agreement, doesn't necessarily mean that Israel's on board, but let's hope that it is all, you know, kosher, so to speak, and nothing but upside right now.
Oh, he's live, the president.
Yeah, okay, well, we have Sia back there, so she'll be able to tell us if anything's going on. But yeah, so now all of a sudden, the #1 stock obviously goes to the market now today for me, as the futures just started to rip upside now. And yeah, man, pretty good day overall. Yeah, he's, as we mentioned, we're gonna get more information. We just heard the Strait will be open as soon as the deal is signed, I just heard. So yeah, USO more downside, and hip hip hooray right now. A little naughty by nature action happening right now in the queues as we're long. Yeah, hip hop hooray.
It's definitely a good way to come into tomorrow.
That's what we do that every night. So we play tonight again. So at the end of the game, we go hip hip hooray. We go 3 cheers for the other team, which hopefully now. You got that kosher, you like that one there? Yeah, that's good. But there it goes, man. Yeah. Thank you. I'm here all day. But there's the move on the TQs. Hopefully, again, Thankfully, I'm not just a handsome face, because that wouldn't be good enough, because there goes the TQQs as we put the trade on for you, and it's upside love now. SLV, maybe gold, some different things moving around.
Oh, SLV is up now a boat. IBIT just took out the high of the day. SLV was up 5%. Gold will be up half, maybe a half to just a little bit more than that. And what a difference the morning makes. Like, I had I actually traded the least number of symbols all week long. And it might be less tomorrow with SpaceX, because no one's gonna wanna be distracted. But whether you're looking at Bitcoin just took 64. Okay, I thought it broke 64, but I guess not. 63.8, I see it at. Hey, what happened? Load. That's not right. Hit refresh. There we go. Oh, I hit refresh twice because it was wrong. 63, it's almost 64,000, or an IBIT 36.6, as again, USO just continues to crater. Intel's now up back up 10%. I shouldn't say now up 10%, back up 10%.
Holy.
Everything is blasting. Let's go to SIA, as oil futures now 4.5% down.
Yeah, oil is tanking. Please bear with me as I try to give you the update. My feed keeps refreshing. So US President Donald Trump is speaking right now, saying that Iran documents are in pretty final shape, that he's spoken to Mr. Benjamin Netanyahu, and that the deal should be done pretty quickly. He's also just spoken to the leaders of Qatar, UAE, Saudi Arabia, and he has confirmed that the deal signing is imminent. Documents are in near final shape, agreement ensuring Iran will not obtain a nuclear weapon. He's also said that the strait will open as soon as the deal is signed. And I'm sorry, please bear with me for a second. US President Donald Trump saying that he won't be able to be there for the signing. JD Vance will be at the Iran deal signing. That's all for now, and I will keep you updated as this comes every millisecond.
All right, it's nice he's letting JD out there, so he'll go over there and sign that deal. Hopefully he gets that all figured out. Yeah, let him out of the house there. Let JD go do that work. And yeah, so that's sounding more and more like a deal, right? And so until it gets signed, of course, we don't have anything, but that's going to be over the weekend. So here we go. There's, again, just taking some more outs here on the way up. I mean, we're now getting close to the imbalances. I can assume the imbalances are going to be buy, but we are having a couple problems here. So big, like when we shoot up like that, I am going to take them out, you know, on the upside here, because we still did have a decent position, and then there it goes now back upside. So thank you, Donald Trump and everybody else involved in this negotiations, because it's created some good trading opportunities here in the afternoon. And thank you to our good friend Marvell as well, putting some money in. I know a lot of your pockets up 12% today. Marvell now going higher as well. I mean, we just showed you guys every single thing. Joe's knocking out the market with TKO over there. Robinhood's up 8%. AMD's up 8%. Intel's up 11%. Intel, oh man, I can't believe I'm red on this stock. Intel just ripping up right now off that level. Absolutely insane. Some of these moves are insane today.
But it's not just that. Like, if we're talking a lot about tech. Carnival is up 9% from the open and 8% from the highs. You're just confirming on SpaceX pricing at 135, if anyone didn't know that. But like, it's the relief rally that I guess you've been looking for in some of the travel names as well. Like, it's just across the board. Boeing's up 5%. Affirm's up 5%. Coinbase up 4%. Like, it's not just tech, man. Like, there's other things going to be out there. As Sean mentioned, most of the early looks on the imbalance are going to be buys. Yeah. ServiceNow 1.7 will stand out a little bit. Maybe the sells are going to be Abbott's a sell of 1 million, Halliburton 1 million to the sell side as well. ServiceNow will be the one that stands out, but who cares? I don't think the imbalances will be that big of a deal on these New York ones. It'll be the NASDAQ names that you're going to watch. Like, notice something about all of the top names on my quote board. They're all NASDAQ. They're all NASDAQ. There's a reason for that. We know it's the tech that leads the trade. So I suspect it'll be the imbalances on that side that are going to be the bigger deal for sure. But we're praying this morning. Actually, I was hoping this morning, hold the market up going in tomorrow. I think the last thing you wanted was a weak market sentiment going into the IPO. And at least we're not going to get that. So that's a pretty good sign. And I think any kind of weak market sentiment would have been a gigantic problem, because then people wouldn't have had the same appetite to hold, and there'd be, I think, more dumpers at the open. But when you have exuberance, that gives us a better shot for what you know we're going to do. And of course, remember we said the president's live. We'll let you guys know. Never know. I haven't heard anything new. Oil futures have slowed down their fall, but are still heading lower.
Fall from grace.
Overall, again, it's a good way to lead in to tomorrow. You'd rather have a good positive day than lead into tomorrow's event, us down 2.
Yeah, no, I'm a little bit, like we said, we're nervous about tomorrow, but we're in good hands here with the market, and we'll just see what ends up happening. And I do actually.
It is what it is.
Yeah, and I do kind of take, for granted that we do have that lightning fast execution. We'll just see. There's David again, man. David's in kind of a mood here. Thank you so much for another 20 memberships live right there. That's awesome, and that's $200 worth of super chats right there. So, thanks for another big sponsorship there, David. It means a hell of a lot to us. And you've been doing this for a minute, so we want to thank you that every day. It seems like we're getting more and more people joining us up. And please, guys, hit the like and the subscribe button right here on the stream. So far there, oopsies. 2 likes so far? No, I know that's just joking. We'll refresh this. We'll see how many people are watching. Hopefully more than 28, like it just said there. YouTube's funny like that. They used to always update that. There it is, man. 418 likes. Guys, if you haven't hit the like button, please do it now. Almost 6,000 of you guys watching. I think based on stuff we've been doing, I think we've been doing a pretty decent job. So hit the like button if you can, and if you don't mind, that would be good again. All right, so we've been exiting out of this trade here on the market. I mean, I think it is obviously an exuberant trade, and the market just keeps on going a little higher here, and we've been cashing it out on the way up to the point where we talked about how many shares we had left. I'm gonna take some more out here at 10s, we do that. I'm also waiting at 19s in case it does bump up, but I don't like the fact that we're not doing that bump now. So we're bumping and grinding, and this is not the kind that we like. So we're gonna offer out right there at 96s. So we'll punch a little bit more out as we're getting lighter and lighter now to the point where we have 10% almost. Actually, I think exactly 10% left. We're still at 08. Give me that 08 if we can get that on the way back up. And we're getting lighter and lighter. Neil just showed you some, well, I didn't show you, showed the quote board, but the imbalances are due out very soon as well.
Still 10 minutes to go.
So yeah, so we'll wait for those imbalances to come out, and hopefully they're somewhat bids, and then we can get going there on the market.
Hopefully they will be. I don't know if we saw this super chat. Thank you very much, Andre. We've got Lemtrick. Hey guys, thanks for everything you do.
Okay.
Have you heard about CIBC SpaceX CDR? Any thoughts?
Is there one?
There's going to be a CDR day one as well. Well,
that makes sense.
Well, you know what? I honestly, if there is one I haven't heard, I actually didn't remember to check because I'm going to be stink bidding in my personal account, and if there's a CDR, then guess where I'm going to be doing it. So I'll be. Well, the thing is, like when I log in, like you just put in SpaceX and you'll find it. The CDR just sort of shows up as an option. So it's either there or it's not. If there is one, that's my preferred play. For anyone that doesn't understand, we're in Canada, and the CDRs is just like a currency hedged product. So you get access to any. And so instead of buying SpaceX or like my most recent buys in almost anything, like Walmart, NVIDIA, I just do it in the CDR with my Canadian dollars, and it's currency hedged, and that way I'm not converting to US. And I think it's a great product that they have out there. So if they have it for SpaceX, then that's where I'll be doing it in my personal account. I'm just not aware of it.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much all the buys I do are in CDRs as well.
No one says
Still do have a lot of
man.
US money there. Yeah, Canteen Man.
It's Katina.
Yeah, he knows, I think.
Katina.
Yeah, Catena. But yeah, thanks for that again. Thank you, Jeff Jones. What's going on, Jeff? Hopefully you guys are enjoying the show so far. Okay, here's a little story. SpaceX prospectus indicates previously expected IPO size of 555.55 million shares. Priced, here it is right here. I show it to you anyways. Doesn't really matter. There it is right there. Priced, I know, can you guys still see that? There it is. Maybe you can see that better. Yeah. SpaceX prospectus indicates that they're now full, I guess. 555.55. I'm surprised it's not 69.69 shares at 135 a share. There's nothing else going on there. That's from SEC.
Well,
so
the only other number is 86.25 billion.
Okay.
That's the total. So remember when we were all excited for like 2 billion IPOs? 86.25 billion raised here. So that's the big number that everyone is excited about tomorrow. Let's go back up to 8.
Thank you so much. Let's take a look at the currencies. The Japanese yen remaining under heavy pressure. USD JPY trading near the 160, well, now, to be honest, 159.7 region. Market attention centered on certain possible intervention from Tokyo as the yen does approach to a certain critical level. Also, take a look at the dollar. The combination of the Middle East tensions, the U.S. jobs data, and further central bank signals keeping the dollar firm against all its major peers, even as rate expectations and geopolitics are pulling FX markets in different directions. The dollar currently around the 99.6 mark. Sending it back to you.
$20, 10%.
We did.
Thank you, Sia. Intro in, intro out. No, we're just sort of talking about, will we halt up tomorrow, will we not? I think,
I read that report from my broker was like they're not accepting market orders. So I mean, if that's true of a lot of brokers out there, then potentially there is no market order to push that thing up.
I don't,
you know.
I saw other people say, I know that was the same thing that they said at mine, and I saw, at least this morning I saw in the chat.
I think Joe's timing people out like left and right over here. Is he?
Why are we timing people out, Joe?
Oh, okay, I saw that's timeout material I saw, so I don't know if he's trending over there. Joe with the band.
When Joe in the chat, the band hammer is real.
Yeah, he's monitoring it. He's like he's just what do we used to have Bears versus Bulls? What do we call that? Moderator.
I don't know. Like maybe
Joe's looking to make more money.
Week.
He wants that moderator money.
Once a week, I might.
You know, this guy over here. Or was that another call for Sia? Or okay, then let's go.
Thank you. Just a quick update that the United States Appeals Court has extended to block on ruling against U.S. President Donald Trump's 10% global tariff. Tariffs are staying in effect for now.
Yeah, Andre, I don't really hear, like, I have Sia right behind me, so it's fine, but I don't like hear her that loud, but that's okay. You know, Netflix today, another stock, I mean, it's not to talk about oil names, to talk about the market overall in general, but Netflix is having a nice little rebound here. I mean, I'm trying to talk nicely about this name. Oh gosh, that's our charting again, sorry about that. But it's having a problem, and you know, we're looking at this name every day, thinking about, is it gonna break that shelf, is it not? And right here, we wait for it to happen, and it actually did break today. Doesn't look like we got below 80, but we came pretty close, so like glad that this is not a negative 3% down day, because I feel like Netflix and Uber and some of these other positions that I actually have would not fare that well in that kind of a market. So Netflix on an up, this is why I'm talking about it, on an there's David again. David, yo, honestly, thank you so much for that, man. That's 60 super chats times $5. That's $300. So we want to say a big shout out to you, man. Thank you so much for all of that. That's what it's about. But yeah, so I was just gonna say, like, on an up day, we have Netflix down, we have Uber. Like some of these names, it's very easy to see where the winners and losers are in this market, right? I mean, the winners, I just showed you Marvell.
Adobe tonight.
Yeah, Marvell 12, Intel 10. Like all these names are winning, and all these other names are losing.
Well,
yeah, well, I mean,
there's losing.
Yeah, and then there's losing.
Like the Uber chart, at least Uber is at the high of the day right now. Like Uber might be not having a good day, but they're not these guys. Adobe's down 5 points. Like the NASDAQ is up 3% today. Huge reversal, exuberance out the left, right wazoo, great news, USO tanking, presumably good news, that's why the market's exuberant, and you're down 5 points going into earnings tonight. If you can't tell what's out of favor, you're literally making a fresh 52-week low today before they report. Yuck, and more yuck.
Yeah, Adobe's in trouble.
No, yeah, what do you even do with these guys? That's why we barely even look at them. And I saw some people were asking, what do you think about, someone asked me in the chat, like, what do I think about the earnings? I'm like, even if they're good, do you want it? Can you, like, there's lots of charts which are the actual and almost literal opposite of this. Like here in Adobe, every single time it pops 10 to 15% at the short. There's so many other places that you can look to where it's a complete opposite, and to the point of it looking at software, but even just the IGV is just better than Adobe right now, if you want exposure there. Like if you bought dips on the IGV in the last little bit, I know it's an extreme one now, but that's still a heck of a lot better than what Adobe is doing. It bounced a 50 period today after pulling back. So even this caught a much better move. And you could also just look at like a Microsoft has got to be better than Adobe, although that's having a rough day today, down 2%. Yeah, software ain't it, man. It ain't it. There will be a moment, I'm sure there will be a moment for Adobe when they bounce back. Maybe you get something special after earning, but after what happened to Oracle, like where's the expectation supposed to be? They cannot be that high, which I guess could maybe buoy them that the expectations are low. So if they sandbag it enough, maybe it's just like you can't get any worse. All right, I got to keep it on. We have 2 minutes to go to the imbalances. All the same, Redwire might have grown a little bit, 1.5 to the upside. Here's another name that's probably going to be a mover tomorrow. You can probably bet on double-digit moves for Redwire, maybe even more. What's it up today?
I just wonder if people will sell some of those stocks to buy some SpaceX. We just have to wait.
It's up 15 today, so.
Right, so it might be a good time to sell some of those shares. But hey, I'm not here to tell you to sell space stocks. I mean, I think tomorrow's going to be a very, very interesting day. And I think you've had a good couple days now to get back into those trades.
But this one's off the high. It's like 70%. I know. Or at least it was this morning.
Rocket Lab's battling.
So maybe people already sold this going into, I think that would be the theory. They've already sold it going in. And now you could get maybe a relief rally. But all bets are off if SpaceX loses the bid.
Let's hope so.
I don't think you want to touch any of these things long if SpaceX doesn't hold whatever it opens at. If it breaks the low instantly, I suspect it's going to be, I don't want to use the word bloodbath, but pain in some of these high flyers. Cheese in a chair. Please put this $5 into the Buy Joe a black and white striped referee shirt fund for all his fine work in the chat against the forces of chaos.
Exactly. Joe.
I like that idea. Actually, we should get him a red card too. And he just pulls out the red card and banhammers you.
A whistle, yeah.
Get the whistle.
We did get him more buying power, so tomorrow he's going to be well rewarded, hopefully with SpaceX IPO, depending on which way he wants to go. Who knows if we're taking it right off the open or not. I do have, with only 30 seconds left, we do have right there 75.
Off the open, Joe.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, that's the idea. These guys took Cerebrus, right? You guys were so they're well prepared. All right, so right there, 75.50. I'm just gonna stop out if it breaks it. I mean, these imbalances are now 20 seconds away. And look, they could come with a sell, right? I mean, the Nasdaq's up 3%. Nothing wrong with taking a little bit of profit here. So the window dressing ahead of tomorrow, ahead of a possible deal. So yeah, I could see that happening. I also have some offers up here in case it does rip higher. So right now we are now 10 seconds away from getting these imbalances. Now 3, 2, 1. Watch these futures. So a little bit of a move upside there is, okay, nice move higher there. Starting to go, a lot of volume coming through. Warner Brothers is there. I don't know why that is. Rivian, shout out to Randy, picks him up yesterday.
Salty.
So seems like congrats to Randy on that one. I'm getting out some TQQs there as well. That's Rivian. Yeah, Softies, a buy. Nice move on that one. Apple, still need to see that above $3 That would be nice for Apple to get going there. There's your SMCI off a bad day yesterday. What's it doing today? Woo. Nicely done today, SMCI. You're cooking up there. And then NVIDIA with a buy of 1 million as well. So look at this. A lot of Bs, not too many sells as this market trying to figure itself out. We did take an opportunity to get out there at 90s. So hopefully now, when it does break, it breaks. It'll give me $1 when we break 75.60. It looks like the market's coming to the downside here.
Yeah, wow. I missed Warner Brothers today.
Yeah, Warner Brothers. Is that it's not a delete or anything? They're questioning.
No, it's the literal opposite. The stock's been going down because the regulators are going for it. That did a clean breakout trade. This is good for trend breaks up or down when it moves, because when you have a deal, there's all kinds of hedges, and when it breaks trends, they get in and they get out, and you get these moves. But Rivian stands out. 1.5 million to the buy side for Rivian. And that is now up 5.5%. So I guess Rivian Randy will be a little bit happy about that. He's probably gone right now in the car.
He's definitely gone.
On the way home, so he doesn't know anything about this move that is certainly happening. It's really, I think it's just Adobe tonight after the bell, so nothing too crazy there. NVIDIA is a buy and balance as well, probably already mentioned. Microsoft, for all of the doom and gloom, Microsoft above VWAP and also gets a buy and balance. But nah, this is not where anyone's going to be very excited for sure. Our hawk, SpaceX will hit 300 tomorrow. I don't care about it hitting 300.
Yeah, does it open up at 350?
Well, see, this is exactly the point. If it opens at 200 and gets to 300, we'll be happy. But if it opens up at 301 and then hits 300 right away, well, that won't be so good. But, but that'll be a big congratulations to the 20% of our viewers that said they actually wanted the issue. The issue's at 135. And remember, there's a big difference between having the open price and having the issue price. The 135, you could get the day traders could get rugged, and being in at 135 could be perfectly fine. That's exactly the point of the 300. Cerebrus was 185. It opened at 350. If you didn't cover in the first few seconds or in the first couple of minutes after the reopen of the halt, you were destroyed.
What website had those tokens? Because maybe it's already starting to move around there already, because you know, I don't think it's any chance in hell this thing opens up even near 35. Like, I'd be you know, the only problem is when it opens up at, so 135 times 2, if it opens up at 270, then you're at $3.5 trillion.
Adjusted.
Right?
What was the splitting?
I don't know. I don't remember what, it was 5-1 the split was, but they've repriced, I think, at 135, right? So, all right, so there goes the TQs. I'm still in one more trade here, 76.20. We're waiting for that. Just that's kind of where this 25 period moving average is. If it comes back up, we're going to get out of that on the way back upside. So, yeah, man, it looks like we'll really make, you know, save our day with this trade here, because I was mad about that Intel, but there goes, I mean, mad about it, just disappointed that we got out. There's the move higher, so we'll see if they can go. Yo, what's up, easy peasy? Here we go, this guy. This
Easy peasy, and now 2 red days in a row. First time this year, recovered yesterday, made week 2.
Made yesterday, I think that O is probably a mistake.
Okay, made week.
Oh, you made your week today.
Week today, okay.
RH may allocate 138 SpaceX tomorrow. Okay, so he's there. He's allocating.
Following you too.
Okay, so that's good. I mean, I think that's a good one there. So you do have shares, I guess, tomorrow.
Yeah, you got the allocation.
What was 138? I don't know what that price is, but yeah, let's.
So it's 135. It's a hard. They went with a hard price. Like it wasn't like the usual where you price it and then you price it on Monday and on Tuesday you price it on Monday at 135, on Tuesday it's 150, and on Wednesday it's 180. Because Cerebrus was, I think, 130 or something like that, and by the end of it ended up 185. And this time it's going to be 135, but it doesn't mean, none of that matters. It's where it opens up.
You're not, like, we are going to have the best quotes, period. The best quotes on YouTube, the best quotes anywhere, because we're going to be here watching it open. We're going to be watching
Level 2.
Every single thing that's happening on SpaceX tomorrow. We have it right here.
If it halts, we'll have the locator.
Show the level 2s. We're going to show the locator. We're going to show, you know, the volume, the charts.
Hopefully
we're going to talk about all the other, you know, ancillary names on that as well. We'll look at the Rocket Labs of the world, the Space Virgin Galactic. Everything will be on. We'll be talking, you know, we'll have Elon. We'll probably show it up maybe on the big screen behind there. So, you know, you're going to be in the right spot tomorrow.
You know what the best moment is?
Yeah.
The best moment is when you wait the whole day for an IPO open. It opens up and immediately halts because you've been sitting at your desk for hours and you're like, I gotta get up.
It's over?
No, it's like it opens up and immediately halts to the upside and you're like, now I got 5 minutes, and you've been sitting at your desk waiting for that moment. Run to the bathroom, come back, and the money's still in the account. That's what I did last time. It's not opening for 5 minutes. And I've been sitting at my desk for 3 hours straight without even moving.
Fair enough.
So you get up with it in the money and you're like, yeah, chill out. You can have your market on open order because now you know you're good.
Just don't be longer than that 5 minutes while you're in the bathroom over there. You know what I mean? You gotta get running back.
If you got that problem, then you got other problems.
Yeah.
No, it's going to be wild. It'll be fun regardless. Let's be real. Anything could happen.
We're here to have a good time. I mean, hopefully it doesn't go immediately down and we're able to look at some levels and trade off of that.
That's the only thing that sucks because it's like it's over so fast and then you're sort of working, either you're shorting it or you're not. Like Cerebrus, like if you didn't take it right away, you know, I think we knew somebody around, somebody shorted it. I didn't short. I paid for locates and only went long, and it was a better short than it was a long. I'll be the first person to tell you that. You gotta be able to say that. I don't think that'll be true of SpaceX. And just real estate, cozy, I don't have the allocation. We're just going to trade it on the day trade. So I didn't get any in my personal account. I'll be putting in a stink bid. Like I'm almost certain, like, I don't know where it's going to open. If it opens at 300, then I'm not really sure where I'll be bidding in my personal account, probably 20% lower minimum. If it opens at like 180, then I might be on the bid tighter than 20% to try to catch a dip buy in the coming days. But we're trading it here at Real Trading in our prop account. Personal account's a different story. I'm not getting any of my personal account day one.
All right. Yeah, not much else to talk about here. We can look at the imbalances. And again, thank you, everybody. We can look at Oracle today. Okay, there's NVIDIA, Bank of America's on here as well. BAC, what's that been doing lately? I mean, I know some of the banks have been battling back just a little bit. Zoom back out. Okay, yeah, BAC right there taking out highs of not all time, but we're getting close to that. Right there, 55 bucks. Nice move up for BAC as that's on there. NVIDIA's on there as well. That's kind of cruising to the upside all afternoon as we get the good news, man. Good feels, good news. And we didn't get stopped out. We offered out right there on the TQs, and that was obviously a good trade there to end of the day. Always wish we held the whole thing, but we didn't. So nice move higher. We did hold a decent amount. I'm getting tired already, and I'm not even going to be home until 10:30 tonight. So, all right, Walmart moving around, another good name there over that 120 mark. We've seen some good value plays on Walmart recently. That's been coming back in, so that's a good one there for anybody that's been looking at Walmart. Came into that 112, spiked way back up, now into 120, so a good little level there. Names that have been getting crushed lately that really, have some explaining to do. Like Meta has some explaining to do lately. That's down in an up 4% market. Meta should be up like 8%, like Meta is a big, huge tech name, but we don't like the fact that they have to go out there and raise. So right now, that's been getting hit to the downside. We did have the same sort of story with Google, although financing bought, so they have the bought deal, but still not great that they're feeling like they got to go out there as well. And then that's nowhere near the 200 period moving average, but look, watch this one, AMZN. I think this has been sort of left for dead here because we don't even really talk about it or talk about like averaging back into this name too much because I think we maybe think a little bit lower, but let me just find that 200 period. It's a lot closer than we think. I think it's down here at 230, yeah. So, this name getting real close, man. We like really good value stocks at 200 period. I did write something down on X when this had happened, and I did buy some more shares at 200, but did not sell anything up here. So we might average some more long right back here around 230 if that is what comes and goes on Amazon. And yeah, a good day there. I saw someone in the chat, shout out to you there, MF Dane. Weebles had a nice little comeback over the last couple days as well as Robinhood, not so much on SoFi. There's Weeble, wow, 10% off that 550. What about IBKR? We don't ever look at that enough. I know both Sharif and Joe use IBKR, that's up 4%. And talk about like a non-roller coaster. Robinhood can't figure itself out, but IBKR, if you just invested in IBKR, you'd be, again, the split, but there you go. You'd be pretty happy with it, trying to take out these highs right now, Interactive Brokers.
Yeah, and Adobe after the bell tonight is still falling. 6.5%. It looks like it is determined to close at the low of the day going into those earnings. But don't worry about it because no one's gonna care about Adobe in 24 hours. Right, we'll be talking about something else. But certainly not a good day for them. Great day for the markets as we ring the closing bell. How about nowish?
Yeah.
And we can safely say we are less than 24 hours away from the SpaceX IPO. Yes, I have no idea when it's going to open up.
Imagine it opens at 4 o'clock. It's like, IPO print is now 350. Oh, there's an imbalance. The ultimate like screw job would be opening it after 3 and legitimately only trading for 1 hour. 1 hour, that'd be kind of sad, but it gives us some opportunities. Look at this name here, we didn't talk about this, IREN, another name.
Still thinking.
There, we definitely like some IREN there. All right, man, it's 4 o'clock. We're not gonna stick around for Adobe or anything like that. So thank you everybody. Sia for sure for filling in for Adara. Thanks Joe for moderating and all the show that he put on in the midday show there. Sharif as well, everybody that's over there, Andre, Ramin, Fabian. Brendan, who went home already. He's gone. Maybe he's not. I don't know. I haven't seen him for an hour. And shout out to Randy for everything he contributes to the show as well. And thank you to Kevin O'Leary today and Mohammed from BitZero.
Great guest. And good luck for Mexico. They're up 1-0 at halftime. So now everybody can relax, watch a little bit of World Cup, do whatever it is that you do to get ready for what is going to be the single biggest IPO event ever tomorrow. There will not be another day like it until we do it again in September.
There'll be 2 more days left.
For OpenAI.
At least 2 more days.
At least 2 more like this. So enjoy, but rest up. It's going to be a fun one. It's going to be a wild one. We're Trader TV Live. We'll see you at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. We'll do it again. Peace.